The boss's wife just called and said, "Get out." I roared instantly, my voice echoing through the room. My secretary, Hyung, flinched and shuddered in fear before scrambling to leave as quickly as possible, nearly tripping over his own feet. I stayed seated in my chair, clenching my fists so tightly that my knuckles turned white. I've been reborn. In my last life, at the very moment before my death, my wife, Sophie, plunged a knife straight into my chest with her own hand. While stabbing me, she sneered and said, "If I don't do it now, by the time you're dead on your own, the meat will no longer be fresh." I had died, but my consciousness didn't disappear. It lingered, trapped in the role of a spectator. I watched as Sophie, her family, and my so-called good brother, Song-ji, dismembered my corpse in cold blood. My son, or rather, the boy I thought was my son, fed one of my severed legs to a dog. No, he wasn't my son at all. He was the illegitimate spawn of Sophie and Song-ji. She revealed this herself in the moment she killed me. That vile woman. That treacherous, shameless wretch. There will be no rest for me until vengeance is mine. I slammed my fist against the desk, the wood cracking under the force, sending sharp reverberations through the air. I'll make sure every single person who harmed me begs for life, but cannot live, and begs for death, but cannot die. Ding. Detecting significant shift in host mentality. System adjustment complete. New cultivation path. Demonic cultivation. My mind froze for a moment. When the apocalypse first descended in my previous life, I had awakened this very system. Back then, it was centered around righteousness, requiring me to gain gratitude from others as a means to boost my strength. What a joke. The world was in chaos. Boulders of hail the size of fists rained from the sky. Choking, pungent acidic rain blackened the earth. Mutated beasts roamed unchecked, and humans turned into monsters themselves, slaughtering each other mercilessly. In that kind of world, seeking gratitude was no easier than trying to reach the heavens. I improved at a snail's pace, struggling to survive every outing for supplies, facing mortal danger again and again. The last time, I managed to drag my heavily injured body back home, only to be met with Sophie and her family, who, colluding with Song-ji, tied me up and brutally tortured me for 7 long, agonizing days. 7 days of torment. If not for the fact that I was on the verge of death, they probably would have kept going. System, I muttered hoarsely. This is perfect. You've answered my prayers. When I found myself reborn, I assumed the system would no longer exist. Yet here it was, steadfast and unwavering, far more reliable than that wife of mine ever was. Instantly, I pulled up the interface. Host, Ding Hao. Cultivation path, demonic cultivator. Current level, mortal. Negative emotion points required for advancement, 10,000. Current negative emotion points, 2,500. 2,500? In my past life, I toiled day and night for half a month and barely scraped together 1,500 gratitude points. But now, upon awakening anew, I already had 2,500. While I sat there in confusion, the numbers ticked upward again, 2,600. System bonus, plus 500. Negative emotion points from Hyung, plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 100. All of that just from yelling at him earlier? I stroked my chin thoughtfully, my eyes falling upon something on the desk. Perfect. You'll do just fine, my trusty ashtray. I tested its weight in my hand. It felt satisfyingly solid. Picking up the desk phone, I dialed. Hyung, come in. He hurried in, ashen-faced. Boss, you catch. The ashtray flew from my hand and struck his forehead squarely. Thud. Hyung crouched down, clutching his head. His trembling fingers came away sticky with blood. Blood. He stared blankly at it, stunned. What are you staring at? I barked. Who told you to step into the room with your left foot first? Negative emotion points from Hyung. Plus 2,000, plus 2,000. Current total, 6,600. 1 throw, 2 insults, for 1,000 points. Beautiful. What are you squatting there for? Get out and come back in properly. Why yes, boss. He scrambled out, looking utterly defeated, and knocked on the door again. Come in, I called. This time, he cautiously glanced down at his feet before stepping forward, right foot first. But I still erupted in fury. Who said you could step in with your right foot first? My mug in hand, I launched it at him. He flinched reflexively, and the mug shattered against the wall, narrowly missing his ear. And now you dare dodge me? I sneered. Hyung, you're fired as my secretary. Collect your things and go clean the toilets. His expression darkened dramatically. What? Got a problem with that? I asked with a sinister smirk. And no, boss, he stammered, bowing his head even lower. Negative emotion points from Hyung. Plus 2,000. Plus 2,000. Plus 2,000. 6,000 more, just like that. The amount of humiliation I'd thrown at him, and yet he swallowed every ounce of it. What a perfect little lackey, born to grovel. Good. If you've got no complaints, it's settled. Now get out. He scrambled away, eager to escape. I laughed loudly, slamming the desk as tears of laughter brimmed in my eyes. In that moment, I perfected my understanding of the demonic cultivation system, and I also realized just how useless the righteous cultivation system of my past life had been. Doing good deeds, earning a thank you, only for someone to forget about it after a moment. How many points could that possibly yield? But committing bad deeds? Slapping someone across the face in public, for example. They might not dare say a word, but they would seethe with rage, hate you for months, maybe even years, carrying that grudge to their grave. Hatred roots far deeper in the human spirit than gratitude ever could. The world's true nature has always been this way. As for Hyung, I didn't even feel like I'd overdone it. If anything, I'd been far too lenient. This man was one of Song Ji's spies, bribed long ago to keep tabs on me. My every move was reported to Song Ji, easing his mind as he carried on his affair with Sophie. Of course, this was also something the filthy pair boasted about to my face as they were killing me. Hyung, your death warrants have long been signed. Got it. Here's the translation with an American twist. I keep everything in my mind, stroke by stroke. But for now, let's focus on leveling up my cultivation. Are you sure you want to consume 10,000 negative emotion points to advance your cultivation? Confirm. Upgrade successful. Current level, Chi Refinement, Stage 1. Remaining negative emotion points, 2,600. Points required for next advancement, 12,000. You've received one lottery ticket. Would you like to draw? The old system I used had lotteries too. Best I ever got was an F-tier prize, something like a pack of tissues. But as someone reborn in this life, I refuse to believe my luck is still that bad. Draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You've won an SSS tier reward. Infinite storage space. Infinite storage space. A grin stretched across my face. With a single thought, I entered the space. No air, no temperature, just an endless, pitch-black void where even time stood still. Perfect. The apocalypse will hit in a month. Relying solely on this system, I doubt I can cultivate to the level of a breatharian in time. Stockpiling supplies is a must, and this reward couldn't have come at a better time. From F tier to SSS tier, my luck's officially doing a 180. And when it comes to money, there's no shortage. After my parents passed away, they left behind a sole proprietorship trading company. Total assets? 3 billion. And it's all under my complete control. But with the world collapsing in a month, even billions will just be glorified toilet paper. I need to spend it. All of it. Now, grabbing my phone, I barked, Qin Yun, come to my office. Qin Yun, the company's CFO, age 27 and ridiculously competent, showed up in under 2 minutes. Today, she was wearing the company uniform, a fitted blazer, pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. My eyes couldn't help but linger. Boss, here's the data you asked for. I nodded, but my gaze didn't budge. She noticed, her cheeks tinting slightly pink, though her demeanor remained poised. Boss, is something on my face? Yes. What's on it? Looks good. She broke into a laugh. Boss, a celestial being like you has been charmed by mortal beauty now. I stayed silent. In my previous life, I was hopelessly devoted to Su Fei, never giving other women a second glance. Not even someone as talented and attractive as Qin Yun. I always kept things strictly professional. But now it's a different story. Su Fei, to me, isn't even worth a second thought. Yeah, I suddenly smiled. I've got a thing for you. What about it? Well, you're the boss, she said, laughing, assuming I was joking. But when she saw my serious expression, her awkward smile faded. Boss, you're not actually serious, are you? Won't the missus? She cheated. I cut her off flatly. Wait, who? Su Fei. What? She was stunned. No, no way. I couldn't blame her disbelief. I'm young, wealthy, and good-looking. It'd be insane for Su Fei to cheat. Her fling. I added nonchalantly, Song Ji. The kid's his, not mine. Her mouth fell open, but no words came out for a long while. But she believed me. If my intentions were to simply flirt, why would I bother making something like this up? So, I smirked, enjoying this drama bomb. Enjoy might have been an understatement. But why was I sharing this? Her reaction, a mix of shock and dread, turned pleading. Boss, you're not going to kill me to keep this secret, are you? What do you think? I said, lowering my voice deliberately. Her face turned white as a sheet. Plus 1,000 negative emotion points from Qin Yun. Plus 1,000. Poor thing was genuinely terrified. What a fragile soul. Obviously, even if I wanted to silence someone right now, I wouldn't dare. Society was still running on rules, for now. Come the apocalypse, though, rules fly right out the window. Kidding. I waved her off. Let's get down to business. Lay out the financials for me. The second we shifted to work, she snapped back into her professional persona. Total assets, 3 billion. Liquid assets, 1 billion. Fixed assets, 2 billion. Fixed assets include inventory spread across our warehouses. There's no outstanding debt. What's in the warehouses? A breakdown. Warehouses 1 to 10 store frozen meat, 11 to 30 grain, 31 to 40 clothing, 41 to 60 packaged food, 61 to 70 automobiles, 71 to 80 alcoholic beverages, 81 to 90 electronics, and 91 to 100 entertainment supplies. Warehouse 101 contains, she hesitated before quietly adding, adult items. Her face went crimson as she finished. Meanwhile, I was over the moon. I'd been worried about not having enough time to stockpile essentials, but here it was, 101 warehouses, ready-made with everything I'd need. Crisis averted. Thanks, Mom and Dad. But then Qin Yun suddenly added, oh, just one thing. These goods are scheduled for delivery to regional distribution centers nationwide. When's the shipment? My stomach dropped. Today, at 11 a.m. I glanced at the clock. It was already 10. Cancel it. Right now? Every single shipment stays put in the HQ warehouses. She froze, caught off guard. Boss, if we withhold the goods, it'll severely disrupt our cash flow. Did I ask for backtalk? I shot her a cold glare. Who's in charge here? Me or you? I'll get on it right away. She practically stumbled over herself as she turned and hurried out. Negative emotion points from Qin Yun, plus 1,000, plus 1,000. Scared her again. But compared to life and death matters like supplies, her little tantrum is trivial. Still, the woman ain't bad. Once I settle everything, I'll make some time to properly cheer her up. I was thinking about my next steps when the door suddenly slammed open. In stormed Su Wei, the administrative director, a woman considered one of the two beauties of the company alongside Qin Yun, although she has a notoriously fiery temper. She stormed over and slammed a stack of receipts onto my desk. These came from your wife's family. What kind of nonsense do they think I'll just sign off on? Do they want me dead or something? I casually picked up the papers, giving them a quick glance. My expression immediately darkened. Office supplies, 50 grand. Uniform orders, 100 grand. Business dinner, 500,000. What the hell? Are they eating gold? 500,000 for one meal. Those bastards. I slapped my palm against the table. They're all done for by the end of today. Su Wei froze at my outburst, her face going pale. Negative emotion points from Su Wei, plus 1,000. The system notification echoed in my head. I didn't bother with it, simply letting out a cold laugh. These jerks really think I'm a cash cow to milk dry, huh? Boss, please calm down. Su Wei quickly poured me a glass of water, trying to placate me with a quiver in her voice. Yeah, they went overboard, but are you really planning to fire them all just like that? Absolutely. I let the word drop like a hammer. Every last one of them out. Effective immediately. Firing them's easy. But what about your wife? She asked hesitantly. I understood her concern. In the past, every time Sophie kicked up a fuss, I'd cave, tuck my tail between my legs, and let things blow over. But that was the old me. What wife? I shot down the thought immediately. This has nothing to do with her. Get HR and security together and throw those dogs out for me. Seeing I was dead serious this time, Sue turned and hurried off to handle it. After venting my anger, I realized I was a bit hungry, so I made my way downstairs to grab something to eat. Just as I reached the first floor, loud swearing erupted in the air. "You stupid old hag. Are you blind? Can't you see how dirty this still is?" The voice came from near the restroom. I frowned and strode over briskly. Sure enough, there was Hyung, standing with his arms akimbo at the bathroom entrance, yelling at one of the janitors, who looked miserable as he made occasional lewd glances toward the women's restroom. Rage flared up in me, hotter than before. Quickening my pace, I gave his lower back a solid kick. What the hell? Hyung was thrown forward, plunging headfirst into the bucket of filthy mop water. The stench was horrendous. Who the hell dared? Spitting out the dirty water, he stumbled to his feet and kicked the bucket aside in fury, spewing curses. But then his eyes met mine, and the rest of his words froze in his throat. "Be boss." "Hyung, quite the bold spectacle you've put on here," I said icily. "And no, not at all, sir," he stammered, bowing his head immediately. Negative emotion points from Hyung plus 2,000. Negative emotion points from Hyung plus 2,000. Well, look at that. What a haul. Might as well make the most of it. Keeping my expression frosty while cheering internally, I continued. "Not at all. Funny how even sitting in my office upstairs, I couldn't help but overhear your yelling." "No, really. It wasn't me." He waved his hands frantically. I turned to the janitor, who looked equally stunned. "Tell me the truth. Did he just insult you?" "It was him," the cleaning lady answered, visibly upset. "He used all kinds of foul words. I'm just an old woman. If my daughters didn't need tuition money for college, I'd have quit ages ago." "Good." I nodded, turning my sharp gaze back to Hyung. "Anything else to say for yourself?" "And no, sir." "Won't apologize?" Of course I will." Seeing a glimmer of hope, he hurriedly bowed to her. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." "And that's it? You think an apology solves everything?" I roared, cutting him off. He stopped dead in his tracks, standing there dumbfounded. If apologies fixed problems, what would we need the law for? I gestured toward him and said to the janitor, "Smack him twice. Give him something to remember." The cleaning lady wasn't one to back down. She swung her arm wide and slapped him hard across the face, twice. Slap, slap, crisp and loud. Clean hits. Hyung looked utterly stunned. Satisfied, I nodded. They don't call her working-class strength for nothing. From now on, I addressed the janitor. "This mutt works under you. Keep him on restrooms detail. And if he slacks off, feel free to smack him some more." "No problem," she replied confidently, immediately shoving a mop into Hyung's arms. "All right, you punk. Get this filthy floor cleaned up pronto." "Boss." Hyung turned to me, desperate for some mercy. I simply crossed my arms and smirked. "Move it, unless you want a couple more of these." She raised her hand threateningly. Hyung flinched and hurried to scrub the floor. I shot the janitor an approving look before walking away. Some people only respond to force, not reason. That's a lesson I learned too late in my first life. Stepping outside the company doors, I brought up the system interface. Host, Ding Hao. Cultivation path, demonic practitioner. Current level, Qi condensation stage 1. Energy required to advance to Qi condensation stage 2, 12 negative emotion points. Current negative emotion value, 30,000. 30,000. Was it all contributed by Hyung alone? I was taken aback, and after checking the details, I realized what was going on. Negative emotion from Hyung plus 10,000. Negative emotion from Su Sheng plus 4,000. Negative emotion from Su Xiao plus 4,000. Negative emotion from Su Dafu plus 4,000. Negative emotion from Su Xiaohan plus 2,000. So, Hyung only contributed 10,000. The rest? All generously provided by the Su family. The notifications have already been sent out. I smirked. Let's see if Su Wei can hold them off. If she can't, we'll deal with it later. Right now, the priority is filling my stomach and leveling up. Confirm using 12,000 negative emotion points to boost cultivation level. Confirmed. Confirm using 14,000 negative emotion points to boost cultivation level. Confirmed. After clicking twice, my cultivation shot up to level 3 of Qi refining. The power surging within me left me satisfied. Now, with my strength, handling 100 people wouldn't be an issue. But I didn't let the pride crawl in. My ultimate goal is to survive after the apocalypse descends. And in the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is never humans. It's those immensely powerful mutated beasts. That's the true nightmare. Looking at the nearly depleted emotion points left, I shook my head. Can't believe how fast it goes. Gone in the blink of an eye. Seems like I need to find more people to milk for points. At the Golden Rich International Hotel. The moment I stepped into the lobby, a waitress in a black uniform and heels approached me with a soft, polite tone. "Good afternoon, sir. May I assist you with anything?" "Dinner," I said. This was the most luxurious hotel in the city, and indeed, the service they provided was top-notch. However, as my eyes scanned the bustling crowd of guests, something felt off. "Oh, right," I added. "I have a habit. I don't like having anyone within a kilometer radius of me while I eat." "Is that a problem?" The waitress's face stiffened, clearly unsure how to respond. I shook my head and told her, "Call whoever's in charge here." "Of course, sir. Please give me a moment." Soon, a chubby, balding manager came hurriedly running up, his face filled with a flattering smile. "Mr. Ding, what an honor for you to grace us with your presence." In these parts, you could say I was quite the influential figure. People lining up to cozy up to me wasn't anything new. "If I don't come in person, are you going to eat in my place?" I threw back at him. No, I didn't mean it like that." The manager awkwardly apologized with a forced grin. "Enough." I cut him off, not interested in wasting my time. "I hate eating with people nearby. Here's the deal. I'm booking the whole hotel for a month." "What?" The manager's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was the city's most extravagant hotel. Booking it for even just a day cost a small fortune. The last time someone rented out the whole venue, it was for the wedding of the wealthiest man's daughter. And here I was asking for an entire month. "Mr. Ding, you're joking with me, right?" "I'm dead serious." I tossed my bank card onto the counter. "Now go get it done. Don't keep me waiting." Ding. Negative emotion from Lu Mingjian, plus 100. Even this guy was giving me points? I considered whether I should poke at him a bit more, but the manager had already plastered on a big smile and rushed off to swipe the card. Moments later, he returned, chuckling so obsequiously that his grin practically shone brighter than the midday sun. With a deep 90-degree bow, he exclaimed, "Mr. Ding, I'll clear the other guests out right away. Please wait just a moment." "Hold on," I called after him. "How are you planning to clear them out?" "Rest assured, I'll just let them know the hotel is closing temporarily for maintenance. Your reputation will remain completely intact." "No," I interrupted by raising my hand. "Be honest with them. The hotel's been booked out by Ding Group's Ding Hao, and that's why they need to leave." "Got it." For a moment, the manager hesitated. "I'll double the booking fee," I said nonchalantly. The next instant, his expression turned solemn, almost sacred, as he declared, "Mr. Ding, from this moment onward, you are our esteemed deity. We, the lowly servants of this establishment, shall carry out your every command without hesitation." With that, he scampered off to carry out the task. This kind of smooth execution felt so satisfying. Money really is wonderful. It doesn't just make ghosts grind your mill. It could probably summon female spirits to warm your bed. Too bad. Once the apocalypse is here in a month's time, all the money in everyone's bank accounts will become nothing more than meaningless numbers. Money can buy everything, except time. And no one understood that better than I did. The manager acted quickly and efficiently. In no time, the entire hotel erupted into murmurs of discontent. "Who the hell is this Ding Hao guy? Think he can just kick me out like that? Should I give him a piece of my mind?" "Shut up. That's Mr. Ding. The man's so loaded. He could buy your life 10 times over without batting an eye." "What? So being rich means you get to act however you want?" "This is a society governed by laws. I'm not afraid of someone like him. Just let it go, man. Not worth it. I mean, remember when I caught my girlfriend in the act with another guy? I didn't even say a word." "Dude, respect." "The patience. Who was it? Her boss? An ex-boyfriend?" "Neither. It was her husband." 10 minutes later, I was led to an exclusive dining space on the top floor. Meanwhile, my head kept ringing with system notifications. Negative emotion from Li Gang plus 400. Negative emotions from Zhao Jingming plus 1000. Negative emotions from Chun Li plus 300. Negative emotions from Chun Rong plus 600. In just a few seconds, The negativity from over 100 people was credited to me. I quickly checked the panel. Current realm. Chi refining, stage 3. Emotion points needed to advance, 16,000. Current negative emotion points, 42,500. Jackpot. I hit the jackpot. My eyes sparkled with excitement. In my previous life, up until the moment I was killed, the emotion points I saved barely reached a fraction of this. Soon, I arrived at a luxurious, golden grand hall at the top floor. The table was set with a spread of exquisite dishes, and the manager stood near me like a butler, waiting attentively. Mr. Ding, do these dishes suit your taste? Not bad. I nodded. Pass the word. Make 500 more tables of these and have them packed and sent to my company. F 500 tables. The manager almost shouted out loud in disbelief. Just one table was already extravagant for an average person. 500 tables. You heard me. I said decisively. From now on, every day, use the finest ingredients and deliver 500 tables of food to my company. In reality, my storage warehouse was already overflowing with food, enough to last me several lifetimes. But home-cooked meals could never compare to the craftsmanship of a high-end hotel's kitchen. Tasting something different every once in a while wouldn't hurt. Understood. The manager looked as though he might burst in a song out of sheer excitement. 500 tables a day, over the course of a month. This was worth 2 to 3 years' revenue for the hotel. His personal commission was going to be astronomical. If it weren't for fear of upsetting me, he would probably be on his knees calling me Godfather. And don't forget to pack everything properly and deliver it, I added as I stood up. I had only taken a bite or two from each dish, but I was already full. A stunning blonde waitress with wavy hair approached me as I exited, accompanying me with a flirtatious gaze. She even accidentally brushed her assets against my arm as we walked. This was the life. Pure satisfaction. For a brief moment, I regretted. Why did I waste my last life obsessing over a venomous woman when the world had so much to offer? When I returned to the company, the first thing I noticed was Hyung mopping the floors in the lobby. Did your mom forget to feed you? You're mopping the floor like a weakling, I said coldly. If there's so much as a speck of dust left by the end of the day, you can kiss this month's paycheck goodbye. Hyung's expression was as sour as if he had swallowed a fly, but he could only hold it in and reply, yes, boss. Negative emotions from Hyung plus 1,000. Small gains still add up to big wins. This guy had the nerve to rat me out. He'd be paying the price for a long time. Whistling to myself, I headed upstairs. Barely 10 minutes after I reached my office, chaos broke out outside. Ding Hao, you think you can just bully us and then hide in there? It was my father-in-law, Su Dafu, shouting with fury. Here we go. I chuckled to myself as I stepped out. A whole entourage of Su family members stood at the door, faces red with anger. Security guards had formed a line to block them. Boss, there are too many of them. We're having trouble holding them back, one guard informed me. No need to hold them back, I said, waving him off. Let them in. The security guard hesitated for a moment before complying. Oomph, you've come to your senses. Su Dafu stormed in, his presence domineering. Tell me, why haven't you approved our expense receipts? My brother-in-law, Su Sheng, chimed in right after. Those were all necessary for work. We only did it for the good of the company. If you don't approve them, I'm telling my sister. Yeah, hurry up and sign them. Otherwise, this isn't over. The rest of the family joined in, shouting their demands. Watching their twisted, hypocritical faces, I couldn't help but laugh out of sheer anger. For the company? Really? I sneered. Blowing my money on women, hosting banquets, and lining your own pockets. All for the company, right? Ding Hao, what's your problem? Their expressions shifted dramatically. My problem. I chuckled darkly. No problem. I just don't feel like dealing with you people. Security, close the doors. Time to teach these dogs a lesson. The moment I finished speaking, the guards sealed the exits. What are you trying to do? I'll call my sister if you do. Bam. Su Sheng didn't finish his sentence before I landed a punch square on his face. Blood sprayed from his nose as he hit the ground, writhing in pain. Ding Hao, you bastard. How dare you hit Sheng? Su Dafu screeched, practically frothing at the mouth. I slapped him across the face, hard, with enough force to make his head spin like it was on a carousel. You old fool. Not only will I hit him, but I have no problem hitting you too. Clutching his cheek, Su Dafu howled. You ungrateful beast. Have you forgotten all I've done for you? What about my daughter? The mention of Su Fei made my blood boil. With a roar of rage, I struck him again, sending him spinning a full 360 degrees. I had tolerated this old bastard long enough. One by one, I smacked down the remaining Su family members. It was like knocking over bowling pins. Each slap was strong enough to send them tumbling. As a Chi refining stage 3 cultivator, my physical strength was on a whole new level. These jokers combined weren't even worth the effort of lifting a single finger. Throw them all out, I instructed the guards. Within a minute, the chaos had died down, leaving a tranquil silence behind. Just then, Song Ji entered the room, dressed in a finely tailored suit. Ding Hao, those are your relatives. No matter how wrong they are, you can't resort to violence. Ah, the classic moral high ground. What? Are you here to play hero? My gaze turned icy, with a faint shadow of killing intent lurking beneath it. In my last life, he and Su Fei had relished every moment of my suffering, mocking me as they tore my life apart. The scenes were still vivid in my mind. If the apocalypse weren't just a month away, I would have sent him straight to hell right then and there. Ding Hao, why is your tone? What's going on here? I'm not meddling, just giving you a heads up as a brother. What you're doing isn't right. Before he could finish, I landed a punch square on his face. Ow, that hurts. Stop it. I'm your brother. How can you hit me like that? I followed with a flurry of punches, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. And that was me holding back. If I hadn't, his skull would be in pieces. Finally, I landed a strong kick, knocking him out cold. Take him out too. A few minutes later, silence blanketed the entire company. Satisfying. I opened the stats panel. Another 17,500 points of negative energy had just been credited to my account. My mood instantly improved. You all get to live for one more month. When the apocalypse hits, every grudge I held in my last life gets paid back in full. Just then, my phone rang. It was Sophie. Ding Hao, how long do you plan on acting out? You not only hit my dad and the others, but you even beat Song Ji. What exactly are you trying to do? The second I answered, her frantic accusations hit me like a storm. What am I trying to do? My voice was cold, like ice. Since Song Ji means so much to you, I'll gladly step aside. So, let's get divorced. Right now. What? Divorce? Sophie's voice cracked, her tone betraying her disbelief. She probably never dreamed that I'd be the one to bring it up first. Ding Hao, are you insane? Look, I admit, my dad and brother took some money from the company. But you're so wealthy. This little amount shouldn't matter to you, right? Could you just stop being so petty and act like a man? And what about Xiao Bao? What's going to happen to him if we split up? Her words came rapid fire, trying to overwhelm me. Oh, she was panicking. Really panicking. I smiled. In the past, no matter what wrongs she committed, I always tolerated it. I indulged her, played the loyal doormat, never standing up for myself. That blind tolerance let her arrogance grow unchecked, until she no longer respected me at all. Yet now, just uttering the word divorce was enough to throw her into chaos. Funny how when you're too humble, you lose people's respect. First, my voice was sharp, frostbitten. What do you mean by just some money? That is my money. Even a single cent of it is not for someone else to decide to take. Second, Xiao Bao isn't my son. You should take him and go find Song Ji. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Why you? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course Xiao Bao is yours. Her voice wavered, unsteady. She was panicked. None of this matters now, I interrupted. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs office at 3 p.m. and prepare to walk away with nothing. Completely clean. I hung up before she could utter another word. Negative emotions from Sophie, plus 4,000. The sun shone bright through the window as I set my phone down, my lips curling into a faint smirk. Sophie, this is only the beginning. I'll make sure you and everyone else who took part in betraying me tumble step by step into the abyss of misery. A simple divorce won't be nearly enough to make up for what you've done. I pulled up the system panel visible only to me. Negative energy points, 65,000. A terrifying number. This is the beauty of being a demonic cultivator. Why be a good person? All this negativity feeds my cultivation directly. Would you like to spend 16,000 negative energy points to advance your cultivation? Confirm. Would you like to spend 18,000 negative energy points to advance your cultivation? Confirm. Would you like to spend 20,000 negative energy points to advance your cultivation? Confirm. 3 levels in one go, breaking straight through to Chi Refinement Level 6. In the next moment, a tidal wave of power surged through my limbs, merging with flesh and bone, becoming an inseparable part of me. Stronger, far stronger. Not just by a sliver, either. I could feel it clearly. The strength within me had multiplied. I was like gunpowder, ready to be ignited. This body, though ordinary in appearance, could now withstand bullets without breaking. But raw strength alone wasn't enough. I still vividly remembered that day, the apocalypse. The sky rained black acid, highly corrosive, able to reduce reinforced steel to tissue paper in an instant. Worse, the rain carried a poison so mysterious that even scientists failed to analyze it. Ordinary people touched it and died immediately. While I could probably survive it with my cultivation, I wasn't about to test my limits unnecessarily. Living was already. I'm already exhausted. Why put myself through more unnecessary suffering? So, I've made up my mind. I'll build a real fortress of steel. Not one of those flimsy, safe houses you read about in novels. In my past life, I saw it with my own eyes. An enormous mutant beast covered in fiery red fur tore through the alloy doors of a so-called safe house in a single swipe and devoured everyone inside without leaving a trace. That kind of thing, it won't save lives. Qin Yun, come to my office, I said as I dialed the number. Boss, what can I do for you? Within moments, Qin Yun entered, closing the door behind her. She wore a gray business suit paired with black stockings and heels, her arrival accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. I couldn't help but take an extra glance. Noticing my gaze, she seemed a little uneasy. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if recalling something. Nothing major. Just need your help handling a few things, I replied, pulling my gaze back. For a split second, I caught a faint flicker of disappointment in her eyes that she tried to conceal. I smacked a thick stack of documents onto the desk, fixing her with a solemn gaze. Sell the company within 3 days. Can you manage that? What? Her eyes widened in surprise. Boss, this can't be. Even if Madam betrayed you, you don't need to go so far as to. I only asked you one thing. I interrupted her sharply. Can you do it or not? The unspoken pressure I exuded made her instinctively lower her head, avoiding my gaze. Negative emotion value from Qin Yun, plus 500. I can do it, she said through gritted teeth, but the time is so short that we'll likely have to sell at a loss. If you'd allow a few more days. Not necessary. I waved her off. Tell me this instead. If we sell the company within 3 days along with the real estate and other assets in these files, how much liquid cash can we raise? I'm only interested in funds available immediately. By the way, I added, don't count the warehouse inventory. I'll handle that separately. Once the apocalypse hits, money will be worthless, just scraps of paper. Real estate complexes? Utterly useless. I'll cash everything out and spend it all while it still holds value. As for the properties, I'm keeping 2. A villa with a large garden, which will become my fortress, and a temporary residence for the interim. The rest will be sold off eventually. Qin Yun quickly did some mental calculations, her tone hesitant as she responded. Boss, excluding the warehouse goods, your total assets amount to around 2.3 billion yuan. But given the time crunch, I estimate you'd actually recoup around 1.5 billion. She looked like she wanted to say more, but held her tongue, torn between advising me and avoiding overstepping boundaries. That's enough, I said, nodding. This task is entirely in your hands. The faster, the better. Pull this off, and you'll get a 1 million yuan bonus. Thank you, boss. Her eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. 1 million, a figure that would take her 10 years of frugal living to save. I gave a small smile, but said nothing. To her, it was a life-changing amount. To me, it was no more than pocket change in these pre-apocalypse days. Once she left, the rhythm of her heels tapping out as she walked away, I immediately began scouring the internet for safe houses. Only 1 month left. The time felt suffocating, like a rope growing tighter around my neck. I tapped in safe house into the search bar. An entire page of results popped up, but it was just advertisements. Despite the promising titles, clicking on them revealed completely unrelated content like pig farming systems or construction tools. Talk about irrelevant. I refused to give up. Adding the keyword doomsday to my search made it worse. Instead of useful resources, I ended up on pages for fictional web novels and other nonsense. Frustrated, I closed the browser window. I was just about to abandon my online efforts and start asking people directly when an unknown number popped up on my phone. Hello, is this Mr. Ding? We noticed you've been searching for information related to safe houses. Are you in need of such services? A typical telemarketing opener. I almost hung up immediately. Yes. Which company are you with? Well, we're with Flying Eagle Company. Stop. Have your manager speak to me. Don't waste my time. The other end paused briefly. Sir, please hold for a moment. Half a minute later, a gruff male voice came on the line. Mr. Ding, hello? I'm the Regional Vice President of Flying Eagle's China Division. We specialize in constructing safe houses and are ranked second globally in overall capability. May I ask about your specific needs? Second best. I said dismissively. Then forget it. When it comes to things that could decide life or death, there's no room for compromise. If I'm hiring someone, it'll be the very best. Following the trail from this so-called runner-up firm, I quickly identified the global leader in the business, Starfish Group. To my surprise, it was a domestic company. They had an illustrious track record, like the time they built a safe house for a Middle Eastern billionaire capable of withstanding a small nuclear warhead without so much as a scratch. This was the one. I slammed my palm on the desk, immediately dialing the number listed on Starfish Group's official website. I got through to a manager, Chen Fanghua. No pleasantries. I got straight to the point. I want to build a safe house. Top-level requirements. Can you do it? Mr. Ding, you must be joking, he replied, mildly amused. In the field of safe houses, there hasn't been a project yet that Starfish can't deliver on. I briefly outlined my vision for a steel fortress. The other end of the line went utterly silent. It was 10 whole minutes before Chen Fanghua finally spoke again, cautiously. Mr. Ding. Are you planning to move to Mars? Can't do it. My tone turned frosty. If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. When it comes to the apocalypse, no one can know about what's coming. And in a matter of, the Earth in the future might not necessarily offer better living conditions than Mars. Do it. Of course, we'll do it. As it looked like I was about to lose this major deal, Chen Fanghua grew anxious. Mr. Ding, your vision is extraordinary. It is indeed a significant challenge for us, but we'll give it our all. It's just that this project requires a massive budget, and I wonder if you. Money is not an issue, I replied, enunciating each word clearly. As long as the quality meets the standards, you'll get every penny. His voice quivered with excitement. Mr. Ding, please give me the address. I'll visit you in person tomorrow to discuss the details. All right. I hung up the phone and sent him the location of the villa set to undergo renovations. It would be more convenient to talk there. After setting everything in order, I glanced at the clock. 2:30 p.m. It was about time to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I smirked faintly. Today, someone's joy would be another's misery. Fortunately for me, I was in the group destined to be joyful. At the entrance of the bureau, for people were anxiously waiting, Su Fei and her family. Fei Fei, Sun Hongmei, dressed in flamboyant red, rushed over. When you see Xiao Hao later, make sure to sincerely apologize. Men are easy to convince. A few kind words and he'll calm down. Su Sheng, who had just taken a beating from me this morning, was considerably more subdued now. Sis, our family's good days ahead depend entirely on you. You must patch things up with him. If you don't, our family's financial lifeline will be cut off. As Su Fei stood there listening, a suffocating feeling welled up in her chest. Yet, she didn't utter a single word in protest. She knew clearly that a single whim of mine could genuinely sever their family's means of livelihood. Most of my assets were acquired before marriage, leaving scant shared property between us. As for her son, Little Bao, he was actually Song Ji's child. Su Fei wouldn't see a dime of child support and might even find herself countersued if things escalated. Up to now, she still couldn't fathom how I had managed to find out about her and Song Ji's affair. Fei Fei, Su Dafu, who had been silent so far, suddenly spoke. Let me ask you, why exactly does Xiao Hao want a divorce? Dad, Su Fei faltered, her eyes dodging his. At that moment, I decided to step in. If she won't say it, then I will. I walked closer, step by step. She cheated behind my back with that scumbag, Song Ji. Little Bao? He's their kid too. The other three family members froze in place as if struck by lightning, except for Su Fei. I had thought they might retain some shred of decency. But the very next moment, Sun Hongmei waved off my statement with indifference. Oh please, I thought it was something serious. Is that all? Xiao Hao, don't be such a petty man. After all, Little Bao has been calling you dad for so many years. Does bloodline really matter that much? Exactly. Su Sheng chimed in right away. Honestly, let's not talk about the facts for a second. But, brother-in-law, don't you have your share of blame? If you weren't so absorbed in your work and neglecting my sister, would she have made this mistake? Even Su Dafu stepped forward. Xiao Hao, I admit Fei Fei was wrong this time. I'll apologize on her behalf. Let's just go home and forget about this divorce. You can continue raising Little Bao as your own. Hardly anyone knows the truth anyway. Listening to their absurdity, I nearly laughed out loud in disbelief. Don't talk about the facts? Fine. I couldn't wait to see the day when the whole truth was laid out, to see if they'd still find it so easy to laugh then. Shamelessness truly knows no bounds. I had long been aware of how despicable Su Fei's family was, but even I hadn't expected them to stoop so low. Stop wasting your breath on me, I said coldly, fixing them with a steely glare. Today, this divorce will happen no matter what. This time, I was giving them no room for a way out. As the words left my mouth, chaos ensued. Ding Hao, don't push us too far. Su Dafu's finger was almost poking my nose. We've humbled ourselves by asking nicely. You ought to appreciate that. Sun Hongmei immediately chimed in. And don't you forget everything our daughter has done for you. If she hadn't held things together all these years, your company would have folded by now. This divorce isn't happening. I say so. With that, she flopped onto the ground and began wailing loudly. Someone come and judge this. This ungrateful son-in-law wants to throw my daughter aside after using her. What a heartless man. It was a Monday, and the bureau was bustling with couples both marrying and divorcing. Her loud theatrics instantly drew a crowd, who began pointing fingers at me, muttering unflattering remarks. I surveyed the onlookers briefly but paid them no mind. I walked straight towards Sun Hongmei. Old hag, are you done making a scene? Smack. A crisp slap landed on her face, leaving her stunned on the spot. You dare hit me in front of all these people. What's there to be afraid of? I raised my hand and struck her again, harder this time. Her eyes nearly rolled back from the impact. You hit my mom. I'll fight you. Su Sheng screamed, charging at me. With one swift kick, I sent him sprawling across the pavement. Then, I turned slowly, sweeping my gaze across the indignant crowd. Anyone here want to stand up for them? The surrounding spectators instantly fell silent. Great, everyone was very cooperative. At that moment, a group of middle-aged women in pink performing costumes happened to march by, banging drums and clashing cymbals. The leading woman, about 50 or so, spotted Sun Hongmei on the ground and exclaimed, Hongmei, what happened? Let us take a look. The group of women hurried over. It was evident they were old acquaintances. I'm fine, Sun Hongmei stuttered. Don't worry about me. Ha ha. A group of older women burst into laughter. We're not worried about you at all. In fact, we'd be thrilled if things got worse for you. Sun Hongmei, everyone in the neighborhood knows what kind of person you are. If you're unlucky, we'll be setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Sun Hongmei's face turned an unpleasant shade of green. The people who were moments ago outraged on her behalf now glanced at each other uncomfortably, sensing something wasn't right. The head of the group of older women sneered and pressed on. Isn't your son-in-law supposed to be some big-time boss in a huge company? You used to show off about it every single day. So what happened? Did he leave you? If he did, it's your own fault. You've got a heart full of scheming, another woman chimed in. You ladies have a sharp eye, I interjected, stepping forward with a calm smile. And who might you be, young man? One of them asked skeptically. Oh, me? I'm her son-in-law, I replied matter-of-factly. The one who married her daughter. That is, until recently, when I found out. Well, the kid's not mine. What? The older women froze, their expressions a sight to behold. And just like that, the crowd surrounding us flipped. One by one, they started jeering at Sun Hongmei. Her face shifted from red to white and back again, as if she wished she could disappear into the ground. Even Su Fei and her family, standing nearby, looked utterly mortified. Come with me and let's finalize the divorce, I said. turning to Su Fei coolly. Don't waste any more of my time. Under the collective gaze of witnesses, she had no choice but to reluctantly follow me to sign the paperwork. Once I held that certificate of divorce in hand, I'll admit, I felt pretty fantastic. Almost forgot to mention, I said, pausing to give her a pointed look. Before I came here, I filed for asset preservation with the court. So, everything in your bank account, as well as the villa I generously gifted your family, has been frozen and seized. Which means, I added with a faint grin, you might want to start figuring out where you'll sleep tonight. No way. Su Fei's voice rose in panic, her entire demeanor unraveling. Over the years, she'd saved up a decent chunk of change for herself, confident that even without me, she'd be able to live just fine, if only with slightly fewer luxuries. But what she didn't expect was that I'd pull the rug completely out from under her. Even if that was all premarital property, what about assets we acquired together during the marriage? She demanded, gritting her teeth. I'm entitled to at least half of that, aren't I? You better hand it over, or I swear I'll sue. No need. I chuckled, fishing out a single $100 bill and flicking it toward her. Here's what you're getting from me. That's it. Are you trying to scam me? She screeched. I shook my head slowly. Don't forget, we signed a prenuptial agreement. My official salary is $1 per year, and even split in half, you're not entitled to much. Actually, giving you this $100 is me being generous. This can't be. And then it hit her. The memory of that agreement she'd brushed off all those years ago because my parents had insisted on it. She hadn't thought much of it back then. But now, her world came crashing down. Meanwhile, a wave of bittersweet emotion welled up in me. Parents often have foresight for their children that borders on the prophetic. Too bad I'd never get the chance to repay them for it. That's everything, I said, cutting through her stunned silence. I'll be on my way now. Whatever sympathy I might have had for her had long since disappeared. It had evaporated down to nothing at all. And so, without looking back, I left. Su Fei stumbled back toward her parents, visibly shell-shocked. So, Fei, how did it go? Sun Hongmei asked her anxiously. Fighting back tears, she recounted everything that had happened in painstaking detail. Her parents' faces fell, darkening with every word. You mean? Her father, Su Dafu, said after a long pause. You mean you've got nothing left? You're broke now. Su Fei nodded weakly. Dad, Mom, I'm totally out of options. I've only got you to rely on now. What are we supposed to do for you? Su Dafu snapped abruptly, his tone dripping with frustration. If it weren't for you, our lives would still be nice and comfortable. You'll go back with that little bastard child of yours and track down his father. Let him take care of you both. Exactly. Sun Hongmei joined in, her voice full of scorn. Get that brat stuff and get out of here. You've cursed this house enough already. Don't bother coming back again. Stunned, Su Fei stared at them in disbelief. She'd lost every cent, and in the blink of an eye, her so-called family had turned their backs on her the moment she became a burden. Were these really her parents? I'd just returned to my office when I got a call from Lu Jianming, the manager of the Jinhao International Hotel. Mr. Ding, the food you ordered has arrived. Great, I replied. Have it all moved to Warehouse 102. I'll take care of it from there. Once the call ended, I waited about 10 minutes to make sure everything had quieted down. Then, my heart brimming with anticipation, I headed downstairs to the warehouse. Tonight, I planned to test my spatial abilities with this shipment of food. If everything worked smoothly, well, let's just say Warehouse 102 wouldn't keep its inventory for long. When I reached the storage area, as per my instructions, everyone had cleared out. Pulling out the key, I unlocked the door and slid it open. The aroma of delicious food flooded out instantly. The hotel staff had divided the dishes into neatly packed boxes, each roughly a cubic meter in size. Altogether, there were 500 of them, covering every inch of the storage space. I nodded with satisfaction, zeroing in on one particular box. With a single thought, I activated my ability. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the box vanished into thin air. Peering into the space within my consciousness, I found it, a limitless, gray expanse where the box now sat, utterly untouched. In this dimension, time seemed to stand still. Compared to its infinite vastness, that one box was like a drop in the ocean. This was incredible. I could barely contain my excitement. It was time for a full-scale test. One by one, I started transporting the boxes into the space. Half an hour later, the entire warehouse stood empty. Every single morsel of food was tucked away securely in my dimensional storage. It was then that I began to notice some patterns about how the ability operated. First, living things couldn't be transported inside. Earlier, when I was in the warehouse, I noticed a. Curious about the process, I tried to collect an ant using my ability, but no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't go in. Intrigued, I went back to my office and attempted the same thing with a fish from the aquarium. Still no success. Lesson 1. Collecting items takes time and is directly proportional to their mass. The larger the object, the longer it takes, and sometimes the time skyrockets absurdly. For example, I tested collecting a 1-ton car in Warehouse 65. It took me a whole 10 seconds. In hindsight, I was secretly relieved I didn't wait until the last second before an impending doomsday to start moving things. That would have been a disaster. No, tonight, it has to be done. Everything must be emptied. The longer I wait, the more unpredictable things could get. With that resolution, I immediately announced a 2-day company-wide holiday. The news spread like wildfire. People were over the moon, praising me as the best boss ever. I smiled faintly, not taking their compliments to heart. After all, in 2 days, I wouldn't be their boss anymore. Using the excuse of expecting a client pickup tonight, I discreetly confiscated all the warehouse keys. Stop right there. Did I tell you that you could leave? While sitting in my office waiting for the right time, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Hyung. He had been begrudgingly mopping floors for the past few days, having been ordered by me to tackle nearly every inch of the company's floors. The exhaustion was written all over him. Now, seeing the company-wide vacation, he was happily preparing to go home and rest for the next couple of days, until my devilish voice stopped him in his tracks. Boss, the whole company is on holiday. I don't need to mop anymore, right? He forced a sycophantic smile. Holiday? I pretended to think about it. Oh yeah, that's happening. But, you see, the floor in here is a bit dirty. Why don't you clean this up before you leave? What? Hyung's face instantly fell, looking as sour as a bitter melon. Not a problem, right? And not at all. Spotting the dangerous glint in my eyes, he nodded hastily and got to work. Plus 1,000 negativity points from Hyung. Wow, one floor mopping session netted me 1,000 points. Clearly, his resentment toward me runs deep. I rubbed my chin, mulling over this new development. Hyung came back quickly. Driven by his eagerness to get home, he worked exceptionally hard, leaving the floors sparkling to the point where they gleamed. Boss, all done. Is this okay? Half an hour later, he stood before me, brimming with hopeful anticipation. Not bad. I nodded in approval. Now go gather your belongings and head home. You're fired. His joyful expression froze instantly. Boss, why? Because I said so. That's why. My voice was cold. And by the way, your salary's been docked entirely. Better start looking for your next job soon. Otherwise, you might not even be able to put food on the table. Boss, he was livid. His face contorted as his chest heaved with angry breaths. Plus 500 negativity points from Hyung. Plus 500 negativity points from Hyung. Plus 500 negativity points from Hyung. 1,500 points in just a few seconds. Not bad. However, I didn't want this cash cow to run dry so soon. I pivoted and softened my tone. Relax, I was just messing with you. Why would I fire such a standout employee like you? Take the vacation, and once you're back, you're getting a promotion and a raise. Messing with me? Hyung paused, feeling like he had just been strung along for a ride. Plus 500 negativity points from Hyung. But as soon as the words promotion and raise registered, his indignation melted away. He broke into a smile, groveling. Thank you, boss. You're the best. All right, off you go now. I waved him off casually. As I watched his retreating figure, I smirked. Oh, he's definitely getting fired. And no, he won't be seeing a single dime of his pay. Anyone who dares betray me had better be ready to face the consequences. I opened up my system interface. User, Ding Hao. Gender, male. Cultivation path, evil cultivator. Current level, Chi refining, stage 6. Negative emotion points needed for next level, 22,000. Current negative emotion points, 26,500. Huh, I thought I had burned nearly all my points earlier, leaving just 11,000. but now it's back up to 26,500. Scanning the logs for sources, it turns out most of the points came from the Su family, with Su Fei contributing a whopping 6,000 by herself. Looks like her hatred for me runs deep. How thrilling. Her grudge only makes me happier. Time to get started. I checked the clock to ensure the company was clear of lingering employees before heading to the warehouse. Alone, I began unleashing my ability, ravenously collecting everything in sight. 100,000 tons of frozen meat, collected. 300,000 tons of grain, collected. 1 billion designer clothes, collected. 100,000 tons of food, collected. 1,000 luxury cars, collected. 30,000 tons of assorted alcohol, collected. 10,000 tons of electronics, millions worth of entertainment equipment, and even 10 truckloads of miscellaneous items, collected. By the time I finished, my eyes were practically glowing red with exhilaration. I didn't even spare the warehouse locks themselves. Though I worked quickly, the entire operation took 5 long hours. By the time I was done, it was already 11 p.m. But there wasn't a trace of impatience on my face, only a deeply satisfied smile. You know, the average person, if they live up to 70, will consume around 50 tons of food in their lifetime. And here I had food, 500,000 tons of it, to be exact, enough to feed a single person for 10,000 lifetimes. I couldn't help but laugh as I recalled the sight from my last life, where, after the apocalypse struck, hundreds of people fought tooth and nail over a single pack of instant noodles. This time, history would repeat itself. But me? I wasn't the same person I had been in my previous life. After clearing out the warehouse, I started taking stock of what I was still missing. The first priority? Water. Not long after the apocalypse began, black acid rain engulfed the world and destroyed 99% of the Earth's water supply. The 4 great oceans and countless smaller ones, all tainted pitch black. The contaminated water? Not even scientists could extract a drop of purity from it. Ordinary people were completely helpless. I had witnessed someone, driven mad by thirst, down a gulp of polluted water. Within minutes, there was nothing left of him, not even his bones. I definitely need to stockpile more water, I muttered to myself, shaking my head. The bottled water I had stashed in my storage space was fine for drinking, but not nearly enough for everything else I had planned. Other than water, I needed gasoline and diesel. Diesel for generators. Gasoline. Without it, the 1,000 cars I had in the warehouse were just heaps of scrap metal. Plus, I'd already made up my mind to customize a vehicle tough enough to roll over the ruins of an apocalypse. The plan settled in my mind. I drove back to the hotel. Even though my physical capabilities had become ridiculously strong, after spending the entire day hauling supplies, even I felt a little tired. 10 minutes later, I stepped into the hotel lobby and froze. 2 young, trendy-looking women were live-streaming right there. Identical faces, twins. Their beauty was striking by any standard. On my personal scale, a solid 9 out of 10 minimum. Wait, didn't I rent out the entire hotel? I frowned slightly before remembering. The manager had come to me earlier with a request. 2 streamers wanted access to the lobby for their broadcast. At the time, my head was so full of strategies for my infinite storage space that I had carelessly agreed. Guess that explained this situation. I shook my head, dismissed the thought, and made my way toward the elevators. "Excuse me, Mr. Cleaner. Would you mind sweeping the floor for us?" The girl in the blue dress called out to me. "Cleaner?" I glanced down at myself. To make carrying supplies easier, I was wearing a mover's uniform, old and a bit grimy. Still, I wasn't a cleaner. "Sorry, not interested," I replied flatly. "Ah, don't turn us down so quickly." The girl in the pink dress chimed in, putting on a playful, cutesy act. "Help out, and we'll pay you $100. Deal." To anyone else, that offer might have been irresistibly tempting. I, however, frowned and snapped. I said, "I'm not interested." Without sparing them another glance, I walked toward the elevator. Behind me, the twin sisters exchanged baffled looks while their comment section absolutely exploded. "Whoa, did we just meet the world's coldest cleaner? Why do I feel like he gives off CEO vibes?" LOL, the unbeatable duo finally met their match. He didn't even flinch. "Somebody adopt our heartbreak queens. I'll chip in with a free meal, 1 steamed bun per day. I'll offer the bun and a side of pickles. Come on, y'all, stop messing around." There's no way our girls are anything less than charming. What if this guy's just playing hard to get? Eventually, the sisters regained their composure. Glancing at the flood of comments, they smiled and said softly, "All right, everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. Maybe that Mr. really had some urgent matters to handle. Helping out would have been a kindness, not an obligation. No need to throw blame around." The chat immediately cheered them on, though both women's faces were slightly flushed. As I rode the elevator upstairs, a sudden system notification rang in my head. Plus 500 negative emotion points from early morning dew. Plus 500 negative emotion points from first snowflake. Plus 100 negative emotion points from squirt squid. Plus 50 negative emotion points from always ahead. And so on. Wait, did those live streamers and their viewers just contribute their emotions to me? Surprised, I paused to process. So, this system could work this way too? Individually, the contributions weren't much, but with the sheer number of viewers in that broadcast, it added up quickly. Over 60 instances accumulating more than 4,000 points in just moments. An idea took shape in my mind. When I returned to my Emperor's suite, I decided to take things slow. After a long day of work, relaxation came first. I dialed the manager. Before 10 minutes had passed, a woman dressed in a sheer black outfit entered the room. "Boss," she greeted me, bowing low, her figure nothing short of seductive. My hand instinctively reached out midair, but just as she was about to help me change clothes, I stopped her. "No need to undress. Start the massage." Lying face down on the bed, I ignored her slightly resentful glance. That feels amazing." Her skilled hands worked wonders, relaxing my entire body. I felt like my very soul was floating. Money makes life good. Being rich and single? Even better. In my past life, I spent all my time chasing after Sophie, never sparing a glance for any other woman, no matter how stunning. Looking back now, what a waste. "All right, you can go." Feeling satisfied, I waved her off. For my standards, her looks didn't quite make the cut. Want to qualify as my woman? At least reach twin streamer level beauty. After she left, I pulled out my phone and downloaded the Tigerfish streaming app. I searched for Adorably Beautiful Sisters, the live stream channel name I'd caught earlier. Sure enough, there it was. Not bad. Under the username Little Ding. I started watching the playback from earlier. The twins' thoughtful closing remarks brought a slight smile to my face. Head, decent character. I clicked on recharge and directly added $200,000. Bought 100 super rockets and sent them out in one go. The corner of my mouth curved up. My emotions value depends on all of you. Downstairs in the lobby, the dancing twins froze at the sight of the endless super rocket announcements filling the screen. They reacted quickly and immediately thanked me. "Thank you, Mr. Ding, for the 100 super rockets." "Thank you." Moi. Excitement was written all over their faces. 2 years as streamers, attractive looks, but still considered small time. Now, $200,000, half taken by the platform, still left them $100,000. That amount was equivalent to half a year's salary for both of them combined. And to top it off, no one had ever been this extravagant in their small streaming room. The chat exploded again. "I told you, our Sunny and Snowy don't lack appeal. One move from a big shot and bam, $200,000 just like that. That janitor must be blind. This is the first time someone this generous appeared after 2 years of streaming. Where did this tycoon come from? I heard a flamboyant rich guy had booked out Golden Luxury International Hotel for an entire month. Could it be him? If that's true and he's interested in them, they're about to skyrocket." While everyone was speculating, the account under the nickname Big Ding slowly typed 2 words. "It's me." The streaming room went completely wild. Sunny and Snowy exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with joy. Lying on my grand bed, I placed my phone down leisurely. Let things boil over for now. About to drift off to sleep, my eyes flicked open again. Almost forgot about my beloved wife. I dialed Chin Yun's number and asked her to contact a construction company to build a villa in the city's southern district. Money wasn't an issue, but it had to be completed within 3 days. After hanging up, I sent her the exact location. Meanwhile, in the city's old neighborhoods, a van pulled up on the roadside, tossing 5 people and their luggage onto the ground before driving off. This group of 5? Sophie's family. After finalizing the divorce with me today, they were immediately thrown out of the villa. Left with nowhere to go, they could only return to this filthy, run-down part of town. Compared to their former lifestyle, there was now only silence. "Mommy, I don't like this dirty, dark place. We're stupid, Daddy. Get him to take us back, or I'll pull on his ears again." The child, little Treasure, broke the silence first. "This stupid daddy he spoke of was me." Hearing this, Su Dafu's anger flared instantly as he slapped little Treasure across the face. "It's all because of you, you little bastard. If it weren't for you, how would our family have ended up like this?" Little Treasure burst into tears. Su Dafu raised his hand again, but Sophie quickly intervened. "Dad, he's just a child. Why are you hitting him? You think you're any better? You messed around with another man and caused all this for us." Su Dafu retorted harshly. "Take this bastard and go find his father. Don't dirty this family's doorstep. And don't ever come back." Sophie froze. She never expected her father to be so merciless, revering her when they had money, but now coldly turning her away. "Fine, I'll leave." She left, clutching little Treasure, helpless. Not a single word of persuasion came from those behind her. Sophie had only $100 left, a parting farewell from me. With nowhere to stay, even a budget hotel was out of reach, so she sought out Songji. Unexpectedly, the moment Songji saw her, he recoiled like she was a plague. "What are you doing here?" "My wife's home." "Leave." Sophie snarled in despair. "Ding Hao found out about us. We got divorced. He threw me out. I have nowhere to go." "What?" Songji froze momentarily before dismissing her. "Then that's all the more reason you can't stay here. You know my wife's temper. If she learns about my affair, she'll throw me out on the streets, too. Here's some money. Find your own place and don't come back to bother me." Saying this, he tossed her $500. Enraged, Sophie ripped the bills apart. "You're such a bastard, Songji. Little Treasure is your child, and you're just abandoning him like this?" Songji flared up too. "Well, it's your fault, isn't it? You didn't want me wearing protection, said it felt more thrilling. And now you're blaming me." With that, he stormed back inside his villa. "This isn't over. I've lost my marriage. Now you won't have a happy life either. And Ding Hao, I hate you with every fiber of my being. I'll make sure you pay." Sophie pinned all the blame on others. Humans, when at their lowest points, often think not of reflection, but of finding a name to heap all their hatred upon. She turned around, furiously pounding on the villa's door. The one who opened it was a woman, Songji's wife. Impulsively, Sophie unloaded everything that had happened, leaving nothing unsaid, even admitting little Treasure was Songji's child. What followed was a loud, violent argument from inside the house. By late night, abruptly, all noise ceased. The door creaked open. Songji came out, covered in blood. The next morning, I was just waking up when I received a call from Chun Fonghua to discuss the safe house construction project. Rushing over, I arrived at the site. "You're Mr. Ding?" Seeing me, Chun Fonghua seemed taken aback, my youth catching him by surprise. "Just call me Ding Hao." I offered a slight nod. "Mr. Chun, let's skip the small talk. I'd like to bring up a few additional requirements and see if you can accommodate them." Seeing no opposition, I proceeded to, "Let me make this clear. I'm not looking for a traditional safe house. I want a steel fortress. First, the outermost layer needs to be acid-resistant to the highest degree, 3 layers minimum. I want it to withstand even the strongest acid for at least 100 years without corrosion. Second, the exterior walls must not only be made from the most cutting-edge materials, but also be thick as possible. Your company once built a safe house in the Middle East that could withstand a nuclear warhead, correct? Mine needs to be 10 times stronger than that. Third, the entire fortress must be completely self-sustainable, no reliance on external resources. Air, water, everything must be produced internally. Of course, I'll handle the water situation myself." Chun Fonghua was dumbfounded. "What's this for? Living completely cut off from the world?" Seeing his skeptical look, I smiled and clarified. "I'm a hardcore doomsday prepper with some spare cash. I just want to turn this blueprint in my head into a reality." Fair enough. Although he seemed doubtful, Chun Fonghua wouldn't argue with money. "You should know," he began cautiously. "If we add all the features you're asking for, the cost will increase by at least 30%. "Just tell me the total price," I interrupted. "You're refreshingly straightforward," he chuckled, pulling out a blueprint. "Going by this design, plus your custom requests, We're looking at around 500 million yuan. 500 million. I raised an eyebrow. If it's too expensive, we could always. You've misunderstood. I smiled. I'm surprised it's that cheap. Chen Fangwa froze mid-sentence. I pointed at a few spots on the blueprint. These materials here are too subpar. Don't skimp. Upgrade them all to the best available. And whatever high-tech security systems or advanced features your company has, I want every one of them included. Money won't be an issue. Got it, he responded enthusiastically. This deal was shaping up to be the biggest project in his company's history. Completing it might even fast-track his promotion to vice president, a possibility reflected in his increasingly accommodating tone. Any other instructions, Mr. Ding? How long will the project take? With only about 20 days left until doomsday, I needed them to be quick. If you're not in a rush, we're looking at roughly 2 years. And if I am, the absolute fastest we could go is 6 months. I shook my head. Too slow. You have 20 days. 20 days? He was about to refuse when I cut him off. If you can do it in 20 days, I'll add an extra 100 million as an expedited fee. If not, I'll find someone else. An additional 100 million. Chen Fangwa's breath hitched, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth. 20 days it is. I'll gather the crew and start construction today. We ironed out a few finer details, finalizing the agreement. Total project cost, 1 billion yuan. After signing the contract, I wired over a 300 million down payment on the spot. The remaining 700 million would be paid within 3 months of the fortress's completion. Chen Fangwa seemed electrified with excitement. Within 10 minutes, he had over a dozen people on-site planning feverishly. A faint smirk curved my lips. 300 million now, 700 million later. But when doomsday hits, order will collapse. People will be consumed by survival instincts, too distracted to bother with a meaningless number on a balance sheet. By then, whether they even survive will be another question entirely. 300 million for a steel fortress. With 1.4 billion still left to spend, I found myself wondering, how can I possibly blow through all this cash in time? Over in the city's south side, in a rundown neighborhood. Can't you keep it down? What is this, a funeral? Are you mourning someone? Su Dafu hollered from the doorway of his dilapidated home, directing an accusing glare toward the construction crew next door. Since last night, the noise from the demolition had been unbearable. Jackhammers, shouting, machinery. Nobody in his family had gotten a wink of sleep. You old geezer. You've got a death wish, or what? 5 tattooed, burly men emerged from the construction site, surrounding Su Dafu menacingly. You. His eyes flicked to the glinting knives tucked into their belts, and his legs gave out. His voice faltered. This is your warning, old man. Next time you mouth off, we'll slap the taste out of you. Muttering curses, they stomped away. Su Dafu didn't dare retaliate, retreating into his home as his wife, Sun Hongmei, crumpled to the floor, wailing. How are we supposed to live like this? His expression was darker than a funeral shroud. To be honest, the construction crew wasn't the real torment. The worst part? Someone had leaked news of Su Fei's affair, and now the whole village was gossiping about their family. Since morning, villagers had been gossiping relentlessly, calling Su Fei shameless and branding their family as trash. Stepping outside now felt like bearing the scorn of an entire community. It's all her fault. All because of sister. Su Sheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, emerged from his own room, clearly sleepless as well. Sun Hongmei sniffed and remarked bitterly. I heard while buying vegetables this morning. That big boss next door? He wanted to buy our land initially. But when he found out about Su Fei's mess, he changed his mind, said we were a family of bad apples, and shifted to the neighbor's lot instead. They got over 5 million for their land. If that money had gone to us, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Su Dafu let out a heavy sigh, his resentment towards Su Fei and her bastard child growing deeper with each passing second. Dad, Mom, guess what? Xiaofeng said. 50,000 for a bride price. Su Sheng suddenly spoke up. Su Defuck nearly jumped out of his seat. 50,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? Even if we sold everything, we'd barely scrape together 10. Where are we supposed to find 50,000? I don't care. Figure it out. If you don't, I'll stay single, and the Su family line ends with me. You. Su Defuck raised his hand, trembling with rage, ready to hit him. Just then, the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Su Fei. He clicked his tongue in frustration, but answered it anyway. After hearing a few sentences, his face flipped expressions faster than a magician shuffles cards. All right. You're coming home tomorrow? We'll all head out to pick you up. What? You're bringing little Bao? No problem. I've been missing him like crazy. Leave him with me, and I guarantee he'll be raised chubby and healthy. As soon as the call ended, Su Sheng rushed over. Dad, what happened? Nothing. Your bride price is covered. Su Defuck glared at him, then warned. By the way, your sister's doing well for herself now. Don't you dare say a single bad word about her from now on. Got it. Be ready to go pick her up with me tomorrow. He retold the conversation to Sun Hongmei, his wife. Not long after, cheerful laughter echoed from the household, as though they were about to throw a party to celebrate. 10 p.m., Golden Lux Hotel. I lounged on the soft, plush bed and sent another 100 super rockets to that pair of twin streamers. Perfect timing. I typed a simple line into the comment section. Are you two free tomorrow? I'd like your company for a shopping trip. That sentence dropped like a depth charge in the live stream chat, detonating a frenzy. Holy crap. The mysterious whales asking Sunny and Snowy out shopping. Dude planned this all along. Knew it. Nothing comes for free. The price was just hidden. Look at them. They're hesitating. Goddess of the poor, but property of the rich. Man, I've been subscribed for a year, haven't even gotten a single thanks. And here's someone who just drops into their lives and takes them away. The chat bristled with emotions, mostly colored by envy, resentment, and a streak of class hatred. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the twin sisters were visibly shaken by my line. When they first started streaming, they were determined to avoid such unspoken rules, which had cost them crucial early opportunities. Given their looks, they could have earned way more had they been willing. Now, however, they were 23. The window to capitalize on their youthful charm was closing fast. What made it worse was their financial predicament. They were desperate for cash. Earlier that day, a call came from their hometown. The diagnosis was liver cancer for their father, requiring $2 million for treatment. Everything they had combined, just $500,000. Li Erga's negative emotion value, plus 250. Sun Hao's negative emotion value, plus 200. Lu Daju's negative emotion value, plus 100. The system's notifications echoed in my mind, filling me with delight. Seems I was right. Stirring up the indignation of people in the live chat to harvest their emotions? Effective and exceptionally quick. A quick estimate. Just now I racked up more than 6,000 emotion points. This was only the beginning. Moving my fingers, I launched another 100 super rockets. Folks, you're misunderstanding. Really, I just genuinely want the two lovely ladies to accompany me on a casual shopping trip. Predictably, no one believed me. But I didn't mind. Because the sisters shut down the stream and messaged me privately. Hello, could we meet with you in person? Straightforward. I didn't expect that. At first, I considered saying no. Then I thought better of it. This wasn't like before. Looking at their flawless faces and striking figures, I felt a certain pull toward them. Seemed like it was time for me to start making changes. I stroked my jaw contemplatively. In my past life, when the apocalypse hit, good men were often the first to perish. The few who survived inevitably became twisted under the relentless pressure to adapt. I remember a once famous actress. Fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful, and notoriously cold, she was the unattainable dream girl for countless men. But when the apocalypse ensued, it took only days for her resolve to crumble. For a single pack of ramen, she was willing to. The end of the world doesn't change people. It just lays bare what's already hiding within. A wry smile tugged at my lips. I'm in room 9601. Come up. The building had 96 floors. The first 95 invoked the idea of imperial supremacy, while the 96th symbolized soaring above the rest. Room 01 was the best suite on that floor. In the past year, I was the only one who had checked into it. Minutes later, the doorbell rang. Come in. The door automatically swung open. One in pink and one in blue. The breathtakingly beautiful twin sisters walked in. Normally, they were unfazed even in front of thousands of fans. But now, they stepped in with their heads slightly lowered, avoiding eye contact with me, the man lounging lazily on the bed. The weight of their troubles was visible across their brows. Introduce yourselves first. Then tell me why you've come. By the way, call me Mr. Ding, I said casually. No one walks into a lion's den randomly, and certainly not at this hour. I didn't believe for a second they were here just to thank me for my donations. Judging by their demeanor, they needed something. Well, good timing for me. The girl in the dress fell silent for a moment before speaking first. Mr. Ding, my name is Chu Qing, and this is my younger sister, Chu Shui. We've come to ask if we could borrow some money from you. Chu Shui, in her pink dress, quickly added, if you lend it to us, we promise to repay you as soon as possible, with interest, of course. We wouldn't let you lose out. No, I won't lend it to you. I didn't even hesitate. We're not close. Why would I lend you money? If they thought that just because I tipped them a few times meant I had feelings for them, they were far too naive. Seeing their expressions suddenly drop, I realized I had them exactly where I wanted and shifted my tone. Everything has to be mutually beneficial. You want me to hand out money, but don't you think you should offer something in return? Here's the deal. I'll not only lend you money, but will also give you 200,000 yuan a month. From today onward, you'll belong to me. Both of them froze. I didn't explain further, but they understood. What does belong to me mean? Being my kept women, essentially. They probably initially thought I just wanted company for shopping trips or something. But the reality surprised them. Though they were reluctant, they found themselves with no other choice. Besides, the money I was offering was 10 times what they could ever earn busting their butts on live streams. Sis, it seems like we don't really have any other options. Dad won't be able to hold on for much longer, Chu Shui whispered. Yeah. Besides, maybe this was bound to happen sooner or later. From his voice, Mr. Ding doesn't seem that old, does he? Being with him, it's better than being some old man's mistress, Chu Qing responded. After a quick whispered exchange, the sisters finally made up their minds. They looked up at me. Mr. Ding, we accept. The words stopped abruptly. Both of their eyes widened in disbelief. The janitor? Little bro? Why is it you? What? Got a problem? I smirked, an amused glint in my eyes. Their jaws dropped as they exclaimed, You're not the janitor. I could guess what they were getting at. Yesterday, when I walked past them, I'd been wearing a staff uniform. I never said I was the janitor. I was just too lazy to bother with you at the time. Otherwise, I would have just had someone kick you both out. Chu Qing and Chu Shui's cheeks instantly turned beet red. But soon enough, they were sneaking quick glances at me. Young, ridiculously wealthy, exuding confidence, and the cherry on top, handsome. I could almost see the light flicker in their eyes. Following me didn't seem like such a bad thing anymore. Compared to that disgusting old man they were dreading, I was leagues ahead. And they knew the truth. Rich men like me are never short of beautiful women. Sticking with me? That might even be their jackpot. Send me your bank account details, I said casually. Oh, okay, Chu Shui stammered as her trembling fingers tapped her phone. The surgery for my dad costs 2 million. We have 50,000 in our savings, so that means. Before she could finish, her phone dinged with a notification. She looked down at the screen, and her pupils practically dilated in shock. 3 million yuan. Chu Qing stood frozen as well. Mr. Ding, that's too much. It's not too much. The surgery's 2 million, but there'll be post-op recovery and hospital expenses. I've given you the money up front. Just work hard to pay it back gradually in the future. My tone was matter of fact. For me, sitting on billions that had to be spent within the month, 3 million was a drop in the bucket. But to them, it was an amount that could completely change their lives. Their faces were immediately consumed with gratitude. 3 million, something ordinary people might never earn in a lifetime. And I barely knew them for a day and didn't blink an eye. A major benefactor. They weren't going to let go of someone like me. The two glanced at each other before dropping to their knees in front of me. Ding. Master. From now on, our lives belong to you, Master. Tearful yet firm in their declaration, they surprised even me. Caught off guard, I coughed lightly. No need to call me Master. Just boss will do. No, they said in unison with intense determination written all over their faces. To us, you are our master. If you find it inconvenient, we'll call you boss outside. But in private, you'll always be master. Please, just let us call you that, they begged together. Fine, I relented. My gaze swept over their delicate, white stockings and the curves beneath them. A flicker of a smile emerged. Perhaps they'd accidentally made the right call. Because if they hadn't chosen to follow me when the apocalypse arrives, With looks like theirs, surviving would only mean becoming someone's pet. And by then, they'd truly have no control over their lives. Staying by my side, at least they'd stay warm and fed, something that would be a miracle for 99% of the population. Living? That's never guaranteed. Only in desperate situations do most people come to understand that. Change into these clothes, I instructed. I feigned pulling something out of my wardrobe, but in truth, I was retrieving 2 outfits from my dimensional storage. A couple of cosplay costumes I'd picked up from warehouse number 101. Put these on. Yes, master. The sisters accepted the garments, their faces now red as cherries. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, Chu Qing and Chu Shui were already by my bedside, dutifully holding breakfast. Once I'd finished eating, I was struck by a sudden thought. I want to take a shower. Go prepare. Chu Qing's face turned pink as she instantly understood. Meanwhile, Chu Shui still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Understood, and then she followed closely after. Not long after, the bathwater was ready. Then, an imaginative leap here, skipping over to the next scene. Midday. Feeling refreshed, I spoke up, still a little time before lunch. Take a break for now, and I'll take you both to try something special later. By the way, when do you normally start your live streams? Master, we've decided not to stream anymore. We'll issue a statement later that from now on, we'll always stay by your side. The two women said in unison after some thought. Their live streams were only a means to earn money, and they never really enjoyed being in front of the camera daily. Now that I've provided them with enough financial security, why continue? More importantly, they were afraid I wouldn't like it. But I shook my head. No rush. Go live once during lunch, and we'll decide the rest after. Yes, master. I sent them off to rest. At the village entrance. Today, Su Dafu's family seemed totally different from yesterday, all smiles as they waited. Watching the clock tick closer, Su Dafu impatiently reminded his son, Su Sheng, listen carefully. Show some respect to your sister. Or else, you'll be out there collecting trash for the bride's price. Su Sheng nodded enthusiastically. Got it, Dad. Whatever sis says, I'll do. I'll make sure she's treated like royalty. Your sister's here. Before he even finished speaking, a sleek Mercedes Maybach drove up from the distance. Seeing the luxury car, the three of them broke into gleeful smiles simultaneously. When the Maybach parked in front of them, an elegant and poised Su Fei stepped out, holding Little Bao's hand. Song Ji followed closely behind. Fei Fei, Little Bao? Oh, how I've missed you. Sun Hongmei's eyes lit up as she rushed over. Sis, let me help with your stuff. Su Xing quickly ran up, eager to please. Su Fei glanced at him sideways. No need. You're my dear brother. How could I trouble you? Hearing the thinly veiled sarcasm, Su Xing scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Sis, I wasn't myself yesterday. Got chased out, and my head was all messed up. You know how it is. Besides, we're family. If I can't help you, who else should I help? Compared to his attitude yesterday, it was like night and day. Su Fei didn't respond further. She had to admit he wasn't wrong. If you couldn't rely on family, then who could you count on? Fine. There are some gifts in the trunk. Bring them inside. I'm not coming in, she said plainly. Su Sheng froze. Sis, you're not coming home with us. A pang of worry hit him. If Su Fei was still holding a grudge, where would they find the money for the wedding? Both Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei turned their heads to her anxiously. Su Fei let out a cold laugh. Why would I set foot in that shabby old house? It's beneath me now. After lunch at an upscale restaurant, pack up your things. Tomorrow, you're moving into my luxury villa. As she spoke, the watch studded with diamonds on her wrist, valued at a fortune, caught the sunlight, unintentionally revealing itself. The three of them were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. Sis, you're amazing. I'm so sorry about yesterday. I truly regret it. From now on, I'm at your service 100%. Just say the word, and I'm there. Su Sheng immediately declared his loyalty. Even Su Dafu was wiping at his eyes. I was wrong, Fei Fei. Yesterday, I let my emotions get the better of me and spoke without thinking. I regretted it the moment I drove you away. No matter what, even if you hadn't made it big, we'd always welcome you back. This heartfelt display made Su Fei's heart waver, just a little. It's all your fault, Ding Hao. If it weren't for you, none of this drama at home would have happened. Little Bao and I wouldn't have almost ended up abandoned. She mentally shifted all the blame onto me. Now that I've found wealth, just wait. Revenge is coming. Her vengeance quietly brewed in her heart. Song Ji stepped forward. Oh, Dad, Mom, little brother, from now on I'll be staying with Song Ji, Su Fei announced. Little Bao is his son now too. Song Ji wasted no time joining in. Dad, Mom. Su Dafu beamed with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Young Song is handsome, polished, a million times better than that deadbeat Ding Hao. If only we'd married you to him earlier. Sun Hongmei and Su Xing nodded enthusiastically along. None of them had even the faintest idea. Back in the day, Song Ji had been an overly ambitious college graduate who borrowed money to start a business. When I advised caution, he ignored me, only to face ruin after a few short months. If I hadn't stepped in back then, he would probably still be struggling under mountains of debt, far from gaining access to my network or becoming some fortunate son-in-law of a wealthy family. Song Ji, however, shamelessly replied, "That may be true, but thank you nonetheless for the compliment, Dad." Then, letting out a sigh, he added, "Honestly, Ding Hao and I used to be good friends back then. Who knew he'd fall so far? Don't worry, I'll make sure he pays for all his mistakes." Su Fei nodded in agreement. "Forget him for now. Let's go. I've reserved a table at Heaven on Earth. Time to enjoy ourselves." Heaven on Earth, one of the city's most prestigious fine dining establishments. A place most ordinary people couldn't even afford to think about. Hearing this, all three, who had spent the prior day surviving on plain steamed buns, had their eyes brighten with sheer excitement. At Heaven on Earth, when the three of us stepped inside, the whole room turned to look our way. The man entering was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his features strikingly handsome and exuding an air of nobility. The two women beside him were nothing short of stunning, one dressed in soft baby blue, the other in delicate pink, both so exquisite they seemed like goddesses from a painting. Jealousy flickered in the eyes of several men in the room. And that man was me. Having heard plenty of praise about Heaven on Earth's cuisine, today I decided to bring Chu Qing and Chu Shui along to see if it lived up to the hype. "Mr. Ding, a pleasure to have you here in person. This way, please." A manager in an equally sharp suit recognized me instantly, hurrying forward to greet us. I reserved a private room. Room Tianzi number 1. I was somewhat of a local celebrity, so it wasn't surprising to get recognized. The manager's voice traveled through the restaurant, immediately sparking murmurs around me. Who's making such a high-profile entrance for dinner, with two stunning ladies in tow? Oh, it's President Ding. Makes sense now. President Ding really is accomplished at a young age. Sure, he inherited old man Ding's business, but to manage it so successfully takes real talent. But wait, isn't he married? Then how come? Shoo, don't say anything outrageous. Didn't you hear? President Ding got divorced. I bumped into him at the Civil Affairs Bureau just the other day. Word is, the child he raised for years wasn't even his. He kicked that woman out with nothing on the spot. That's so ruthless. The kid called him dad for years, and he just cut ties? Are you dumb? Or are you confessing to being someone else's bastard yourself? Stay away before you bring bad luck to everyone. Their voices were hushed, but every word came through clearly to my ears. However, the me of today no longer cared about any of it. So what if people gossip? When the end of the world comes, all will turn to ash anyway. The fame, the reputation, the grudges humans fiercely fight over will be as fleeting as smoke in the face of death itself. "Boss, the room's ready. Let's go," Chu Shui said sweetly. If you listened closely, her voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. All right. I glanced briefly at her cherry-red lips, but said nothing. We had only just taken a few steps. "Ding Hao, what are you doing here?" I bumped straight into Sophie and her crew. The moment she spotted Chu Qing and Chu Shui by my side, Sophie let out a scornful chuckle. "Ding Hao, and you dare call me unfaithful? Who are these two women next to you, huh? Who they are has nothing to do with you. Mind your business," I said flatly, unwilling to waste words. "Huh? Getting defensive, are we?" Sophie laughed loudly, clearly delighted. "Looks like I hit a nerve, didn't I? Let me guess. These two have been around for a while, haven't they? You divorced me under the guise of righteousness, but really, you just wanted an excuse to dump me and be with them. Isn't that right?" When I didn't respond, Sophie smugly twirled in place, deliberately showing off the designer labels of her outfit. "Ding Hao, Bet you didn't expect me to do just fine without you. Look how well I'm living. Makes your blood boil, doesn't it? Her chin was raised high as if she had scored a victory in some imagined battle. I met her gaze, my tone colder than ice. You done? If so, move aside. Good dogs don't block paths. You. Sophie's face twisted momentarily, but she quickly recovered, smirking. Put on an act all you want, but inside, you're seething. Don't think I can't see right through you. Think whatever you want. I barely spared her a glance. But I'll say it again, good dogs don't block paths. Honestly, I couldn't be bothered with her. Sure, she has some cash now, but so what? When the apocalypse hits, she'll come crawling back, begging for my help. That's when the real fun begins. Right now, consider it an appetizer. My words clearly rattled her into silence, but it was Song Ji who snapped first. Ding Hao, you were husband and wife once, for better or worse. Even if you're divorced, how can you call Sophie a dog? I misjudged you. I used to see you as a brother. Every word dripped with moral superiority. I laughed, a cold, biting sound. Oh, a brother, huh? That's rich. So is it as a brother that you slept with my wife and let me raise your kid for years? I enunciated every word. Let me sincerely wish you. May your life always be graced with such fine brothers around you. Song Ji started to lash out, but then his eyes met mine. Memories of the punch that left him unconscious in my office not too long ago, unable to fight back, must have resurfaced. His tone softened instantly. A person like you, so narrow-minded, you won't get far. Mark my words, he muttered, but he took an involuntary step back as if fearing I might strike him again. Ding Hao, Song Ji's right. You should reflect on yourself, Sophie chimed in. With that, they got into a Maybach and sped off. Watching the taillights fade into the distance, I narrowed my eyes. Interesting. One of them left the marriage with nothing, and the other is just a glorified house husband. Yet they can afford luxury cars and lavish meals. The money, they've been up to something shady. I dialed Qin Yun's number. Boss, what can I do for you? Came her calm and gentle voice on the other end. It's nothing major. Spend some money and find out what Sophie and Song Ji have been up to recently. She paused briefly. She likely guessed I was about to deal with those two. Yes, boss. Give me an hour. Qin Yun's efficiency and discretion were why I kept her around. Budget's flexible. Do not cut corners. Also, come to my villa tonight. I've got something you'll need to handle. Understood, boss. Ending the call, I sent her the address to the newly acquired villa, then turned to lead Chu Qing and Chu Shui into our private room. The door clicked shut behind us, and Chu Shui broke into a sly grin. So, master, was that woman just now the former mistress? I nodded. She was. Here's the English translation tailored for an American audience, keeping in mind the cultural context and tones. Yep, she cheated on me, and now we're divorced. Issy pursed her lips tightly. She must be blind. You're such an amazing person, and she still betrayed you. Sunny chimed in anxiously. We'll always stick with you, master. We'd never betray you, no matter what. Hearing those words, despite my steel heart after being reborn, I felt just a little warmth. The dishes were soon served. The server closed the door behind them, and I nodded. All right, let's go live. The sisters had everything prepared beforehand. The cameras were perfectly positioned on them, and the grand feast on the table. Normally, they streamed at night, but this time they chose noon, so the audience wasn't huge yet. Even so, the scene was already jaw-dropping. The first thing the audience noticed was the table full of lavish cuisine. This wasn't just food. This was the most luxurious selection from the restaurant's menu, a bill totaling over $60,000. The live chat was on fire. Did Issy and Sunny just come into money or something? This spread alone must be worth tens of thousands. Wait, are you kidding me? Last night too. What was up with that big donor? And why did they suddenly go offline? Do I really need to spell it out for you? They cut the stream because of that rich guy? And this dinner? Pretty sure he's footing the bill as well. And that means my goddess, she isn't pure anymore? Ugh, ruined by the stench of money. My heart is breaking. TCH, your goddess? Bro, she wouldn't even notice you. Stay in your lane, loser. As more viewers poured in, emotions ran high. Some were calm, but most people were visibly frustrated, like their precious hand-raised cabbage had been devoured and ruined by an oinking pig. Negative energy collected, plus 300 from Piglet Mike. plus 200 from Rich Uncle Harry, plus 150 from Julie the driver. Sitting outside the camera's frame, I silently listened to the sweet notifications from my system. Every chime from gaining negative energy felt deeply satisfying. Then I pulled out my phone. Without hesitation, I bombarded the stream with donations. 1,000 super rockets in a single burst. Not just the stream. This shook the entire Fishstream platform. $200,000. Gone in the blink of an eye. This kind of spending almost never happened, even in the big spender history of the platform. As word spread like wildfire, people swarmed into the stream. In less than 10 minutes, our viewership multiplied several times over. And once they joined, they were instantly captivated by the sweet, stunning twin sisters on screen. 30 minutes in, I decided it was time to make my move. All right, that's enough. The camera slowly turned, eventually focusing on me. I smirked. Game on. The moment the lens locked on my face, every viewer's gaze was fixated there. The stream went dead silent. Nobody expected the mysterious big spender to be this young. Amidst the deafening silence, I casually picked up my chopsticks and slowly began to eat. The viewers were still confused when the sweet twin sisters, one in pink and one in blue, suddenly knelt beside me. "Master, let Issy feed you." Issy's voice was soft and tender as she picked up a piece of food and brought it to my lips. "Master, let me wipe your mouth." Sunny, ever the obedient attendant, gently dabbed at the corner of my lips like a devoted maid. This intimate moment caught on camera was like dropping a bomb in the live chat. Bro, what the heck? That's my goddess. Both of them kneeling down, feeding one guy? No way their nights are innocent either. You guys noticed, right? Compared to before, their walk's a bit off. And their voices sound a bit raspy. Do I really have to spell it out? So you're saying they've already been shaped into this rich dude's image? No. Mom, take me back to the countryside. City life is destroying me. Disgusting. These rich jerks make me sick. They don't care about fairness for regular folks like us. Man, if I run into this guy on the street, I swear, I'll take him down in one blow. The chat went berserk. Meanwhile, the twins' faces flushed red, not out of guilt, but because the audience's comments were stirring memories of last night's events. Master really is incredible, they both thought to themselves shyly. Shut it down, I said, breaking the moment. In just a few minutes, I had already gathered more than 20K in negative energy. I understood. Keeping the stream going would only dull the effect. The audience needed time to stew, to spiral into their own imaginations. As they grew obsessed, the negativity would flow in for days. Yes, Master, the twins replied obediently. They ended the live stream and, under my orders, called for the restaurant manager. "Mr. Ding, you wanted to see me?" The manager entered swiftly, his demeanor fully professional. They always bent over backward for high-value clients like me. "I just have one question," I said. "While we're here, can anyone suddenly barge into the room?" "Absolutely not." He stopped halfway, realizing the subtext behind my question. He quickly clarified, "Rest assured, sir. These private rooms are fully soundproofed, especially ours on the VIP floor. Even if you're doing construction in here, no one outside would hear so much as a whisper." "Good. That's all," I replied, nodding. The manager excused himself, closing the door with care as he left. "Master." The twins' legs grew weak as they watched me approach, their eyes glimmering with both anticipation and excitement. Especially Issy. Her gaze was already glazed over. Half an hour later. This version has been translated to fit an English-speaking audience while preserving the tone, intent, and dramatic elements of the original text. My name is Manager Lai, and I've arranged a car to send the two sisters back to their hotel. They had their fill earlier, but I barely ate a thing. Sitting down, I began to indulge in my meal. Halfway through, my phone rang. It was Qin Yun. "Boss, I've come to report the progress. Following your instructions, I contacted the most renowned detective agency in the industry. Their fee. Skip the trivial stuff about money. Focus on the key details," I interrupted. "Got it. According to their investigation, after you left Sophie penniless last night, even her family kicked her out. She then went looking for Song Ji. Initially, he treated her quite poorly, but by midnight, he suddenly let her into his place. And Song Ji's wife, Li Su, hasn't shown up all day." Qin Yun paused. The detectives used every method at their disposal, but they couldn't find any sign of her leaving the house. This leaves two possibilities. Either she's been imprisoned or she's no longer alive. I stroked my chin, mulling it over. Who would have thought so much could happen in just one night? Intriguing. The Su family truly doesn't seem capable of changing their despicable ways. For money, they'd even throw their own daughter under the bus. And the most critical piece of this, Lee Su is missing. I let out a chuckle. Tell the detectives to stop their work and go straight to the police. Report that Lee Su has been harmed by Song Ji, her body likely still in the villa. Let the authorities take it from here. Boss this. Just do it. I'll handle any fallout. Anyone else might still think Lee Su could be alive. But having relived this life, I know exactly how ruthless those two can be. For money or survival, they wouldn't hesitate to cook and eat me if it came to that. Lee Su being alive. Not a chance. In fact, a full corpse might be out of the question. Back in a certain urban village, a Maybach pulled back into the area. Sophie hadn't wanted to come back, but she relented when Su Dafu and the others begged and pleaded. Officially, they returned to grab belongings, but in truth, they came to show off a bit. As they walked, envious gazes from those around boosted Su Dafu and his group's confidence. Passing by a few people who had gossiped about them in the past, Su Dafu couldn't resist making snide remarks. And seeing Sophie's flashy outfit, those critics could only swallow their anger and remain silent. This only fueled the group's smugness. Soon, the group arrived at an old, dilapidated house. "Huh, to hell with you scumbags who bully the elderly," Su Dafu shouted at the construction crew building a nearby villa. "Just you wait. Old man here is moving out soon. Bang away all you want. It won't bother me anymore." Several burly men with tattooed arms and knives tucked in their belts jumped down from the wall. Su Dafu tensed up, but thinking about his daughter and son-in-law backing him, he mustered some courage. "What? You thugs think you can touch an old man in broad daylight? Go ahead, try it. My daughter and son-in-law aren't ones to mess with. Touch me, and you'll spend the rest of your days behind bars." The men glanced over at Song Ji and Sophie's attire and immediately hesitated. Truth be told, they were just hired hands on a construction crew, not the type to risk provoking the wealthy. Realizing that, they turned back to their work. "Uffed, bunch of broke punks trying to go up against me." Su Dafu spat in their direction, feeling victorious. Later, I found out exactly what happened that morning in the urban village. Sophie stood outside the rundown house, pinching her nose against the swirling dust and stench. While she tolerated it yesterday, today her patience ran dry. After all, she was a wealthy woman now. "Dad, hurry up." Su Dafu and the others scrambled to pack up their things. As they were about to leave, Sun Hongmei suddenly remembered something. "Hey Sophie, that villa under construction will host a raffle when it's finished tomorrow. I heard the prize goes up to 300,000 yuan. Let's come back and test our luck." Her eyes gleamed with eagerness. Sophie scoffed. 300,000? That's barely a few days' worth of my meal expenses. You expect me to come back to this filthy place for such peanuts? You're dreaming. "Oh, my mistake, dear. I'm sorry." Sun Hongmei apologized with a saccharine smile, showing no sign of being offended. Hearing just how much Sophie was worth, Su Dafu and Su Sheng's eyes couldn't help but light up. "Sophie," Su Dafu began with dramatic flair, "don't blame your mom. She's just been scared by years of poverty. Without your support, all of us would have starved to death by now." Su Dafu still had some savings, but he played the pitiful card to the hilt. Sure enough, Sophie softened. "Fine. I'll transfer you some money when we get back." Su Dafu nearly leapt with joy. Seizing the moment, Su Sheng chimed in eagerly. "Sis, my marriage needs a 500,000 dowry. Won't you chip in a bit? You're my only sister. If you don't help, I'll never be able to get married." 500,000. Sophie said dismissively. "I'll transfer 1 million. Use the leftover 500,000 to buy a car. Don't embarrass me when you go out." "Thank you, sis. You're amazing." The family rode back to the villa, brimming with hope for a brighter future. Except, as soon as they arrived at the villa, they froze. The entire perimeter was now cordoned off with yellow caution tape. At that moment, I was sitting inside a vehicle nearby, watching the expressions on their faces shift inch by inch. A few authorities approached, surrounding the group. Of officer were law-abiding citizens. "There must be some misunderstanding," Su Dafu stammered, trembling. Don't worry, sir. We're not here for you. The officer calmly reassured him, lightly pushing him aside. Two photos were presented and compared against Song Ji and Sophie. The officer's voice was cold. We received a report. Song Ji, Sophie, you are both suspects in a murder case. Please come with us. Song Ji and Sophie's legs gave out on the spot, nearly collapsing to the floor. Su Dafu panicked. If these two were arrested, the money would be gone. Officer, this must be a mistake. My daughter and son-in-law are good people. They could never commit murder. Bring it in. Several enforcement officers carried over a large freezer. Once the lid was opened, it revealed chunks of dismembered flesh. Upon DNA testing, this was identified as the remains of the villa's original owner, Li Su, an officer declared, his gaze sweeping across the three. The evidence is here. What else do you have to say? The Su family trio took one look at the gruesome contents and collectively began retching. Song Ji looked as if his soul had been taken. He collapsed to the ground. It was over. Completely over. At this moment, he still couldn't quite process how he had been caught. He thought every detail had been foolproof. Sophie, however, stayed somewhat composed, her eyes shifting, as if calculating her next move. I rolled down my car window and revealed my smiling face. I was the one who called the police. No need to thank me. Song Ji's face twisted in rage. Ding Hao, I always thought of you as my brother, and you went and betrayed me. I'd advise you to stop tossing the word brother around so casually, I said, shaking my head. It's revolting. You just wait. No, it's you who will be waiting. I mocked, a grin spreading across my face. With what you've done, life in prison is the minimum you're facing. Unless I decide to visit, you won't be seeing me again for the rest of your life. The blow struck deep. He opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't get a word out. Finally, Sophie couldn't hold back anymore. Ding Hao, we're already divorced. Why are you still targeting me? Why do you insist on ruining me? Targeting you? I laughed. You're overthinking things. I just can't stand watching someone squander blood money like it's nothing. Remember at the restaurant, how you pranced around in front of me, and I didn't even spare you a glance? It's because, in my eyes, you're nothing but a clown. Sophie's face turned pale with anger, but she couldn't come up with a comeback. Negative emotion points from Song Ji, plus 5,000. Negative emotion points from Sophie, plus 7,000. Negative emotion points from Su Dafu, plus 3,000. Negative emotion points from Sun Hongmei, plus 3,000. Negative emotion points from Su Sheng, plus 3,000. Negative emotion points from Song Bao, plus 4,000. The system's series of notifications echoed pleasantly in my ears. What surprised me, though, was the amount of negativity from Song Bao, just a child, and how it exceeded that of the Su trio. I turned toward him, meeting a pair of pitch-black eyes brimming with hatred. Little one, I'll make time to play with you later, I said with a faint smile. In this coming apocalypse, kids like him wouldn't last long under my watch. As for Sophie being taken away, I did feel a bit regretful. I wasn't done playing with her yet. Oh well, once the apocalypse arrives, I'll personally break into the prison and rescue her. For some warmth. A chill flickered briefly in my smile. At this moment, the enforcement officer approached my vehicle, expressing gratitude. Mr. Ding, it's thanks to your tip that we were able to catch the culprits before they got away with it. Don't mention it. Just doing the right thing. After a few polite exchanges, he handed me a small honorary banner as a token of thanks. As the car took a few turns, I casually tossed the banner out of the window, landing it perfectly into a roadside trash can. Being a do-gooder? No thanks. Host, Ding Hao. Gender, male. Training path, demonic cultivation. Current level, chi refining, level 6. Negative emotion points needed for next level, 22,000. Current negative emotion points accumulated, 67,500. I glanced at the system panel in the car, noting how the accumulated negativity had reached over 60,000 again. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before I broke through to Foundation Establishment. I had a faint premonition. Once I reached Foundation Establishment, the system might unlock new features. System, upgrade cultivation. 22,000 points needed for this upgrade. Confirm. Confirm. Minus 22,000 points spent. Cultivation advanced to Chi refining level 7. Minus 24,000 points spent. Cultivation advanced to Chi refining level 8. Current negative emotion points remaining, 21,500. A surge of power flooded my body, my spiritual energy skyrocketing. Normal weapons can't harm me now, right? I pulled my car over and delivered a heavy slap onto the steering wheel. Smash. The wheel and everything beneath it shattered into dust. I stepped out of the car and delivered a kick. The entire vehicle flipped over and slid several meters away. Not bad. With my physical strength alone, I could now rival some powerful mutated beasts. In an all-out attack, that car would have flown much farther. That said, with the apocalypse not yet here, I didn't want to draw attention. I opted to leave the wreck as is, summoning no vehicle from my space dimension. Instead, I flagged down a passing taxi and headed to a villa in the Shangbang Estates. This villa was a special one I had arranged to keep. The company had since been sold, and the secret smuggling operations through the warehouse were no longer viable. For storing things in my space, change the delivery method. I've already informed the Jinhao Hotel. From now on, all food will be sent here. When I reached the door, I dialed Qin Yun. She's been managing the villa these past few days, and she's the one with the key. I had already instructed her to wait for me here tonight. No one answered the first time, but on the second ring, her flustered voice came through. "B-boss, you're back so early? I just worked up a bit of a sweat and took a shower here at your place." "No problem." Soon enough, the door opened. Qin Yun stood there wearing a barely there black silk dress, droplets of water still sliding from her damp hair, her skin glowing like ripe peaches, exuding an irresistible allure. "Boss." Seeing me in a daze, she softly reminded me. It's nothing," I muttered as I walked inside. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. "Boss, the owner of that detective agency wants to invite you to dinner. They asked if you were free." "The detective agency owner?" "Yeah, she's a very sophisticated beauty. I think you'd like her," she said with a mischievous smile. "I'm available, but my schedule's flexible. Tell her that. The end of the world looms, and I still have too many important matters left unfinished. I don't have time to meet someone irrelevant." But I glanced at the radiant beauty standing just a step away, a playful glimmer in my eyes. "Qin Yun, do you know why I had you come here tonight?" She froze for a moment, seemingly caught off guard. She hadn't thought about that at all. When I called, she came. Simple as that. The next moment, her body suddenly felt weightless as her head fell onto a firm, warm chest. "B-boss, you. Don't say anything." Her soft lips were silenced by mine, her gaze quickly becoming hazy. Throughout it all, she didn't resist in the slightest. Soon, I swept her up into my arms. "Justice Bureau. The investigation is complete. The murder was committed by Song Ji. It has nothing to do with you. Sign here, and you're free to go," the officer coldly stated. Handcuffed to the chair, Sophie finally exhaled in relief. This matter really had nothing to do with her. She didn't incite it, lay a hand on anyone, or lie under oath. The only thing she was guilty of was withholding knowledge, which isn't a crime to begin with. What's more, she and Song Ji have a son named Song Bao. Knowing he was doomed, Song Ji took all the blame upon himself. He couldn't let their son grow up without both a father and a mother. Honestly, when she first discovered that Song Ji had murdered his wife and disposed of the body, she too had been terrified. "The joke's on you, Ding Hao. Bet you didn't expect me to get off scot-free," she thought, a smug smirk forming in her mind. After signing the papers, she was escorted outside. Her family, 3 members of the Su clan, had been waiting diligently at the front door. "Sophie, are you okay? We've been worried sick about you ever since you were taken in." They rushed toward her. "I'm fine. Song Ji committed the murder. I've been acquitted," Sophie said with a smile. Their concern left her with an unexpected sense of warmth. "Thank goodness you're okay," Su Dafeng sighed in relief, patting his chest. "We already sent Xiaobao home to rest. Now that you're free, let's head back. It's cold out. Don't catch a chill." Then Su Shang suddenly asked, "Sis, right after you were taken, I saw a bunch of officers raiding the villa and taking stuff out. It won't affect you, will it?" Sophie's heart sank instantly. She quickly pulled out her phone to transfer some funds. Her bank account had been frozen. All 3 family members turned to stare at her, eyes sharp and questioning. Feeling a pang of panic, she forced a smile. "What's the problem?" "Nothing's wrong. I'm perfectly fine, and I've got plenty of money." They visibly relaxed. All right then, sis. So, can you transfer that 1 million yuan to me now? My girlfriend's been calling nonstop about the marriage payment again. Su Sheng blurted out eagerly. What's the rush? Sophie scolded, her voice faltering. It's just 1 million. As if I can't handle that. I'm tired tonight. Let's deal with it tomorrow. She had nothing left but a luxury watch. Bluffing was the only way to keep herself from getting tossed out of her family again. The three exchanged glances, somewhat skeptical, but chose not to press further. Fine, we'll do as you say, Su Sheng agreed, nodding. The group flagged a cab and headed back to their cramped home in the urban slum. This time, Sophie had lost all her glory. The taxi fare was even paid by Su Dafeng. Ding Hao, you bastard. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen so low? She silently cursed me in her mind over and over again. Back at home, Su Dafeng showed her to the best room available. This is it. Sophie surveyed the room with a glaring look of disgust. The stench of mildew clung to the air, and the stacks of clutter made her wrinkle her nose. Compared to the villa she left the night before, this place wasn't even fit for livestock. Ahem. Sophie, this is the cleanest room we've got, Su Dafeng said sheepishly, rubbing his hands together. If it doesn't work for you, we can all go get a hotel room instead. Sun Hongmei and Su Sheng had followed them inside. Yes, sis. Su Sheng's eyes sparkled as he chimed in. Why not treat us to a stay? Let us enjoy some of your good fortune for a change. A hotel. Sophie's face immediately fell. She was now completely broke. What could she possibly use to pay for a hotel? If they went, her lies would be exposed immediately. Just recalling how callously she was thrown out the night before made a chill crawl up her spine. Thinking quickly, she put on a deliberately impatient look. Making me go out so late. Do you want me to drop from exhaustion? Let's manage tonight, and I'll figure something out tomorrow. Well, okay then. With that, the three grudgingly left the room. As the door clicked shut, Su Sheng lowered his voice, speaking to his parents. Dad, Mom, don't you think there's something off about sis? She doesn't carry herself like someone rich at all. Su Dafu didn't scold him, but actually nodded in agreement. I think so too. Sheng, in a few minutes, go tell your sister the house is so broke we don't even have money for groceries anymore. Ask her to transfer some cash. If she doesn't, well, she's definitely hiding something. Got it. Su Sheng agreed readily. Father and son shared a knowing look. Su Sheng was eyeing the bride price, while Su Dafu didn't want to support the freeloading daughter who suddenly turned up at their home. A few minutes later, Su Sheng pushed open the door to his sister's room. Su Fei was staring blankly at her wristwatch, her last valuable possession, mentally calculating how to sell it off for cash the next day. She was so lost in her thoughts that his sudden appearance startled her. Flustered, she frantically stuffed the watch into her sleeve. Su Sheng saw the whole thing clear as day. Definitely suspicious. Sis, sorry to bother you, but Dad and Mom said we're so broke we don't even have money for groceries tomorrow. Could you transfer some cash? If not, we're all eating dust. Transfer money at this hour? I'm exhausted. We'll talk tomorrow, Su Fei replied with her usual excuse. Sure, we'll talk tomorrow then. Su Sheng smirked, but didn't pester her further, walking out cheerfully. Outside, Su Sheng relayed everything to Su Dafu, leaving nothing out. I've got it, Su Dafu said, squinting his eyes. She's out of cash, but that watch of hers? That's got to be worth something. Sheng, if you want the bride money, it's all up to you now. He leaned in and whispered a few words into his son's ear. A crafty glint, unspoken but mutual, flashed in both of their eyes. Shangbang Garden Villa. A piercing scream jolted me awake. I opened my eyes to see Qin Yun sitting on the bed, dazed, with nothing but the air covering her. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks, and a tiny smear of crimson stained the pristine white sheets. It was a while before she snapped out of it, and in a soft, shaky voice, she murmured, Boss, I'm sorry, last night I couldn't control myself. I froze. You're not blaming me? After all, I was the one who couldn't keep my hands to myself last night. Why would I blame you? She shook her head, her face flushed with warmth. You're a man full of life and energy. Acting on impulse is only natural. But I didn't stop you, so I don't have the right to say anything. Her gaze dropped, lashes quivering. She couldn't bring herself to admit, last night, in that heat of the moment, she had willingly leaned into me and whispered a secret she'd buried for years. Confessions of her longtime crush on me. Honestly, it made sense. She had worked under me for several years now. Spending that much time together every day, even rocks would eventually soften. Let alone that I'm young, wealthy, reasonably attractive, and completely devoted. I'm no slouch. Still, I kept my expression neutral. Her cheeks turned crimson as she squirmed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Boss, don't worry. I won't cling to you. Let's pretend last night never happened. What do you mean by that? I frowned and stood, walking over to her. She froze like a deer in headlights, panic flickering in her wide eyes. For all her bravado, I saw right through her. Ding. Negative emotion value from Qin Yun plus 500. The system chimed in my head, breaking my poker face. I almost chuckled. Was I really that intimidating? Or had this girl's nerves grown thinner? Reaching out, I lifted her chin gently, locking her gaze with mine. Don't say that again, I said, firmly but gently. Why yes, boss, she stammered, nodding frantically like a chicken pecking at grains. Good. Get dressed. We're going car shopping later. Late morning, around 10 a.m., Qin Yun and I strolled out of the villa. She had changed into a crisp, clean uniform, retouched her makeup, and fixed her hair. To the casual observer, she looked no different from her usual self. But to me, there was a subtle new softness in the way she carried herself, a hint of lingering tenderness in her gaze. Boss, why don't you drive? She said, glancing at me with a mix of teasing and begrudging familiarity as she handed over the keys. Her car, a plain white Mazda costing barely over $10,000, didn't impress me at all. Honestly, it was my first time behind the wheel of such a modest ride. Hey, cut me some slack. I'm just a humble working-class gal, she muttered with mock grievance. It took me years of slogging away to afford this one. I didn't argue. Just as I was about to start the engine, my phone buzzed. Chinfangwa. Hello. On the other end, his voice sounded drained. Mr. Ding, does this Steel Fortress project really have to be rushed this much? The workers are running on fumes. Can't we get an extension of, say, one more month? My brow furrowed. No extensions. The project has to be completed as soon as possible. After all, the apocalypse was less than a month away. By then, who'd even be willing to build the fortress for me? The sooner it was finished, the sooner I could move on and prepare for what's to come. All right, Mr. Ding, speeding things up isn't impossible. But I've got to warn you, quality might slip if we push too hard. I can't guarantee perfection, he cautioned. A lapse in quality? Not an option. Keep the quality airtight. Every detail needs to be flawless. Not a single mistake could be allowed. Fine, I said, my tone firm and decisive. Here's what we're going to do. I'll transfer $30 million to you right now. Take $10 million, withdraw it in cash, and bring it to the construction site. Tell the workers, if they finish on time and meet the quality expectations, this cash will serve as their bonus. As for the remaining $20 million, 10 of that is for you, Mr. Chun. Consider it encouragement for you to go above and beyond. The last $10 million is also slated for bonuses. Every 5 days the project is completed early, the team gets an extra $10 million. If that's not enough, I'll add more. I shot a glance at Qin Yun, and she immediately understood, her fingers flying across her phone. Within less than a minute, $30 million had landed in Chunfangwa's account. Well, with such generosity from you, Mr. Ding, no one would dare disappoint you. His voice carried a slight tremor. And why wouldn't it? After all, the project funds were the company's. It meant he'd only get the usual commission. But this personal $10 million I just handed over? That was hard cash directly into his pocket. Given his position, this amount was probably what he'd need over a decade to save. With this sudden windfall, he now had all the motivation to get the entire project team running like they were on a triple espresso dose, delivering results over and above expectations. He quickly started updating me on the progress. Mr. Ding, we held a late-night meeting yesterday. Many of the materials were upgraded. We've also added features like smart temperature control and an internal oxygen cycling system. As long as supplies last, the fortress can operate completely sealed off from the outside world. The only external opening will be for waste disposal at scheduled times. To support your needs, we've also planned a large warehouse for storing supplies. We did the math. Fully stocked, the warehouse alone could sustain 100 people for 100 years, all without needing to step outside. Not bad. I nodded repeatedly. These professionals really know what they're doing, every detail accounted for. If it were left to me, just planning all this would have fried my brain, not to mention inevitable oversights. Get rid of the warehouse, I added after a pause. With my spatial abilities, I'd have no use for a standard warehouse. That area shouldn't go to waste. Understood, Mr. Ding. Though bewildered, he didn't question me. The backer's word is law. It's their money on the line, after all. Next, he briefed me on the fortress's overall structure. A top-tier design recently leaked from the military. Its framework utilized rare, specialized materials, engineered to be both shockproof and pressure-resistant. Fully completed, the structure could be dropped from over a kilometer in the air without those inside suffering so much as a scratch. Both the technology and materials came at astronomical costs. I waved my hand decisively and immediately allocated another 200 million. Finally, we moved on to security. There are hundreds of visible surveillance cameras and thousands of micro-hidden ones, all networked to an intelligent terminal. At any time, you'll be able to monitor any corner of the fortress. Not even a speck of dust will escape notice. We've also equipped it with 4 ultra-high-frequency infrared smart robots, patrolling 24/7. The moment anything suspicious arises, they can fire ultra-precise crossbow bolts to neutralize threats. He lowered his voice. Mr. Ding, I should mention, those bots are technically contraband. I took a risk adding them for you. If anything ever happens, just don't say they came from me. I caught on immediately. Oh, you mean the batch I bought overseas last month? Yeah, for won't be enough, add 4 more to cover the surrounding 100 meters. I'll transfer the funds as usual. Then best of luck with your international transactions, Mr. Ding. He quickly followed up, deftly detaching himself from any responsibility. After discussing a few more details, we ended the call. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. Xinfang plan far exceeded my initial expectations. Looks like I picked the right guy this time. I mentally calculated the days, 26 left until the apocalypse hits. 26 days, and so many things still needed preparation. Top priorities for now: water, gasoline, and diesel fuel. Water would be the trickiest issue. My city didn't have any nearby rivers or lakes. Sure, there were some in the wider area, but I simply couldn't afford the time. The closest reservoir was an option, but at my current collection speed, it'd take too long. It wasn't a luxury I could waste. Besides, outright draining a reservoir would be such a massive operation. It'd alert the entire city and draw unwanted attention. The first rule of survival: keep things low-key. Growing up, I'd been drilled into understanding that showing off either wealth or power only leads to trouble. So I found another approach. Order a large quantity of water tanks, fill them with tap water, and quietly transport them to the basement of the villa in Shangbang Garden. Nothing flashy, nothing suspicious. Water isn't exactly a high-ticket item, after all. Fuel, on the other hand, was giving me a headache. Gasoline and diesel are strategic resources. Bulk purchasing is heavily restricted, capped at 1,000 liters, and requires all sorts of permits and paperwork that's beyond tedious. After thinking it over, I reached only one conclusion: when the apocalypse hits, I'll take what I need. Boss. Qin Yun waved a hand in front of me, snapping me out of my thoughts. What is it? She hesitated briefly before speaking. Boss, the company is doing so well. Why are you selling it? And the rest of her words hung unsaid. She'd handled so much for me. The extravagant steel fortress costing over $1 billion to build, for starters. To her, it was incomprehensible. In an era of peace, something like that was nothing more than a pile of scrap metal, doomed to be a colossal financial loss. It wasn't criticism, but worry. I read her intentions immediately. Calmly, I reassured her. I have my reasons for all this. Don't overthink it. Just do as I say. Scrap metal, for now, yes. But when the apocalypse arrives, that scrap would be the city's greatest sanctuary for survival. By that time, forget about buying it. Even if someone came begging with billions to hide out for a night, I wouldn't nod in agreement. Understood, boss. That single response was like a shot of adrenaline for her. As long as I wasn't messing around, she knew better than anyone what I was capable of. Negative sentiment points from Heyong plus 2,000. The system notification echoed in my mind. It seemed that today, Heyong showed up at the company only to find out he had already been fired. his salary confiscated, the boss replaced by someone else. Outside a vast estate on the west side of the city hung a sign with 5 simple yet commanding words: Detective Agency. No official name, yet it commanded universal respect. It was this agency that Qin Yun sought out, known for its outrageously high efficiency. On the second-floor study, a woman dressed in black with her face veiled in opaque black gauze was leisurely flipping through the documents on the desk. All the clues pointed to one man, me Ding Hao. Miss, your invitation was declined. What's the reason? The woman lazily stretched, her sultry presence filling the air around her. His secretary said he is unavailable. The room fell silent for a moment. Then the corners of her lips slowly curved upward into a seductive smile. In that case, invite him again. Tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, Shuiyun Pavilion, Suite A1. Let Ding know. I wish to discuss the Iron Fortress. Understood. A maid appeared, strikingly beautiful, though her sharp gaze betrayed her dangerous edge. Bowing respectfully, she asked, Miss Jean, with your status, why bother with an ordinary man? Is it simply because his recent actions seem unusual? And isn't that enough? Far from it. The maid shook her head. Not to mention, Miss Mu is arriving in town soon. Why is she coming here? Miss Jean frowned. For a concert. Miss Jean, Miss Mu has earned the title of the most beautiful woman in Xia Nation. But if you were to reveal your true appearance, there's no doubt you'd rival her, if not surpass her. Huh? Miss Jean chuckled coldly. Do I care about competing with her? The maid's eyes carried a flicker of concern. Miss Jean, the gentleman from years back predicted it. You and Miss Mu would both serve the same husband at 27 and 26, respectively. That would be next month, as your birthday's near. Enough of this absurdity. Don't bring it up again. Understood. The maid lowered her head and retreated. Miss Jin's gaze flickered with pride. A man worthy of conquering her had yet to be born, let alone one who could also win over her even more prideful younger sister. In the car, Qin Yun handed me the second invitation. Boss, they clearly have ulterior motives. Honestly, I think we should just refuse, she said with visible concern. Even she could sense something wasn't right. It's fine. I wasn't planning to entertain them, but if they're so intent on barging in, then there's no need for me to hold back. The smirk on my face carried a trace of coldness. Threatening me with the Iron Fortress? That's already crossing my line. Besides, I suspected they might have figured something out, which made my decision clear. I had to go. Half an hour later, Qin Yun and I walked into a car dealership. Hello, what kind of car are you looking for? A curvaceous saleswoman with voluminous curls immediately approached us with enthusiasm. The moment she set her eyes on the $1 million suit I was wearing, she looked like she wished she could glue herself to my side. Though outwardly full, her touch had been firm, fake padding. Fetch your manager. You're not equipped to handle this. I pulled out a wet wipe and cleaned my hands. Of course. One moment, please. The thought of sealing a big deal instantly erased the trace of bitterness from her face. Standing nearby, Qin Yun shot her a side eye, her disdain barely concealed. Not even bigger than mine, yet trying to seduce my boss, she thought to herself with contempt. Then, catching herself in the thought, her face suddenly flushed. Moments later, the manager appeared. She was captivating in her own way. A tailored suit, sheer black stockings wrapping around an elegant pair of legs, all balanced on 10-centimeter heels. At over 5 feet 7 inches, her entire demeanor exuded professionalism and poise. Good day. My name is Sue, the store manager. How can I be of service? She offered a polite handshake and invited me to sit. My gaze briefly swept over her legs. After the past couple days of intense battles, I trained my eye for detail. This manager, she was married, likely. I sat down while Qin Yun respectfully stood by my side. Manager Sue, my name is Ding. I wish to custom order a few vehicles. The requirements may be a bit demanding. Can your dealership make it happen? Money isn't an issue. Name your price. If it's fair, I'll pay. Manager Sue's eyes widened slightly at the mention of custom requirements and big money. She discreetly reassessed me, her formerly aloof demeanor softening considerably. Taking a sip of tea, she replied with a smile. Mr. Ding, rest assured, no matter how challenging the request, we can handle it. Good. I outlined the design specifications plainly, Anti-quake and anti-corrosion features had to be maxed out. Stability was non-negotiable, and the vehicle should handle even the most complex terrains effortlessly. That last bit was important. When the apocalypse descended, with monsters roaming and highways ruined, regular vehicles would be next to useless. My criteria were stricter than those of any ordinary off-road vehicle. Manager Sue furrowed her brows momentarily. Is there a problem? I made to get up. No problem, she hurriedly interjected, stopping me in my tracks. It's just the first time I've heard such specific demands, so I had to think about it for a second. Sorry, Mr. Ding. I'll send this to headquarters right away, and we'll have the quote soon. All right. I turned to look at Qin Yun, who seemed to be standing with difficulty. Take a seat. It'll be a little while. Boss, I can. Her face showed surprise. In situations like this, it's common for the secretary to stand through the entire process. Why not? With me, there aren't so many rules. I pulled out a chair for her to sit. Manager Sue watched the scene unfold, a smile playing on her lips. She wasn't like someone inexperienced. She could tell at a glance that Qin Yun had just undergone intense activity not long ago. What she hadn't expected was how attentive I was towards a secretary. Young, wealthy, and polite. Most importantly, from the way Qin Yun was left in such a state, it was clear I was highly capable in a certain regard. Unconsciously, she licked her lips, her gaze lingering downward. Just then, my phone dinged. The quote from headquarters had come in. She forwarded it to me and said, Mr. Ding, here's the pricing. Depending on material and configuration, the total ranges from 4 million to 13 million. What do you think? The best materials and the highest configuration, I said without hesitation. Her smile widened, signing off on a 13 million RMB deal so casually. This led her to reevaluate my net worth. She poured me more tea, her gaze intense, the kind that suggested she'd be willing to lean in closer. Mr. Ding, if you're sure, how about we sign the contract now? For 13 million. Due to the customization, we require a 5 million deposit up front. Is that okay? I'm afraid that's not possible. You? Her voice faltered, thinking I might be backing out. I waved my hand and said, 1 isn't enough. I want to order 10. Manager Sue's eyes widened as though she hadn't heard me correctly. Mr. Ding, are you sure you want 10? Her voice trembled slightly. 10 vehicles, adding up to 130 million renminbi. Just the commission alone would amount to several million. You heard me right, 10. I continued, but I have one condition. I need them urgently. Deliver them to me within 20 days. Can you do that? Absolutely. No problem at all. She nodded repeatedly. 20 days would be more than enough time. Good. Let's sign. Manager Sue redrafted the contract. Once I confirmed everything was in order, I signed it and had Qin Yun transfer a 50 million RMB deposit to their designated account. When she looked at me again, her gaze was unreservedly heated. Mr. Ding, if you don't mind me asking, are you married? I was, but I'm divorced now. A subtle wave of relief crossed her face as she chuckled. You're quite humorous, Mr. Ding. I merely offered a faint smile. One thing I've long understood, when you're broke, everything you do feels like a mistake. Even breathing feels like a sin. But once you have money, even if you look like a pig, every move you make carries charm, and even your flaws suddenly become endearing. People are never admiring you. They're admiring the numbers behind your name. Even when you're just sitting quietly, you look so handsome, Manager Sue said, her gaze dreamy. Are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner. I glanced briefly at her black stockinged legs and cleared my throat. Not tonight. Maybe another time. Then I'll be waiting for your call. She eagerly handed me her business card. Once we were out of the dealership, Qin Yun sounded slightly jealous. Boss, that woman's eyes just now. She was practically devouring you. I tucked the card into my pocket nonchalantly. Ignore her. Start the navigation. We're heading to another dealership. But boss, didn't we just place the order for the cars? She looked confused. That old car of yours is too shabby. I'm not used to it. I was straightforward. You've worked so hard for me all these years. I'll gift you a new one. Qin Yun's eyes widened with disbelief, sparkling with emotion. Boss, you've never brought up gifting me a car before. What's the sudden occasion? She gripped the steering wheel, her tone full of confusion. I didn't look at her. Calmly, I tossed out 2 words, don't ask. She immediately went quiet. Deep down, I knew this wasn't something I could explain outright. I couldn't exactly tell her the gift was spurred by last night's friendly exchange, could I? But truth be told, Qin Yun had always been someone I valued. Even without last night's events, this gift was bound to happen sooner or later. About an hour later, a pearl-white BMW i8 rolled out of the dealership. Top configuration, over 2 million RMB. She was driving, and I sat in the passenger seat. As for her old Mazda, I left that by the side of the road, like discarding an old shirt. The entire ride, she kept sneaking glances at me, her cheeks flushed, her grip on the steering wheel tight. Her thoughts were clearly elsewhere, but I couldn't be bothered to comment. Boss, where to next? I checked the time. Head to the south part of the city. The address is in the GPS. She recalled the villa construction I had in progress over there. Calculating the timeline. Today must be the completion date. With the destination plugged in, the car turned toward the southern district. We arrived at the outskirts of the city. A freshly paved cement road, still slightly damp and gray-white, led us straight to the front of a newly built villa, right next to an old, rundown house belonging to Su Defufu. By the time we arrived, a crowd had already gathered outside the villa. The news about the lottery had spread far and wide. The grand prize? 30,000 RMB. Some people had even called off work just to try their luck at winning. I stayed in the car and didn't get out. Car. The BMW's glass is specially made. You can see everything clearly from the inside, but nothing gets through from the outside. Through the tinted window, I observed the scene unfold, taking in the details with sharp clarity. Among the crowd stood the Su family, their faces tightening in embarrassment, as if beggars had accidentally wandered into a luxurious banquet. Sun Hongmei's eyes turned green with greed as she stared at the stacks of cash at the villa's entrance. Su Fei wore an equally eager expression, as though touching a mere 50,000 yuan could turn her family's fortunes around. A loud voice pierced through the chatter. A middle-aged woman surnamed Sun had noticed them. She sneered, her voice rising for all to hear. Well, isn't that the Su family? Weren't they filthy rich? What are they doing fighting over our meager scraps? And to think they were driving luxury cars just yesterday. Shameless. I even overheard some folks saying 30 grand is pocket change to them. They sure love showing off. I rolled my window down a crack. The breeze carried an old man's voice, animated with mockery. Don't go praising them too soon. Karma's real. Just yesterday, someone in their family, yes, a murderer, got dragged off to the slammer. Laughter exploded all around. Serves them right. All that arrogance, and now they're finished. Look at them, all smug until yesterday. And now they're here, thick-skinned, trying their luck in a raffle just to put food on the table. The Su family's faces flushed with humiliation, looking like they wished the earth would swallow them whole. Watching from my seat, I couldn't hide a smirk. It was at this moment that a group of staff members, adorned with bright red sashes, came out carrying a raffle box onto the stage. The raffle's starting. The raffle is starting. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Quiet. The host took the mic and announced the rules loudly. There's one grand prize worth 300,000 yuan, 3 second prizes of 100,000 each, and 10 third prizes of 50,000 each. Every individual gets one entry, and participation is limited to village residents only. The final interpretation rights belong to the villa's owner. Let's begin. A straightforward young man stepped up to draw, scratching off his ticket. The words, third prize, gleamed clearly. The staff stuffed 50,000 yuan into his arms on the spot, and he nearly leapt into the air with joy. This only made the frenzy grow. People pushed and shoved to make their way to the stage. But ticket after ticket turned out empty. Not even the Su family, including Su Sheng, Su Dafu, or Sun Hongmei, got lucky. With each loss, their expressions grew darker. Let's just go home, Su Dafu muttered, like he'd resigned himself to fate. But Su Fei wasn't ready to give up. Wait here, she said. She registered her ID, plucked a ticket from the box, and scratched it off. Grand prize leapt off the card in bold letters. It's the grand prize. The grand prize, she shrieked, her eyes practically glowing. The entire crowd's attention swung straight towards her. The Su family, too, erupted with excitement, their humiliation immediately forgotten. Right as the staff moved to hand over the money, their hands paused midair. Instead, they clapped it down sharply, knocking Su Fei's outstretched hand away. Hold up, you're not taking this yet. I stayed snug in the car, watching the scene play out with utter amusement. What do you mean? I clearly won the grand prize. Why won't you give it to me? Su Fei's voice was bordering on hysteria. The staff calmly flipped through registration records, confirming coldly. Your name's Su Fei, correct? Of course. What? You think it's fake? She snapped, shoving her ID at them. After examining it, their expression turned even frostier. That's right. But there are certain people with the surname Su who are disqualified from participating. You're one of them. Your result, void. This is rigged. It's a scam. You just want to pocket the money yourselves. Su Fei screamed. She turned toward her family, pleading, It's 300,000. Say something, goddammit. Sun Hongmei plopped herself on the ground, wailing theatrically. If you don't give us the money, I'm not leaving. Let's see who's more stubborn. Su Dafu joined in. You guys are just jealous and greedy. If you won't pay up, we'll take this straight to your boss. Though they were few in numbers, the Su family made quite the racket. The staff remained unfazed. You could march up to the boss, but it won't change anything. They personally ordered that you're barred from winning. A stunned silence overtook the Su family. The owner's orders? Their minds scrambled for answers. How could someone they'd never met hold a grudge against them? Sun Hongmei doubled down, rolling under the raffle table, unwilling to budge. Even if your boss comes here today, they'll need to pay me. One staff member's face darkened. Trying to cause trouble? Before the words had even settled, 5 or 6 burly men with tattoos stormed forward wielding wooden sticks. The very same gang that had clashed with Su Dafu just the day before. The bald leader spat on the ground. All that talk about being rich, and turns out it was all a show. Listen up, old man. I'm counting to 3. If you and your pitiful crew don't scram, don't blame us for what happens next. 3. The metal rod gleamed ominously. Su Dafu visibly paled, his voice trembling as he whispered urgently. Fei, let's just leave. They're serious about this. I sat in the car, wholly entertained. When desperation sets in, whatever little facade of strength someone might have put up cracks in an instant. Su Fei, with not a penny on her, dropped her pretense of arrogance in no time. But Sun Hongmei, sprawled out on the ground, stuck to her guns, screaming, I'm not leaving, even if you kill me. The moment the stick was raised over her, one staff member stopped them. The villa's entrance wasn't the place for bloodshed, after all. If I got unhappy about the mess, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Of course, these people were on my payroll, paid well enough to manage every detail with diligence. In the midst of the standstill, I started the car engine. The BMW i8 glided smoothly along the cement road, drawing every eye as it rolled to the center of the scene. The staff seemed relieved. The boss is here. If you've got something to say, take it up with them. The Su family immediately perked up, their attention snapping toward the vehicle. Sun Hongmei got up from the ground, but not without shooting a glare at the staff member. People around stretched their necks, curious to find out who the mysterious owner of the villa was. The car came to a halt. With the tinted windows, no one outside could see inside. The Su family of 4 swarmed toward the car as if in unison. Wearing a fawning smile, Sun Hongmei blurted out, You must be the owner of this villa, right? My daughter won first prize, but had it revoked. Please, show us some mercy. Yes, we really need this money. If we've offended you somehow, we sincerely apologize. Su Dafu added, nudging Su Fei's arm. Su Fei felt reluctant, but Su Dafu whispered sternly, Don't want the 300,000 yuan anymore? Left with no choice, she stepped up to the car, her voice trembling. Sir, please give me the first prize. I'm begging you. That's exactly the moment I was waiting for. The sound of a click signaled the driver's door opening. But stepping out of the car first wasn't me. Qin Yin? What are you doing here? Su Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. The person stepping out was none other than Qin Yun, someone Su Fei used to outright ignore, a CFO who was always dismissed as unworthy of her attention. But now, dressed in a sharp gray uniform, sheer black stockings, and high heels, Qin Yun exuded competence and allure, immediately catching the eyes of the onlooking men. Without even sparing Su Fei a glance, Qin Yun walked straight to the passenger side, opened the door respectfully, and said, Boss, we're here. Only then did I step out of the car, deliberately taking my time. Su Fei's face instantly turned ashen. The Su family stood frozen, their prepared speeches completely forgotten. Around us, the crowd stared, with expressions ranging from shock to envy, jealousy to flattery, all directed at me. I strolled over to Su Fei, a smile tugging at my lips. That's right, the villa belongs to me. Su Fei, I rather enjoyed seeing you grovel a moment ago. Care to give me an encore? Her face flushed a deep shade of red. Ding Hao, you're taking things too far. Too far. I shrugged nonchalantly. Weren't you the one begging me just now? Su Dafu snapped back to his senses and hurried over. Ding Hao, since it's you, this should be simple. Please, just hand over the prize money. We had our differences as a couple. Sun Hongmei chimed in with her usual rhetoric. You're a man. Be magnanimous. Don't make things difficult for us. Then I guess I'll just be a petty man, I said calmly. This discussion is over. You won't get a single penny. Feelings, familial ties, saving face. Those concepts lost their worth to me long ago. How much they're worth depends purely on what leverage you hold. When you hit rock bottom, no one remembers who once was who's somebody. Su Dafu, now fuming, pointed a finger at me. My daughter stuck by you all those years, and not only do you refuse to help us, but you actively sabotage us. If word gets out, you still think you can hold your head high around here. Then I won't hold my head high, I replied with a cold smile. Doesn't bother me. At that moment, Aunt Sun stood up, yelling in my direction. Boss, people like these don't deserve your time. Forget about them. Exactly. I've seen shameless folks, but this is a whole new level. If it were me, I'd have driven them off ages ago. The crowd's chatter grew louder, leaving the Su family red-faced and defensive. Raising my hand, I silenced the commotion. Enough. The Su family of 4 is disqualified. And additionally, I scanned the room, raising my voice. Today, I'm in the mood for giving. For those who entered the draw, you get to draw again. For those who didn't, you now get to draw twice. First place prizes will increase to 3 winners, and all other prizes are tripled, multiple wins allowed. The crowd went silent before breaking into cheers. Our boss is amazing. Meanwhile, the Su family members seemed to turn greener with every passing moment. I won first and third place. Aunt Sun's ecstatic shout rose above the noise. It totaled 350,000 yuan. A staff member handed her the winnings on the spot. She clutched the cash and made a beeline for Su Dafu, waving it gleefully in his face. See this? I've got 350,000. What about you? Su Dafu's expression turned as dark as pig liver. Let's go home. Unable to stay a moment longer, the family slinked away in defeat. But the story wasn't over yet. Minutes later, the sound of firecrackers exploded at the villa entrance, shaking even the dilapidated little house next door. Aromas of a grand feast wafted through the air, carried by the breeze directly into the rumbling, empty stomachs of the Su family. Holding a glass of wine, I stood in my villa courtyard. Though separated by a wall, I could practically picture their expressions. Little did they know, the luxury watch Su Fei had hidden under her pillow as a last-ditch, ace up her sleeve, was long gone, nestled quietly in my pocket instead. The very same watch worn by Song Ji's wife, worth millions. Let her keep searching. Some people, when they fall, think they've kept one last card to secure their footing again. But I've already taken that card away. As Su Fei spiraled into despair, Su Dafu spoke. Fei, I'm not trying to kick you out, he began, his voice low. I'm just saying, if our family wants to turn things around, there's only one way left. Go beg Ding Hao to take you back. Greed flickered in his eyes. That guy has money, loads of it. As long as he agrees to reconcile, our family will never have to worry about money again. Sun Hongmei and Su Sheng chimed in. You wronged him, sure, Sun Hongmei whispered. But if you sincerely apologize, he might forgive you. Worst case, give up Xiaobao and have another child with him, his own flesh and blood. Go. Hurry, sis. Su Sheng was practically hopping with anxiety. If you don't act fast, some other woman might beat you to it. That Qin Yun who came with your husband today, she clearly has her eyes set on him. Her husband. Su Sheng switched to calling him that in record time. Su Fei's eyes lit up, but her guard was up as well. Right? She needed to move quickly, or else Ding Hao might really get pulled away by some other woman. I'm heading out now. Xiaobao, keep everything in order here. Go, go, go. Su Fei hurried out the door. Inside, The few remaining people had already started dreaming of the endless days of wealth to come. At 7 p.m., I drove alone to the construction site of Steel Fortress. I'd already left that so-called urban village mansion the moment I finished embarrassing Su Fei's family earlier. Not a second longer than necessary. Ding, you're here. I looked up to see a middle-aged man with a weary face walking toward me, Chen Fanghua. It had only been a few days since I'd last seen him, but it was like he'd aged years in the meantime. Looks like you've been working hard. Just the sight of him was evidence of how much effort he'd been putting in. It's nothing. With the amount of money Ding has invested, I wouldn't dare disappoint you. His eyes even carried a glimmer of excitement. And, well, no wonder. The amount of money I offered really was quite generous. Is Ding here to give further instructions? He started pulling out his phone, likely to call the tech team. I raised a hand to stop him. I'm just here to look around. No need to call anyone over. All right. I swept my gaze across the construction site. Floodlights illuminated the space. Workers and machinery were bustling about with purpose, and the old mansion was long gone. Efficient work. I'm heading out. Keep it up. Finally seeing it with my own eyes, I felt reassured. But just as I was by the main entrance, a dark figure suddenly lunged at me. Who's there? I narrowed my eyes and delivered a swift kick. Ow! The figure cried out as they were sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. And that was me holding back. Any harder, and they'd probably be dead. It's me, Ding Hao. The figure groaned, clutching their stomach. It was a voice I recognized instantly. Su Fei, what do you want? I sneered. Upset. So you're here to kill me? She stumbled closer, still clutching her stomach, but instead of anger in her face, there was a forced smile. Don't get the wrong idea. I came to find you because I know I was wrong. I'm here to apologize. She barely finished her sentence before tears started rolling down her cheeks. Then, her sobbing came, louder and louder. Ding Hao, I'm sorry. I let my emotions get the better of me before. I did things that hurt you. And afterward, I was so arrogant. I didn't even take you seriously at all. I've been thinking a lot these past few days. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just needed to get this off my chest so that I can stop feeling so awful. With that, she dropped to her knees and knocked her head on the ground 3 times. A full show of sincerity. Even passers-by were starting to weigh in, persuading me to just let it go. After all, they said, in a marriage, there's no problem that can't be worked out. But my face remained cold and expressionless. All done. When she had cried herself hoarse, past the point of squeezing out even a single tear, I finally spoke curtly. Su Fei's heart sank. She couldn't understand it. She believed her act was flawless. Why wasn't it moving me? What she didn't know was that I had lived through the darkest days at the end of my last life. After all that, I would never again trust a single tear from her. I'm truly, genuinely remorseful. This isn't an act. If you don't believe me, I'll leave right now. She threw out her trump card, pretending to turn away. A classic retreat to advance move. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Nothing but silence from behind her. She panicked inside. What was going on? Wait. After a few more steps, just when she thought all was lost, I spoke. If I'm not mistaken, you came here to try and get back together with me. She hurriedly denied it. I made a mistake. How could I dare ask for reconciliation? I'd be content if you'd just forgive me. Good with words. Any ordinary man would have been swayed by now. Too bad for her, I saw right through it. But I wasn't in a hurry to expose her. I planned to play along. Don't rush to deny it. I know exactly what you're thinking. My tone softened. Actually, I've been reflecting these past 2 days too. Maybe I was too impulsive that day. Reconciling, it's not entirely out of the question. But there are 3 conditions. Whatever you say, name them. She didn't even hesitate to blurt it out. Then, realizing she might seem too eager, quickly added, Ding Hao, don't get the wrong idea. I'm suggesting this for your sake. I know Xiao Bao isn't really your child. It must tear you up inside. If we reconcile, I promise I'll give you a child of your own. She knew all too well the best way to tie a man down was to promise him children. I allowed a faint look of consideration to cross my face at just the right moment, and the corners of her mouth subtly curled upward. Gotcha. First, listen to my 3 conditions, I said, my tone growing gentler after her mention of having a child. If you can fulfill them, then the child situation won't be a problem. No problem. Tell me your conditions. She was brimming with confidence, not remotely considering the possibility of failing. First, I cleared my throat. I've had my eye on a watch recently. It's not too expensive, 30 grand. I want you to buy it and give it to me as a gift. You're not rich. I'm not short on money. But if this watch is from you, it would mean something different. Perfect opportunity to see if you're truly sincere. She gritted her teeth. Fine, no problem. Agreeing first, she'd figure out the money later. I gave her a once-over and shook my head dismissively. Your waist is too wide, legs too thick, not enough curve in the back, and your face is average at best. Definitely not my type. Second condition, figure out a way to make yourself better looking. Her smile froze in place. How was she supposed to do that? She never thought, in just a few days, my standards would get so picky. Fine, endure it. Worst comes to worst, she'd get some cosmetic surgery. All right, I agree, she said through gritted teeth. What's the third condition? The third one. That illegitimate child's face flashed in my mind. My expression turned cold. Handle the first two first and come see me. The third condition, we'll discuss it then. Okay. I'll take care of it. Just wait for my good news. She left, giddy with excitement. Watching her figure disappear, the corner of my mouth lifted ever so slightly. Sophie, the reckoning for what happened in the last life is only just beginning. I dialed the water purification plant. Hi. I'd like to place a daily order for 100,000 barrels of purified water to be delivered to Unit 2, Building 3, Uptown Gardens, underground storage. After some thought, buying water directly was the easiest, most efficient solution. And it wasn't exactly expensive. Manufacturer prices were only $3 a barrel. 100,000 barrels would be about 300 grand. I just needed to pick it up every day. That underground storage was a big warehouse I had just temporarily leased from property management, specifically for water stockpiling. I'd quietly stash it away in my infinite space, without anyone knowing. The supplier was thrilled to hear such a large order and immediately assured me they'd deliver it by tomorrow morning. Water issue? Resolved. Hanging up the phone, I felt great. I hopped in my car and headed straight to the Golden Lux International Hotel. It had been a day since I had seen those twins, and oddly, I found myself missing them. In the dilapidated Sioux house, the family was sitting around anxiously waiting. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Little Bao whined loudly. They had already gone through this once, but with everything happening right now, who could even think about eating? Su Dafu's temper flared, and he slapped Little Bao across the face. "Hungry? Well, suck it up. Cry again, and I'll give you another slap." A flicker of resentment flashed through Little Bao's eyes as he lowered his head. He didn't dare hate the Sioux family members. Instead, he bottled all that hatred up and aimed it right at me. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Sophie's voice came from outside the door, and the family sprang to their feet. "Sophie, how did it go? Did he agree to reconcile?" Su Dafu asked urgently. Sophie just smiled, not saying a word. "There's hope. Big sis, don't keep us in suspense." Su Sheng begged impatiently, practically stomping his feet. "If you don't tell us, we're going to lose it." Finally, Sophie nodded. He agreed to the reconciliation. "Yes." Su Sheng jumped for joy. Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei couldn't hide the glee on their faces even if they tried. Good. As long as you reconcile, this family's money problems are over." Sophie threw Su Sheng a look. Immediately catching on, Su Sheng pulled out a box of candy. "Little Bao, us adults need to talk. Go to the other room and have a snack." The child's eyes lit up at the sight of candy, and he eagerly scurried off. Su Sheng locked the door behind him before returning to the main room. "Quietly," Sophie said. He agreed, but there are 3 conditions. She mentioned the first 2, then added, "Stop hiding the money at home. Take it out to buy the watch and to get me those surgeries. Once I'm with him, all this will be pocket change." Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei exchanged a nervous glance before gritting their teeth. "There's still a little left, but if we buy the watch, there won't be much left for surgery expenses. We'll have to come up with something. How about we all do some odd jobs for a while? Work enough, and we should be able to scrape together the rest," Su Dafu suggested for the first time. That 30 grand for the watch. It was money Su Sheng had secretly raised by selling off Sophie's watch today for 20 grand, plus some savings. Su Dafu didn't divulge the details. Sophie had an inkling but didn't confront them about it. "I'm on board," Su Sheng declared, thumping his chest. "I'll work the day at an electronics factory and deliver food at night. I've got $1,000 left too. I'll chip in for Sis surgery." After discussing for a few more minutes, they estimated they could gather everything in roughly 20 days. Imagining the riches they'd soon possess, each family member was buzzing with excitement. Sophie, about the third condition? Sudafu suddenly asked. Sophie clamped her lips shut before leaning in to whisper. He didn't say it explicitly, but I think it might be about. Her gaze flitted towards the room where little Bao was. Sudafu froze, then followed her gaze, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. When the time comes, leave it to me, he said with a grim determination. I'll make sure it's handled without a trace. Master, you're finally here. Little Snow has missed you so much. Little Sunny missed you too. We even got you a little gift. The moment I walked into the hotel, I was instantly met with the twins' disappointed and longing stares, the kind of look girls might give a man who had broken too many promises. Strangely, I felt no guilt whatsoever. If anything, I was intrigued. Oh, what kind of gift? Let me see, I said, a half-smile playing on my lips. Closing the door behind me, I smiled and spoke up. The rain had started at around 10 in the morning. Standing by the window, my fingertips hadn't yet touched the glass before my eyes squinted. Something wasn't right. Amidst the pitter-patter of the rain, there was a faint tint of gray, a single drop of ink dispersing in clear water. The street below looked the same as ever. People with umbrellas, some rushing along, others holding newspapers over their heads to shield from the rain, moving to and fro. And then, a piercing scream shattered the air. A young woman abruptly flung off her soaked jacket, and her forearm skin began to redden and blister at a visible speed. Then came the second scream, followed by the third. In fewer than 3 minutes, the once bustling street emptied out entirely. The rain kept falling. A quiet, eerie gray mist hung over everything. I stared at that patch of gray rain, my heartbeat steady and slow. It had arrived. This was exactly how it happened in my previous life. 24 days before the apocalypse began, an acid rain fell without warning across the southern regions of summer country. It wasn't particularly acidic, nor did it last long, and people soon forgot about it. Experts labeled it industrial pollution, and it didn't even trend on social media. No one knew that this was the first crack, a sign of the sky starting to fall. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through online forums. As I expected, only a handful of posts lightly discussing the phenomenon surfaced, alongside official responses like exercise caution and a normal occurrence. The topic was sinking fast. In this entire city, only I know what this signifies. But I couldn't say anything. If I spoke up, the best-case scenario would be people dismissing me as crazy. Worst case, they'd want to study me to find out why I knew what I did. Getting dissected over a second chance at life? No thanks. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and took a deep breath. Panicking wouldn't help. I only had 24 days left to prepare. The underground storage in the Shangbang Garden complex was still half empty. The water delivery guy had just dropped off my bulk order yesterday, and it took me 3 hours to neatly stack everything. Looking at the sheer quantity of supplies was daunting, but when the day came, it would be barely enough to make a difference. I dialed the manager of the Golden Palace Hotel. From now on, send all the ready-to-eat dishes directly to the Shangbang Garden basement. Yes, double the order sizes. After hanging up, I cast another glance out the window. The rain had let up a bit, and the gray tint was fading. People cautiously began stepping back onto the street, gesturing and talking. It didn't take long for life to return to normal. Memory is the shortest-lived thing in this world. An hour after disaster passes, people will casually laugh and say, "Oh, it was just a scare." But me? I have to remember for everyone. Yunshui Pavilion stood in the city center, its classical design so quiet you could hear your own footsteps echo. Only the wealthy and powerful got in here. As a local new rich type, I qualified, but I'd never bothered. The owner of the place had invited me multiple times, but I always declined. Today was different. 3 days ago, a note arrived. If you don't meet, your secret won't stay hidden. Threatening me? I was curious to see who dared. A waitress led me to room A1, then discreetly withdrew. I didn't even bother knocking, just pushed the door open. Bang! No sooner had I stepped inside than 2 shadows rushed at me. 2 burly men, striking fast and hard. I was at the 8th level of chi refining. If I really wanted to, I could crush them both with one slap. But that would draw too much attention. Instead, I simply shifted back half a step. Their fists swung through empty air, and with their balance thrown off, they both went tumbling to the ground with two solid thuds. Enough. Stop embarrassing yourselves and get out. A cold, commanding voice rang out, making both men tremble and retreat hastily. It was then that I took in the scene inside. A woman sat there, dressed in black, her face veiled, exuding a profound and inscrutable aura. Beside her stood another, a young woman in her early 20s, clad in fitted black attire. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's. She was the one who had spoken. The eagle-eyed girl stared me down. "So you're Ding Hao? Not bad, you've got some skill. This here is Miss Jean. Pay your respects." Her tone was haughty, as if I wasn't even worth a glance. I almost laughed out loud. Pay respects? To her? For what? This self-assured setup of hers. You. The girl's face darkened as she prepared to strike again. Lunger, no need to be rude. The seated woman spoke at last, her voice gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze. Mr. Ding, Lunger doesn't know the rules. I apologize on her behalf. I invited you here in good faith. Good faith? I sneered, walking to the seat across from her and pouring myself a cup of tea. A threatening note, then a sneak attack. Is that what you call good faith? Miss Jean didn't show any irritation. Instead, she personally refilled my tea. Those two were merely a test. If you were truly outmatched, they would have stopped immediately without harming you. What do you want? I wasn't in the mood for games. She looked directly at me, every word deliberate. I want to know why you suddenly sold off your company, liquidated most of your fixed assets, and used it all to build an extravagant iron fortress on the outskirts of the city. The hand holding my teacup paused ever so slightly. So it had come to this. As expected, unusual behavior attracts attention, and someone was bound to connect the dots. Good thing. I'd already prepared an explanation. That hunk of iron is my pride and joy, I said with a small smile. I've been obsessed with safe houses like this since I was a kid. There's a sense of security living in one. Oh, she smirked slightly, her crimson lips curling. Then why rush to pour money into expediting the construction? If you really like something, shouldn't you take your time to enjoy it? This woman, she knows everything. A string inside me tightened a little. But outwardly, my face remained calm. Am I not allowed to be eager to move in? Of course, she said softly. It's just that the more I observe, the more it feels like you're hiding a big secret, Mr. Ding. I set down my teacup and stood up. If you invited me here just to say these vague, meaningless things, then I'm afraid I'll have to excuse myself. At the door, I paused and glanced back at her. Behind the veil, those eyes of hers were eerily still, still like a deep pond, concealing whatever lay beneath its surface. This woman was no simple character. I opened the door and walked out. Behind me, her assistant's voice trailed after. Miss, if he just walks off like this, are we? Follow him. Miss Jin's voice was almost a whisper. But don't let him notice. I need to know what he's so afraid of. The moment I got in the car, I noticed the tail, a black sedan, keeping a steady distance of 3 or 4 cars away. The driver had decent skills. It was undoubtedly that assistant. A shadow this close would be hard for an ordinary person to shake. Unfortunately, she wasn't following an ordinary person. I started making abrupt lane changes and leading them toward the outskirts of town. In the rearview mirror, the black car followed me patiently, maintaining just enough distance. I could almost see a trace of smugness on the driver's face. All right, let's see how long you can keep up. I pulled into a dead end, turned off the engine, and sat quietly in the car. 10 minutes later, my car door was yanked open forcefully. Well, you're pretty. Lunger's words got stuck in her throat. The seat was empty. In the split second I caught the shocked widening of her pupils. I had already moved around to her side. A clean, sharp knife hand strike to her neck dropped her unconscious. I caught her before she hit the ground. No need for unnecessary harm. I didn't need to humiliate her. I just needed her to understand one simple truth. In the face of absolute skill, arrogance is nothing but a joke. She came to in the passenger seat of her own car. I hadn't tied her up, and the knife she had hidden in her boot was now laying on the dashboard, hilt facing her. Feel free to take a swing, I said casually. But let's be clear, you won't win. You didn't even realize how I circled behind you earlier. Lunger glared at the knife, then at me, her chest rising and falling rapidly with anger. She snatched up the knife, jumped out of the car, and assumed a fighting stance. A fair fight, face to face, she demanded. I stepped out and stood still across from her. All right. She attacked. Fast, vicious, precise. Her strikes carried the ferocity of someone trained from childhood in the harshest conditions. Well above average, but not good enough. I sidestepped, letting her punch slide past my ear, the force brushing by me as though in slow motion. Her second strike came. I casually lifted a finger to block. Her entire momentum faltered. Not a lot, just a fraction, but enough to show her the gap between her world and mine. How is this even possible? She stammered. I grabbed her wrist with precision, twisted minimally, and redirected her momentum without causing harm. She found herself immobilized, standing defenseless with me at her back. You've lost, I said simply. Lungyer froze, her face flushing a deep red, not from humiliation, but from raw, unadulterated shock. I released her and stepped back. Want to try again? She panted heavily. In her eyes, the spark of pride shattered, only to reform, slowly, into something else. Something primal and undeniable, the stubborn determination of a fighter facing a summit they couldn't yet imagine scaling. I've never seen fighting like yours. Her voice cracked, hoarse. How can anyone in this world move that fast? This world is far larger than you think, I told her. You think you've reached the peak, but you're not even through the door. She was silent for a long while. The knife fell from her hand, clattering onto the pavement. What do you want? She finally asked. Help me with one small thing, I said. It's simple. Meet me once every 3 days. That's all. Consider it a chance to learn what you've never known. Her eyes sharpened with suspicion. Learn your skills? There's no such thing as a free lunch. What's the price? Clever. I want an informed ally, I said plainly. Your Miss Jean has me in her sights. I don't want to be her enemy, but I won't let her make me a pawn, either. You don't need to betray her. Just give me a heads up if she's planning something against me. Not a chance, she cut in sharply. I owe my life to Miss Jean. I'd never betray her. As expected, that wasn't my main focus anyway. Very well, I offered, stepping back. A compromise. Tell me nothing. Just meet me every 3 days and spar. She blinked, stunned. That's it. That's it. Because in 24 days, the world will collapse. When that happens, the difference between survival and destruction will depend on how many warriors can rise above the chaos to fight their way out. She didn't know that yet, but I did. Lungyer stared at me for a long time, as if trying to decipher some hidden agenda in my expression. Finally, she picked up her knife, tucked it safely away, and gave a reluctant nod. 3 days. The usual spot. Deal. She turned to leave, but paused. Aren't you afraid I'll go back and tell Miss everything about your whereabouts? I smiled. Go ahead and tell her. I pulled the car door open. She already knows I'm working on the so-called metal junk. Even if you say more, she won't figure out why. Because the answer is hidden in the catastrophe that's 24 days away. And in this entire world, I'm the only person who's read the book that hasn't yet been written. Lenter's taillights disappeared into the night. I got back into my car, hands on the steering wheel, but didn't start it immediately. Rain began to fall again. I looked up, gazing at the streaks of rain through the windshield. Clean, transparent. But I knew it wouldn't be long before what fell from the sky wouldn't be water anymore. Countdown, 23 days. Lenter, what happened? Inside the Yinshui pavilion, Miss Jean looked at Lenter, who had just returned, sensing something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Lena lowered her gaze. Miss, I lost him. I couldn't keep up. A mixture of truth and lies. She truly couldn't tell the whole story. That man, Ding Hao, had disarmed her with just one finger. Admitting that would only make Miss Jean more wary and herself more humiliated. That man isn't ordinary. Miss Jean sighed lightly, seemingly reassured, chalking Lenter's reaction up to her usual competitiveness. It's normal to slip up occasionally. Go rest, you've had a long day. Yes. Lenter practically fled the scene. She feared if she stayed a moment longer, Miss Jin's probing eyes would uncover the truth. Back in her room, she stared at her phone, dazed. Before leaving, Ding Hao had insisted on adding her contact information. Now, her phone screen lit up with a message, a location and 2 words, 3 days. The message's intent was crystal clear. Be at this place in 3 days. What does this man want? She bit her lip. Her mind raced. unable to understand how she'd lost that night. Ding Hao was like some kind of sorcerer. Before she could even react, she was already on the ground. Ever since her childhood training in the camps, learning combat techniques, firearm skills, and defeating countless opponents, she'd risen to the top, becoming a combat legend in the eyes of many within the circle. Yet that legend had been effortlessly shattered by one man and a single finger. It stung. More than anger, it was that dissatisfaction gnawing away at her. She had to figure it out. What kind of power was he wielding? Her eyes lingered on the location message for a long time, unable to bring herself to delete it. On the other side of town, I returned to my villa in Shangbang Garden and suddenly realized I had nothing to do. Everything that needed preparing was already set. For once, I found myself with an unusual sense of free time. Over the next few days, aside from the regular arrival of water and pre-prepped food deliveries, I busied myself with figuring out how to burn through my remaining fortune as fast as possible. Money, in the apocalypse, would be worth less than a piece of scrap paper. I ordered 1,000 generators in one go, break one, toss one, enough to last a lifetime. Diesel, food, medicine, seeds, tools, anything I could think of, I purchased in bulk. Even with $1 billion left in my account, the rapid spending felt endless. Yet as I watched the account balance shrink by the second, I felt more and more at ease. I only had 5 days left. 20 days into the countdown, my assistant, Qin Yun, came to me with the books in hand, her face clouded with worry. "Boss, you've only got 100,000 left." She couldn't wrap her head around how, in less than a month, all the money from selling the company could vanish into thin air. At this rate, she thought, I'd soon be out on the street. But hearing this, I didn't panic. Instead, I heaved a sigh of relief, as if shedding a heavy burden. Finally, almost all gone. I handed her a card. "Qin Yun, I can't afford to keep you anymore. This last 100,000 is your final paycheck. Take it and go. With your skills, finding a better boss will be easy." "Boss, why are you driving me away?" Panic set in. "I'm broke." "What? You want to stick around and starve with me?" She didn't take the card. Instead, she pulled another card out of her bag and shoved it into my hand. "There's 1.4 million in here, much of it from the bonuses you've given me. If you need money, take this. And that car you gave me, I'll sell it if I have to. Whatever happens, don't even think about driving me away." I stared at that card for a moment, stunned. In this world, many are eager to share in your success, but few step up in your darkest hour. Yet here was someone, entirely ordinary, offering everything she had when I seemed to be at rock bottom. I pushed the card back, smiling. "I don't need your money. If you're staying, I've got one last task for you." Her face lit up. "Name it." "I still own 3 properties. Exclude the under construction one. Sell the other 2, the villa and the old place downtown. You have 1 day." She paused, clearly puzzled, but didn't press further. "Understood. I'll take care of it. Tomorrow, the one under construction will be ready. Choose a room on the 2nd floor as your bedroom." "Got it, boss." "Go, go, go." She hurried off, clutching her files tightly. What she didn't realize was that, moments ago, she had just made the wisest decision of her entire life. That decision alone spared her from a fate that should have been tragic. Meanwhile, I, on that very evening, headed to a martial arts dojo. I rented the whole place out, leaving it completely empty, just the silence of the space and me. Then, I sent Lunger the location. By 7 p.m., she walked in, slightly out of breath. Miss Jean was delayed, so I stayed with her a bit longer. "Sorry for the wait," she said. Gone was the arrogance she'd shown when we'd first met. Her demeanor had changed entirely. "You're here. That's all that matters," I nodded. "Let's begin." Lunger froze momentarily as her eyes swept over the empty dojo. Her steps hesitated, and inexplicably, a tinge of color rose to her cheeks. I raised a brow. "What are you waiting for?" "Oh." She shook herself out of it. For days, she'd been agonizing over her loss the other night. Time after time, she had stood victorious on arenas like this, defeating opponent after opponent. Yet now, she couldn't even tell how she had been bested. For someone as prideful as her, the inability to understand how she lost was more tormenting than the defeat itself. "Can we, maybe, pick a different setting?" she asked softly. "Nope." I stretched, settling into a ready stance. "This time, let's make it a bet." Her gaze lifted. In this match, if you can touch me, anywhere, even once, I lose. The whole car chase incident? I'll forget about it entirely and won't use it to keep you in line anymore. Her eyes lit up. But if you can't, I smiled faintly. Every time you lose, you have to sit through one of my lectures. Whether you choose to learn or not, that's up to you. I never intended to humiliate her. What I needed wasn't just a subdued opponent. What I needed, 24 days from now, was someone capable of surviving hell and walking out alive. Deal. She hardly hesitated. With a goal as simple as touching me, her confidence didn't waver in the slightest. Let's start then. Before the words fully left my mouth, she was already charging at me. Fast, fierce, precise. She feinted high to distract me, but with a sudden drop of her center of gravity, she lunged for my lower half. A move that wasn't flashy but would guarantee victory with just the lightest touch. Her fingertips were a mere hair's width from grazing my pant leg when I shifted slightly, sidestepping, catching her wrist, redirecting her. She found herself disarmed. Her momentum dissipated in a heartbeat, crashing onto the mat with a loud thud. Again, she demanded, immediately springing up, her fiery determination even brighter. Round 2. She switched strategies, adopting a series of rapid, unrelenting strikes. Combo after combo left no openings, each motion flowing seamlessly into the next. And all I needed was a single touch, a light press of a finger on her wrist, and her momentum crumbled once more. She was sent sprawling again. This is impossible, she muttered, trembling as she stared at her hand. Her voice wavered. What the hell is it you're doing? After losing 7 rounds in a row, she finally collapsed onto the mat, her chest heaving furiously, confusion and frustration written all over her face. This skill of yours, she croaked, her throat hoarse. I've never seen anything like it. How is it even possible for someone to move so fast? I crouched in front of her. Because you train in techniques. I, on the other hand, study the Tao. You've pushed your body to its absolute limits, but there's an entire sky beyond those limits. You haven't even begun to approach it. Her gaze locked onto mine, stunned and uncomprehending. Give me your hand, I instructed. Though puzzled, she extended it toward me regardless. Unexpectedly, her hand was beautiful. Smooth skin, unmarred by calluses. I frowned. You've been training in martial arts and handling firearms since you were a kid. How do your hands have no calluses? I don't know, she mumbled softly. They've always been like this. No matter how much I get hurt or how many calluses I form, they always disappear after a while. Something stirred faintly in the pit of my chest, but I said nothing. I channeled a small trace of spiritual energy through her wrist, letting it gently flow into her body. The energy coursed through her limbs and meridians, instantly suffusing her with warmth. A body that had been bruised, battered, and aching just moments ago regained vitality at a remarkable speed. You're a practitioner of ancient martial arts? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. I frowned. What do you mean by ancient martial arts? You don't know? She asked urgently, rushing to explain. It's what people call those who claim to cultivate inner energy. There are all kinds of wild stories, like achieving immunity to bullets or being able to hurt others without even touching them. The energy you sent into me just now, it's got to be inner energy, right? She laughed bitterly. I always thought those stories were fake. I've challenged over 20 so-called masters of ancient martial arts, and not a single one could stand against me for even a single round. But you're the real deal. I stayed silent for a while. So, this era lumps everyone who trains their inner energy together as ancient martial artists. And those 20 masters she's talking about? Just a bunch of frauds and charlatans. But me? I'm no ancient martial artist. I cultivate something far beyond that. Being mistaken for one of those scammers was both amusing and mildly exasperating. Still, her unusually unique hands intrigued me. Wounds that healed on their own. Calluses that vanished entirely? This wasn't a trait someone normal should possess. In the fragments of my memories from my previous life, when the apocalypse finally dawned, it was people like her, those with anomalous abilities, that she was the first to awaken her powers. And yet, she still had no idea. I withdrew the spiritual energy and stood up. That's it for today, I said, looking at her. Remember this. You think you're standing at the peak, but you haven't even reached the base of the mountain. Come back here in 3 days. Lunger stared at her hands, now restored to perfect condition, silent for a long time. The frustration that had plagued her for so long transformed into something entirely different. Desire. 3 days from now, she said, nodding firmly. I'll definitely come back. When she left, her steps were much lighter than when she'd arrived, her back straight, as if she were a newly unsheathed blade. I watched her retreating figure, calculating silently. 5 days. The sky is about to fall, and in the little time I have left, I need to plant as many seeds as I can, ones that can survive the chaos to come. The residual spiritual energy quickly dissipated, and Lunger's body returned to peak condition. You've got a good foundation, but it's riddled with impurities, I remarked. Next, I'll cleanse your meridians. Close your eyes and don't move. Obediently, Lunger shut her eyes. After what had just happened, she'd completely placed her trust in me. I nodded and infused a much stronger wave of spiritual energy into her. This time, it wouldn't be gentle. Her face tensed instantly. I knew the feeling was like having thousands of ants gnawing at her bones. But she gritted her teeth and held still. Half an hour later, her body felt unbelievably light. It's done, I said. Lunger opened her eyes and looked down. To her shock, a layer of black, foul-smelling grime coated her skin. Most women would have fainted from the stench. She just wrinkled her nose. Go take a shower, I said. When she wasn't paying attention, I pulled a pink dress out of my spatial storage and tossed it beside her. There was a shower in the training hall. She was back shortly, freshly washed. She wore the pink dress, her long hair flowing freely over her shoulders. For the first time, she looked like a woman. But she was clearly uncomfortable. This was her first time ever wearing a dress, and it was pink, no less. She turned to look at the full-length mirror and froze in place. The woman in the mirror had snow-white skin and striking beauty. The pink dress complemented her, adding an almost playful charm to her expression. Was that really her? A hand gently landed on her head, ruffling her hair. A strange and unfamiliar warmth rose in her heart. TSK, such a beautiful girl. Why not wear dresses? All you think about is fighting and killing, I teased. She stammered, completely at a loss for words. But inside, her emotions churned wildly. A girlish part of her she'd suppressed for 20 years was awakening. Her eyes darted to the old, dull black training uniform on the floor, her favorite outfit. Now for the first time, she found it unappealing. Still, she gritted her teeth and declared, Miss has shown me great kindness. I swear to protect her my entire life. That doesn't conflict with anything, I replied. Wearing different clothes doesn't make you any less capable of protecting her. She had no comeback to that. I've cleansed your meridians. Your strength and speed have greatly increased. Try it out, I suggested, changing the topic. All right, she nodded eagerly and was about to test her strength, only to realize the dress restricted her movements. She looked at me helplessly. I shrugged. No other clothes. Left with no choice, she kept the dress on for a quick test and froze solid. Her strength had more than doubled. Her speed had increased by nearly 1.5 times. This meant she could now easily defeat 5 of her former selves at once. Finally, she understood why her defeat against me had been so crushing. It wasn't just a loss, it was overwhelming suppression. If just a single strand of my inner energy could strengthen her this much, how powerful was I in full? In that moment, she looked at me differently. Beyond all the complex emotions, there was now a hint of admiration. A true powerhouse. Miss hadn't misjudged me. She had been the frog at the bottom of the well. Who would have thought ancient martial artists could be this incredible? She murmured. I'm not an ancient martial artist. I corrected her once again. Oh, she nodded, not arguing further, but clearly believing otherwise. If you're not one, then what are you? Since you don't want to admit it, fine. Oh no. She glanced at the time, and her face changed instantly. She'd been gone for over 3 hours, and she'd only told Miss she'd be away for 2. I should go. She bid me farewell, her tone much softer than before. I nodded. With no other clothes to change into, she was forced to wear the pink dress to meet Miss Jean. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, a smirk tugged at the corners of my lips. Cleansing her meridians wasn't just out of boredom. I had my reasons. Just as I was about to leave, my phone rang. Baby, had dinner yet? Miss me. Sophie's syrupy sweet voice slithered through the receiver as I picked up. Ever since I'd agreed to get back together, she'd been more enthusiastic by the day. Now she wouldn't stop calling me baby. Suppressing the urge to gag, I feigned concern. Aren't you supposed to be at work? How do you have time to call? Got off early, she said with a pout. Why? You don't sound very happy. Don't tell me you don't love me. After a few sentences of subtle manipulation, I decided to get straight to the point. Ding Hao, I've completed the 3 conditions you asked of me. By tomorrow night, everything will be taken care of. Can we come see you then? Of course. I feigned surprise. Fei Fei, I can't believe you actually did it. It seems like you truly have genuine feelings for me. In that case, come over to my place tomorrow night. I sent her an address. On the other end, Su Fei was overjoyed but tried to suppress her excitement. I'll be there on time. Just wait for me. As long as you don't betray me this time, I'll stay with you forever. I promised. Deal, she answered firmly. Right after hanging up, Su Fei eagerly shared the call details with Su Dafu and the rest of the family. The room exploded with thunderous applause and cheers. By the way, Fei Fei, I heard someone was house hunting for the villa next door. Did you ask Ding Hao about that? Since the villa would also be theirs after the remarriage, it made sense for them to be concerned. Su Fei paused for a moment, then confidently replied, Why would I need to ask? This rundown urban village isn't suited for someone like Ding Hao. He's probably selling it. Exactly. With all the luxury homes he owns, there's no way he'd stay here in this remote neighborhood. Su Dafu chimed in. The whole family laughed heartily, visibly unable to contain their joy. Outside the Yunshui pavilion, a girl in a soft pink floral dress hesitated, reluctant to step in. She felt nervous. She worried about her lady's reaction, afraid of a scolding, concerned that she'd be forbidden from wearing such outfits ever again. Noticing the wandering gazes of passers-by, she clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and finally walked in. Come in. Inside room number 1 of Pavilion A, Lady Jean was quietly reading. She didn't need to look up upon hearing the knock. She already knew it was Lunger returning. Recently, Lunger's behavior had been a little odd, frequently asking for leave every 3 days or so. However, Lady Jean trusted her loyalty implicitly. Since she wouldn't explain herself, Lady Jean chose not to pry. With thoughts swirling, Lady Jean glanced upward. Her eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Lunger, is that you? Her clear, expressive eyes were full of surprise. The girl who always followed her, usually cold and emotionless, perpetually dressed in black, now stood before her in a delicate pink dress. And it suited her perfectly. She seemed like an entirely different person. Miss, my other clothes got dirty, and I didn't have anything else to wear, so I borrowed this for now. If you're not fond of it, I'll change back immediately. Feeling the lady's gaze lingering upon her, Lunger assumed she was upset and hastily tried to explain. Hold on. Just as Lunger turned to leave, Lady Jean suddenly smiled brightly. Lunger, not only do I not dislike it, but you've completely amazed me. You've been by my side for over 10 years, and I never realized you were this beautiful. That's my fault. Really, I almost let you waste away your youth. Lunger's heart softened at the unexpected words. Not only was Lady Jean not angry, but she had even apologized. Miss, Lunger mumbled, moved. Lady Jean stepped forward and held her hand. Say no more. This dress looks wonderful on you. If you like it, wear it as often as you want. Though just one won't suffice, she continued. Out of nowhere, she pulled out a measuring tape and began taking Lunger's measurements. Then she made a call. I'll send you the dimensions. I need 3 sets of each style, as soon as possible, by tomorrow. Now sit here. She led Lunger to a vanity table and casually applied minimal makeup. As Lunger blinked at her reflection, even she was momentarily taken aback. Stunning. She looked stunning. At that moment, she almost didn't recognize herself. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Such a beautiful girl, who would eventually be lucky enough to marry her. Lost in thought, memories of herself groveling on the floor before that despicable man abruptly surfaced. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That shameless jerk. Ugh. Lunger, I'm getting rid of your old clothes. You're not allowed to wear them anymore, Lady Jean declared with a note of finality as she studied Lunger's reflection. Miss, wearing dresses like this makes it inconvenient for me to protect you. Enough. Lady Jean interrupted with a smile. I have more than just you as my guard. With your skills, even if something impedes you, you'll still protect me effortlessly. If a situation arises that even you can't resolve, changing your outfit won't make a difference. Lunger faltered, clearly wavering. Sensing this, Lady Jean seized the moment. Besides, don't forget, you aren't just a guard, you're also a woman. These next few years are your prime. If you don't embrace them and find someone who truly loves you, what will you do? Wait until you're past your prime and all alone. This time, Lunger didn't refute her, instead falling into prolonged silence. Find someone who truly loves me. Could I really have that too? Ding, the project's complete. Care to come take a look? The next morning, I was abruptly woken up by a phone call from Chinfanghua. Any drowsiness vanished on the spot. I bolted upright and hurriedly headed out. Impressive, I commented, my eyes scanning the scene in front of me. The entire project looked entirely refreshed and clean, as if brand new. Chinfanghua had already arranged for a thorough cleaning crew to tidy up the place. As soon as he saw me, he eagerly greeted me with an enthusiasm surpassing that of any of my previous employees. Not surprising, though, he'd made over $1 million from working with me in just the past 20 days. If he didn't, adapted from the original. It's like he's afraid I couldn't adjust, bending over backward to treat me like I'm his own father. Show me around. Of course, I've already set everything up for you. With the password, you can activate everything in the fortress. Once you update the password, you will have full control over the entire steel fortress and the option to grant specific permissions to others. Inside, the fortress was nearly entirely automated, equipped with voice, facial, and fingerprint recognition for operation. Convenient, yes, but not the most secure. If I were ever taken hostage, the entire fortress would fall into someone else's hands. That's why the ultimate level of control was protected solely by a password stored only in my mind. Without my approval, no one else could gain access. Chinfanghua quickly handed over the current password. I went through a thorough check. No backdoors were found. Not that it would matter if there were. Afterward, we headed straight to the 3rd floor. This level housed 10 rooms, each exceptionally spacious, comparable to the royal suites of 5-star hotels. My own room was in the center, flanked by the others, and was the largest of the bunch. In addition to the living quarters, this floor featured a swimming pool, a mini court, a gym, and various entertainment facilities. Every detail had been meticulously attended to. Looks like even if the apocalypse strikes, boredom won't be much of an issue. This room, I paused in front of one of the rooms. It stood out with a distinct pink door. Mr. Ding, this is, a themed suite, Chinfanghua said, throwing me a knowing look that all men would understand. I'm not that kind of person, I said righteously, though my hand accidentally turned the doorknob. Well, looks like the door opened on its own. Since we're here, might as well take a peek. I stepped into the room and turned on the lights. A soft pink glow filled the air, and an unusual atmosphere seemed to linger in the room. I stepped out and shut the door quickly. Only this one room. Chinfanghua shook his head. There are 10 of them on the 1st floor, 5 on the 2nd. Each one's different. Can't have things getting too monotonous. He added, we hired top-tier interior designers from around the globe. Each suite carries a unique theme. You'll just have to try them out yourself someday, Mr. Ding. Not bad. I nodded in approval. Impressive. We then toured the other 2 floors. The 1st floor boasted 72 rooms, and the 2nd floor offered 36, all more than adequate for hosting a significant number of people. But I wasn't planning on letting too many people move in. Every single resident would need to be handpicked by me. This fortress wasn't some public shelter. It was a high-end safe house I had built at great expense. I'm no savior, and it's not my job to save humanity. Once the tour was complete, I was pleased overall. I turned to Chinfanghua. What about the infrared sensor robots you mentioned earlier? I didn't see them. I wanted to test their agility and the power of their crossbows. They're too dangerous. I didn't dare activate them in your absence, Chinfanghua explained. Now that the control is in your hands, you can activate them. He showed me how to operate the system. It wasn't long before I got the hang of it. Activating system, detected 2 targets, scanned and deemed safe, came a set of mechanical voices. 4 robots slid out from hidden panels, their eyes glowing green. Their bases housed crossbow launchers capable of holding 16 bolts each, adding up to 64 bolts altogether, more than enough to turn any intruder into a porcupine. Stand aside for now, I instructed Qinfenghua. He looked puzzled but complied. Then, I issued a command to the robots. The green in their eyes suddenly turned an ominous red. Alert! Alert! Target identified. Commence elimination. All 4 robots swiveled toward me, their weaponized bases aimed squarely at my chest. This isn't good, Mr. Ding. Change the command, quick. Qinfenghua's face turned pale with panic, aware that he'd be held responsible if anything happened to me. It's fine. I just want to test their strength, I said calmly. This is crazy. The crossbows are insanely powerful. They'll go straight through you. Stop them right now. Before he could finish his plea, 4 bolts shot out with a deafening whistle, hurtling toward me with terrifying speed. It was over. Qinfenghua shut his eyes in despair, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene that was surely about to unfold. But 5 seconds passed. No sounds of arrows piercing flesh. He mustered the courage to peek and beheld a sight that would be etched into his memory forever. The 4 bolts, capable of tearing through steel, were grasped in my hand like mere toys. With a faint crack, I gently squeezed. The bolts snapped in half, clean as a twig breaking underfoot. Qinfenghua's pupils shrank in shock. These projectiles were made from specially reinforced materials, yet now lay broken in my palm. Swish, swish, swish. The robots continued firing. The outcome was unchanged. Every single bolt was intercepted and crushed in my hand. 10 minutes later, the robots had completely expended their arsenal of bolts. Qinfenghua wiped the sweat from his brow and marveled. I never imagined Mr. Ding was such a master. Where did you train in martial arts, may I ask? Nothing like that. I shook my head. I just spend a lot of time at the gym. Qinfenghua was momentarily speechless. Gym? What kind of gym produces results like this? Sign me up. Realizing I wasn't keen on elaborating, he didn't press further. Surveying the floor strewn with broken bolts, he let out a wry smile. Looks like these crossbows really aren't much for Mr. Ding. 的颜值直接刷新了我对基因的认知。暮雪继续说道：“姐姐喜欢低调，很少在公众面前露面，大家不知道也正常。”这些话虽轻描淡写，但言语间透露出一种温润的包容。我扫了眼面前这3位绝色美女，忍不住感叹：果然是上帝关了一扇门，却给你砸了好几个窗的典型例子。暮雪这家族基因实在太逆天。暮雪姐姐看了我一眼，红唇轻启，把话题重新拉回正轨。这栋房子，你既然建成了，那就不用管别人议论什么。末世来临后，人自保已是难事，每个人都有权利为自己考虑。姐姐，你也听说了末世的事情吗？暮雪略带诧异地问。暮雪姐姐笑笑，没直接回答，只是淡定地说道：“知道一点。”她显然话里有话，但此刻我没心情接着刨根问底。这时，冷儿嘴角微翘，有些挑衅地看着我。哟，这位先生的钢铁堡垒是专为末世准备的吧？这么大的手笔也真是少见啊。不过，你能不能保证这地方真能保护得了你呢？我懒得和他争辩，随口应付道：“能不能保护得了我？该操心的应该是我，不是你。”冷儿被我不咸不淡的回应噎住，脸上多了几分不快，但下一刻就掩饰过去，站在旁边不吭声了。先生的房子确实是很特别，也别介意我们刚才的不速之客，改天有机会再交流吧。暮雪笑着弯了弯眼眸，不紧不慢地转身，看样子准备离开。我站在原地，看着几位美女渐行渐远的背影，内心一阵翻腾。短时间内居然撞上这么多熟人，看来末世还有4天，风吹草动已经开始。4天后，这个漂亮的鸟巢能否真正成为我的避难所？没人能保证，但我只能尽全力准备。暮雪和她的姐姐背后的故事恐怕远比我知道的复杂。这个世界表面风平浪静，但暗地里波涛已经敲起。结束了这不期而遇的交谈， 我重新回头，踏上了要解决的另一件大事的路上。苏菲，我来了，这份大惊喜，你可一定要承受得住啊。The atmosphere was a little tense. Mushua looked at Miss Jean and said, Sister Jean, you're too fixated. Why must there be a winner or loser between us? The world is vast. There's enough room for both of us. She then added with a smile, By the way, Lunger looks stunning today, completely different from usual. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left, her entourage quickly following behind. What a disgustingly fake person. Miss Jean frowned, only speaking after Mushua had walked away. She then turned to me. Congratulations, Mr. Ding. Your steel fortress is finally complete. I gave a faint shake of my head. Miss Jean, such congratulations from you might be too much for me to bear. For all I know, you'll turn around and use it to threaten me next. My eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering beneath the surface. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to Miss Jean this way? Lunger snapped, her face cold as steel. Internally, however, she seemed resigned. This was just how things always went. If she didn't stand up now, it would only make Miss Jean suspicious of her. Oh, so what? Just because her chest is bigger, I'm suddenly unqualified to speak to her. I retorted unapologetically, a hint of mischief in my eyes. Lunger's little schemes were painfully obvious to me. I actually enjoyed playing along with her in this little theater. Lunger, enough. Don't be rude, Miss Jean interjected. And surprisingly, being called out for her bust size didn't seem to faze Miss Jean. Instead, she apologized sincerely. Mr. Ding, I was indeed in the wrong that night. I deeply apologize and promise it won't happen again. I shrugged. Who knows? Lunger flared up again. Miss Jean humbled herself to apologize. It's one thing if you won't accept it, but to be so sarcastic. I chuckled. Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. What are you going to do about it? Fight me? There's a martial arts studio nearby. I'll rent it out for tomorrow night. If you've got the guts, show up. Fine. You think I'm scared? Lunger shot back, her face flushed. If you hadn't run so fast that night, I would have taught you a lesson already. When martial arts studio was mentioned, her face turned as red as an apple. But she couldn't back down in front of Miss Jean. As Lunger and I exchanged sharp words, Miss Jean simply sighed, realizing she'd be unable to stop us. She softly advised Lunger, if Mr. Ding loses, go easy on him. Don't hurt him. I understood what she meant. Lunger's skills were unparalleled. Miss Jean knew this better than anyone. There was once a famed regional boxing champion who challenged Lunger. Everyone was certain the champion would win. Yet within 3 moves, the so-called champion was flat on the ground. In her eyes, I wasn't a match for Lunger at all. That won't be necessary, I replied coolly. In fact, I should be the one telling you this. I'm worried I won't hold back enough and make her beg for mercy. I deliberately avoided using the word fight and instead said, make her. And I said it right in front of Miss Jean. Lunger's face turned bright red, a flicker of complex emotions rushing through her eyes, somewhere between frustration and something else. Since Mr. Ding is so confident, Miss Jean said, seemingly unaware of the underlying implication in my words, then I sincerely ask you, if you win, don't be too harsh on La. Of course, I said with a small shrug. Things may not have been great between us before, but since you've asked so nicely, I'll agree. Thank you, Mr. Ding. Lunger, let's go. The 2 women turned and walked away. Just as they were about to disappear around the corner, Lunger turned back and glared at me fiercely. The glare was crystal clear. Don't ever bring such things up in front of Miss Jean again. I smiled and held up 2 fingers, mimicking a pinching motion. The meaning was obvious. If you dare to glare at me, not only will I ignore you, but tomorrow night, you can bet I'll be doing just that. Lunger's cheeks puffed out like an angry hamster as she seethed. But when Miss Jean called out to her, she quickly turned her head forward, her expression neutral once again. As their car disappeared into the distance, I immediately pulled out my phone and called Qin Yun. How's the move going? 2 of my villas had already been sold, bringing in a total of 20 million. It was a steep discount for this area, but honestly, I didn't care. In just a few days, the apocalypse would be here. By then, an unfortified house would be nothing more than a pile of architectural debris. Boss, the moving company hasn't finished yet. Let them take their time. For now, You come over to the Steel Fortress. In less than a few minutes, a sleek BMW i8 pulled up smoothly outside the fortress. Pick a room on the second floor, I told her. Qingyun seemed like she had something on her mind, but the moment I gave her permission to pick a room, her eyes lit up. Boss, isn't there a third floor too? Can I pick one up there instead? She asked cautiously. I flicked her forehead lightly. Don't get ahead of yourself. There's a room for you on the third floor, but not right now. Oh, she pouted in disappointment. Still, after a few loyal years of service, I couldn't help but feel a little soft toward her. I added, the third floor is for something else. No one's allowed to stay there except me, but go ahead and stay on the second floor for now. She started to perk up, but then hesitated again, her face falling. After deliberating for a while, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Boss, I have something going on. I'd like to take some time off. What is it? If you can't explain it clearly, I won't approve it. And if it's not important, I definitely won't approve it. I've always been a bit domineering, but it's always for her own good. The end of the world is nearing, so what's the point of running around? Isn't it better to stay by my side? It's really important, boss. Her voice quivered. Yesterday, my parents told me. I'm not their biological child. My birth parents tracked me down, gave them 5 million, and they've cut ties with me. I'm leaving tonight. I'm taking a bus to Flower City to meet my biological parents. It might be a while before I return. As she spoke, tears slid from the corners of her eyes, and gentle sobs escaped her lips. Finally, I understood why she'd been so absent-minded recently. To be abandoned by the parents who raised you for over 20 years, anyone would be devastated. Do you have to go? Qingyun thought I was upset. She hastily explained. My birth parents have been searching for me for over 20 years. I can't not see them. But don't worry, boss, I'll come back soon. I won't ever leave you. I sighed. Sometimes, trying to stop something that can't be stopped is futile. I'm not blaming you. If you need to leave, I just have 5 things I need you to do for me before you go. Just tell me. That old apartment complex nearby, rent me a unit there. The more rundown, the better. I need it immediately. That's number 1. Number 2, transfer this steel fortress over to your name. She nodded. That's easy. I'll get it done right away. What about the other 3? Well, I've still got a bit over 20 million left, right? Leave me 2,000 and transfer the rest to your account. I smiled. You're meeting your biological parents for the first time. As my employee, you can't show up looking impoverished. Consider it your bonus for all these years you've worked for me. Boss, I can't accept that. She couldn't have imagined that I'd hand over everything I had left after selling my villa. Tears flowed down her face like a torrential stream. It's just 20 million. Take it, it's yours. Why are you crying? Your makeup's all ruined. I scolded her with a stern face. That only made her cry harder. Seeing my firm stance, she eventually wiped her tears and said, All right, I'll hold on to it for you for now. I shook my head. No need. 4th thing, recently, I felt like something's off. If you can't make it back here for a while, convert all the money into supplies. I couldn't say too much about this, only hope she would figure it out on her own. Got it, boss. What's the 5th thing? She pulled out a small mirror, fixing her makeup as she asked. Well, the 5th thing. An hour later, Qingyun leaned heavily against the wall, shuffling out of the fortress step by step. Boss, I still need to drive, you know. Her gaze was filled with a pitiful accusation. Forget driving. It looked like walking was a feat for her right now. I spread my hands out. Hey, it's not like I planned this. Someone here didn't seem to agree. Who could that person be? She blushed furiously. Seeing passers-by nearby, she desperately wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. She'd never been this wild before. The thought of our temporary separation had made her especially clingy. At that moment, a faint warmth spread from her palm into her body. Her tense muscles relaxed instantly. She looked up, noticing my hand gently resting on hers. She didn't understand what had just happened, but her heart softened. Thank you, boss. I'll come back to you soon. Go on now. As I watched her vanishing figure, an inexplicable feeling welled up in my heart. This parting, it might just end up being forever. Some people leave and come back. Others take one step away and become nothing more than a memory. I turned around and closed the door to the fortress. Half an hour later, Qingyun sent over information on the rental and property transfer. Fast and efficient. Tonight, It was time to give Sophie a little surprise. Not even 8 o'clock and Sophie was already calling me. Baby, I missed you so much. Where are you? I'll come over right now. Excitement oozed through her voice. She probably thought her days of living a lavish life were about to make a grand comeback. I'm at home. Did you take care of those 2 requests I made? My voice had a hint of excitement, but the corner of my lips lifted while my eyes remained ice cold. I did. I've got the watch you love and me. Hard to explain over the phone, but I promise it's just how you like it. Tonight we'll have such a great time together. Perfect. Tonight, I'll make sure to show you just how much I love you. Come to the complex. I'm heading to the gate to meet you. Half an hour later, I stood waiting at the neighborhood entrance, and soon enough, Sophie arrived with her family. They had taken a taxi. They must have been truly desperate to actually spend that kind of money. Baby, I missed you so much. From far away, a bizarre-looking figure lunged toward me. My instincts wanted to kick it aside, but as I took a closer look, it was Sophie. Her chest looked like she was carrying 2 watermelons, her waist and legs like twigs, and even her behind had been unnaturally augmented. So swollen, it was outright grotesque. Sexy? Not in the slightest. She looked like she'd been attacked by something vicious. The worst part was her face. Sophie was never stunning to begin with, but she was pleasant enough to look at. Now, the fixes had completely disfigured her. Sophie, is that you? How did you suddenly get so gorgeous? I love it, I said, forcing a smile while swallowing the revulsion in my throat. Sophie's face lit up with delight. Color me surprised. I knew I guessed right about what was on her mind. Sweetheart, as long as you're happy, tonight you can feast your eyes to your heart's content. I suppressed my disgust and changed the subject. Why are you the only one here? Where are father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Xiaosheng? Hearing my shift in tone, she was visibly pleased. They're just behind me, about to arrive any moment. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Dafu and the others walked up. When they saw me, their eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. My dear son-in-law, I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you so much. Brother-in-law, you should get back with my sister. Once you 2 reconcile, our family will be whole again. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xiaosheng, I've missed you all too. I wore a smile on my face, but inside, my heart felt colder than ice. This Su family, they don't miss me. They miss my money. Though inwardly I scoffed, my expression betrayed nothing. I glanced at them, pretending to be puzzled. Didn't you say you'd met both conditions I asked for? Why do I only see one? Where's the other? The watch. I was talking about that watch. Don't worry, sweetheart. My father has it. He'll bring it out in a moment. Su Fei hastened to reassure me while urging her dad. Dad, hurry up and bring the gift over. Oh, right. Right away. Su Dafu snapped out of his reverie and fished out a beautifully wrapped gift box from his bag, handling it as though parting with a piece of his soul. My good son-in-law, we heard this watch was your favorite. Fei Fei went out of her way to get it for you because she truly loves you. Once you 2 are remarried, treat her well, all right? I took the gift box and tore it open in one swift motion. Inside was the luxury watch, the exact watch I wanted. The genuine article, not a cheap knockoff. Clearly, the Su family really went all in to win me over. Internally, I chuckled derisively. Outwardly, I let a wide smile stretch across my face. This is it. I've been eyeing this for so long, just waiting for someone who truly loves me to give it to me. And finally, that day has come. I paused, dangling the bait. Fei Fei, let's go apply for our marriage certificate tomorrow. From then on, what's mine is yours. And no need for a prenup. Absolutely. No problem. Su Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. I could almost read her mind. After tonight, she'd claw her way back to being a society lady. No prenup means once we're married, she'll be free to do whatever she pleases, and worst case, she could divorce me and walk away with half of everything, still living the high life. The rest of the Su family wasn't slow on the uptake, either. Fearing I might change my mind, they piled on the flattery. Son-in-law, Fei Fei has always loved you. The past was just a misunderstanding. Exactly. Moving forward, she'll give you a son, and your family will live happily ever after. Brother-in-law, you and my sister are a match made in heaven. No one could ever come between you 2. Little Su Sheng was laying it on thicker than honey. Holding back my revulsion, I beamed at them. You're absolutely right. Without weathering storms, How could one see a rainbow? Going forward, I'll love Fei Fei even more, and nothing will come between us. Then, I deliberately shifted the subject. It's getting late and a bit far to go back. Why don't you guys stay at my place tonight? Their eyes lit up at my suggestion. They must have had enough of the grimy conditions of the urban villages they've been stuck in. Now, with tough times behind them, they probably imagined settling into a spacious luxury home. All right, we'll take you up on that offer, son-in-law. Brother-in-law, let me carry the bags so you can lead us to the house. Su Sheng was quick, grabbing the fruit they'd brought and putting on his best imitation of a loyal little servant. I chuckled softly. Thanks for the help. It's my pleasure. Just as I was about to head in one direction, I suddenly changed course and started walking toward the exit of the neighborhood. They froze, uncertain. I laughed and explained. Oh, I forgot to mention, I moved. I live in the neighboring community now. Relieved, they loosened up. They probably thought for a second that I'd changed my mind again. Following my lead, we walked toward an older, rundown neighborhood nearby. Their expressions started to shift subtly with each step, but no one dared say a word. Eventually, I brought them into an old, shabby-looking building. Finally, Su Fei couldn't hold back anymore. Under the silent urging of the others' eye nudges, she spoke up. Sweetheart, are we lost or something? This doesn't seem like any place we'd own a property in. Really? I turned back with feigned indifference. Oh, I moved here just a few days ago, so of course you wouldn't know. Come on, follow me. With that, I resumed climbing the staircase. Their dissatisfaction was clear, but fearing to upset me, they could only grimace through their frustration and keep following along. 8 flights later, I turned to the group of panting individuals and smiled. Here we are. This is my new home. You can stay here for the night. Fishing out the keys, I unlocked the door and flipped on the lights. The moment the lights came on, their faces froze in shock. What they saw was the polar opposite of the luxury suite they had envisioned. I walked in to pour myself a glass of water. Meanwhile, Su Dafu quickly leaned in to whisper to Su Fei, keeping his voice low. Fei Fei, what's the deal here? How could Ding Hao live in a place like this? I have no idea, Su Fei muttered in confusion. After a moment's thought, she managed to piece things together, offering a convincing narrative. Dad, Mom, I get it now. He's definitely just testing us. Whatever he says next, just agree to it. Got it, got it. The three of them collectively had a eureka moment. So that's what this is about. Su Sheng puffed his chest out confidently. Don't worry, sis. Whatever brother-in-law asks me to do, I'll do it without complaint. No way am I upsetting him. Good. Finally satisfied, Su Fei nodded. What they didn't know, of course, was that every whispered word had already reached my ears. Heh, testing me, huh? I poured myself a glass of water and sprawled across the couch lazily. Totally drained today. Haven't eaten all night. Fei Fei, go make me something to eat. I ordered bluntly, not holding back at all. The Su family initially looked like they wanted to refuse. After all, they were here to enjoy their lives, not to be treated as servants. But at the mention of the word test, Su Dafu quickly nodded. After all, pleasing me for one night could secure a lifetime of luxury. This small effort was a worthwhile trade-off. All right, my dear son-in-law is hungry, so let's cook some noodles, Su Dafu instructed, dividing tasks. Su Sheng, go out and buy some. Hongmei will cook the noodles. Ding Hao is tired, and Fei Fei, you'll feed him. I don't want noodles, I said, crossing my legs leisurely. I want rice, with 4 dishes and a soup. Is that too much to ask? It was already late, and preparing a full-course meal with 4 dishes and a soup sounded like an absolute joke. Su Dafu's face flushed with anger, and for a second, he looked like he was about to burst into a full-blown rant. But for the sake of money, he swallowed his indignation. Su Sheng, you heard him, right? Your brother-in-law doesn't want noodles. Go buy some good ingredients. He pulled out 5 crumpled banknotes, pressing them into Su Sheng's hand. That was their family's last 500 yuan. If they couldn't secure the reunion, their entire household would be left in despair by morning. But sometimes, you have to risk it all for the bigger prize. If they got through tonight, forget 500, it could turn into 50 million. So they busily prepared the 4 dishes and soup for me, showing their sincerity by even feeding every bite directly to my mouth. I didn't hold back. I ordered them around as if it were second nature. Though I could sense their smoldering frustration, none of them dared show it. After eating my fill, I demanded they clean up the house. Over the next 2 hours, they worked like pack mules, leaving their backs aching and their posture hunched. Finally, I leisurely spoke. "Oh dear, my apologies, having you all work so hard as soon as you arrived." Feifei hurriedly waved her hand dismissively. "No need to apologize, darling. We're family now. This is what we should be doing." As she said this, she leaned close, eyes sparkling with affection, attempting to plant a kiss on my cheek. Disgusted, I pushed her away. "No way. Not until we're officially married." Feifei laughed awkwardly. "You're right. Well, darling, are we staying here from now on?" That question struck a nerve, one that the Su family seemed particularly eager to unravel. This rundown house wasn't significantly better than some back alley neighborhood. It was fine for a night's stay, but they had no intention of enduring this lifestyle in the long run. "Is there something wrong with this place?" I feigned innocence. "Feifei, don't you love me? Aren't you willing to stay wherever I live?" Feigning a broad smile, Feifei forced herself to say, "Of course, I love you. But think about it. Living in a villa would be so much more comfortable. Why would we stay here? And when we eventually have kids, this kind of environment isn't healthy for their upbringing." I tapped my chin, mulling over her words thoughtfully. That's a fair point. But villas are expensive. I'll be sure to work hard and buy one for you all in the future." The awkward laughter froze on Feifei's face. The Su family collectively widened their eyes in disbelief. "Darling, what did you just say?" Feifei's voice trembled with suspicion, beginning to wonder if this was all some kind of cruel joke. "Oh, I completely forgot to mention. After our divorce, I sold my business and put all the money into the stock market. And, well, lost it all. The villa? The car? Gone. Sold them all to cover debts. I'm penniless now, but don't worry, Feifei. With my skills, I'll turn things around in no time." Impossible. My words were like a bomb that shattered the peaceful facade they had been clinging to. Feifei stiffened, barely keeping herself upright. "Ding Hao, is this true? Are you not joking?" The Su family's collective gaze bore into me, their eyes filled with desperation, like they were praying this was all just a sick joke. Why would I joke about this? I took out my phone and showed her records of the villa's sale, my account balance, and all my debts, laying it all out bare. Feifei scrolled through the evidence, her body giving out as she collapsed onto the couch, looking utterly lifeless. The Su family sat there defeated, their gazes emptily staring into the void. All the fantasies and big dreams they had built up so confidently shattered like glass. "Feifei, come on, let's go to bed and start trying for that baby. I'll love you forever," I said, smiling as if I hadn't noticed any of their reactions. Feifei abruptly smacked my hand away, her voice erupting with fury. "Are you out of your damn mind? Who the hell would have your kid? Get lost." I froze, looking genuinely confused. "But Feifei, isn't that what you said?" "What I said?" She was livid, her finger nearly jabbing into my face. "I only said that because I thought you had money. And now you're broke, buried in debt, worse off than a beggar. Why the hell would I waste my life on someone as pathetic as you?" My daughter's absolutely right. Su Dafu jumped in angrily as well. "Ding Hao, stop pretending to be something you're not. Get out of my sight. You're making me sick. Come on, everyone, we're done here. Let that idiot fend for himself. To think we wasted so much time on him. You hypocrites," I shouted, my chest heaving uncontrollably with rage. "Didn't you realize? Who keeps their promises with someone who's flat broke?" Feifei smirked bitterly. Su Sheng and Sun Hongmei quickly followed suit, piling on insult after insult. Their true colors were on full display now. Every ounce of their hypocrisy, greed, and ugliness came spilling out into the open. "Good. This is great," I roared, my voice breaking like an untethered storm, clarity dawning on me at last. "So this is who you all really are? Then forget it. This marriage isn't happening. Watch and see. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 on the west. Don't ever underestimate a man when he has nothing. Don't come begging me." "Huh, still playing the broke youngster act?" Su Sheng sneered. "I suggest you prepare for your grave. You'll never bounce back in this lifetime. Give me back my watch." Su Fei suddenly held out her hand. That watch was brand new, costing 300 grand. Even if sold for less, it'd still fetch 200 grand, enough to support her family for a while. "Fine, take it back." I don't care for your family stuff anyway. With a furious look, I fished out the watch, though it had already been reduced to a pile of shattered pieces. Oof, I accidentally dropped it earlier. You can take it back and see if you can repair it. I dumped the broken pieces onto the table. You son of a… Su Dafu glared at the pile of scraps, his heart breaking. Smashed to this state, there was no fixing it. And really, what kind of watch shatters like this just from being dropped? At that moment, he looked like he was about to erupt. But he didn't dare to lay a hand on me. Let's not even bring up the consequences. Right now, he knew he couldn't even win a fight against me. Forget it, let's go? I never want to see this lunatic again, Su Dafu said through gritted teeth and turned to leave. Su Fei and the others rushed to follow. Mark my words, you look down on me now, but one day, you'll all regret it. Even from far away, my voice carried. To them, it was just the crazed rant of a broke man, unworthy of a second thought. Their biggest regret at the moment was agreeing to my 3 conditions back then. At least the third one wasn't fulfilled yet. Otherwise, they would have truly suffered a huge loss. Returning to their senses, they suddenly realized they didn't have a single cent on them. Not even enough to catch a bus. The 4 exchanged awkward glances. Standing by the window, I watched their embarrassed retreat, a cold smile creeping onto my face. A leopard can't change its spots. The moment they heard I was broke, they fled faster than anyone. This is just me toying with you for now, I muttered to myself. When the apocalypse comes, you'll finally understand what true cruelty means. Leaving the old neighborhood, I headed straight for the Jinhao International Hotel. I was there to pick up that set of twin sisters. Hopefully, they wouldn't disappoint me. Master, you're here. The moment the door opened, their eyes lit up upon seeing me. I, however, stayed expressionless. Master, what's wrong? You don't seem too happy. Chushua spoke first, her sharp intuition outpacing her older sister Chuqing. I didn't hold back. I'm bankrupt. I'm down to just $2,000 in total. I can't afford to keep you 2 anymore. For a moment, both sisters were wide-eyed in shock. It was incomprehensible to them how someone who had once spent money so lavishly could now have nothing. Master, are you upset just because of this? What surprised me was that, unlike the Su family, the twins didn't respond by turning on me or attempting to sever ties. Instead, Chuqing and Chushua each pulled out a bank card, respectfully presenting them to me. This contains all the money Master has tipped us with. Please take it. And Master, from the moment you saved us, our hearts have belonged to you. Even if Master has nothing, we will never leave you. Tears streamed down their cheeks, genuine and heartfelt. A weight lifted from my chest. All right, if you're willing, come with me, I said, not taking the cards but softening my tone considerably. Their loyalty exceeded my expectations. If that was the case, they could move into the Steel Fortress. At least they'd be around to chat with on quieter days. Thank you, Master. They bowed slightly in unison before quickly preparing to pack their things. But as they reached for their 2 maid outfits, one black with matching black stockings and pumps, the other white with white stockings and shoes, they paused hesitantly. The outfits were tantalizingly seductive, prepared for me as a surprise. Now, however, they seemed uncertain. Master, it's getting late. Maybe we can leave tomorrow? They looked at me with hopeful eyes. Glancing at the outfits, I deliberated briefly before replying. All right, but tonight, let's try something a little different. I've got some props that should be perfect for the 2 of you. The next morning, the twins couldn't get out of bed. It wasn't until midday that I brought them to the Steel Fortress. Master, what is this place? Seeing the fortress for the first time, they were visibly awestruck. This will be your home from now on. At my command, the large gates slowly opened. I allocated them a room on the 2nd floor, close to the front. They held a special place in my heart. Once the 3rd floor's renovations were complete, I'd move them up there. As for Qin Yun, only time would tell if she'd survive when the end arrived. The twins fell in love with their new room almost instantly. I had spent a hefty sum to ensure each room on the 2nd floor was far superior to even a 5-star hotel. What turned their faces bright red, however, were the interesting items scattered around the room. These would certainly spice up the coming days. Thinking ahead, they couldn't help but feel a mix of shyness and excitement. 连个能撑过大雪的暖炉都没有，我按您的吩咐，给家里也留了一部分物资，但他们一直数落我，说我浪费钱。 还嘲笑我说：“不就是一场雪吗？有这么能折腾的吗？”我看着他发来的信息，沉默了好一会儿。你做得很好，我回道，随后补充了一句：记住，末日前后，谁都别信，除了我。好嘞，老板。他发来了一堆小表情，看得出来心情还挺不错。我叹了口气，他这个乐天派的性子未必是件坏事，但末日之下，乐观有时候能害死人。把手机放下，我重新整理了手边的工具和地图，再次确认接下来的优先事项。等一切都准备妥当，我起身走出办公室。走廊尽头，双胞胎姐妹的房门虚掩着。从灯光的影子来看，她们似乎在安静地做手账，或是沿着小说的情节写点一梦。我思考了几秒，准备推开门时停住了。不急，留点时间给他们吧。末日后的沉重压力可能会改变他们，有些天真和柔软，或许就崩溃掉了。让我尽可能多地保留一些，也算是迟来的善意。最终，我转身离开了走廊，下楼，走向堡垒的地下层。那里有我准备多年，足够撑过地狱般一段时间的心血和资源。时间一分一秒过去，末日的钟声已经开始倒计时。今晚，风和雪将吞噬和平。我轻声自语，手中握紧了那份令人窒息的清单，就像握住最后的希望。English translation in American style. But there's a faint trace of fear. Master, Chushua suddenly asked, if we were to abandon you, would you have not brought us here? It seems like she understands now why I said what I did last night. Settle in. Don't overthink things, I replied, shaking my head without answering her question. Leaving them to get familiar with their room, I headed downstairs by myself. There are only 4 days left until doomsday, and I've got things to do. I mentally reviewed my checklist. Generator, water supply. Everything is ready, except for one critical ingredient: fuel, gasoline, and diesel. Without fuel, the generator is useless. Without electricity, half of the fort's functions would be paralyzed. Fuel is non-negotiable. Doomsday isn't here yet. Society is still intact. I can't exactly go rob a gas station. I'll just have to wait. I opened up the map and marked dozens of gas stations. The moment the order of society collapses, I'll go shopping. That night, as planned, I went to the martial arts studio for another sparring session with Lung. Unsurprisingly, she clutched the wall as she limped out afterward. The days leading up to Doomsday kept me busier than ever. 3 days before Doomsday, inventory check, it took an entire hour. With the remaining time, I spent some quality moments chatting with the twin sisters, and in the evening, met up with manager Sue at the car dealership. 2 days before Doomsday, a focused 10-minute combat drill. Then, once again, I talked about life and survival with the twins and later had a heart-to-heart with Lung. 1 day before Doomsday, more time with the twins, then another heart-to-heart with Lung. The day of Doomsday, I didn't bother with heart-to-hearts or life chats. I sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, alone. Until 8 p.m. It's here, I whispered. The moment the words left my lips, the once hot weather outside suddenly turned frigid. In just 1 minute, the temperature plummeted from 84 degrees Fahrenheit 29 degrees Celsius to 14 degrees Fahrenheit minus 10 degrees Celsius. People out on the street, still dressed in short sleeves, were caught off guard and shivered uncontrollably. But inside my fortified shelter, I remained unaffected. Another minute later, the first flakes began to fall. Snow. Curses could be heard outside as confusion spread. Snow in August? This was the South. Snow was rare even in the coldest winters, let alone now. I picked up my phone. Sure enough, sudden snowfall shot to the top of trending topics, its views surging at a mind-boggling pace. I wasn't surprised at all. This snowfall wasn't local, it was global. Even the hottest tropical zones weren't spared. The far-reaching disasters that would follow? Let's set those aside for now. Just on this first night, countless people would freeze to death. Tonight was just the beginning. Online, reactions were divided. Some were filled with worry, while others were oddly cheerful. The concerned ones mostly hailed from the South. places where thick winter coats or heating systems were practically non-existent. They were freezing like abandoned puppies. The cheerful ones? The overworked who were looking forward to a day off. Finally, after a month straight of overtime, I can rest tomorrow. Haha, just thinking about not having to go to work makes me want to fly. But this snow seems weird. You don't think it's something bad, do you? Don't be silly. Been reading too many sci-fi novels? I'm a meteorology PhD. Let me tell you something. This is just an anomaly. Trust me, the snow will stop tomorrow. Phew, that's a relief. As a southerner, I've never seen real snow before. Perfect timing for a day off and some fun. The comments kept rolling in. The ones most excited? Southern workers who'd never seen a snowflake before in their lives. After scrolling through, I couldn't help but shake my head. They're celebrating too soon. Not only will the snow not stop tomorrow, but in just a few days, it'll turn into poisonous black snow. By then, over 80% of surface vegetation will wither and die. It's only when that moment arrives that people will realize. This is just the prologue to disaster. A so-called expert, Hong Haoguang, stepped forward to address the public. He called the snow a meteorological miracle, unprecedented, but nothing to fear. He reassured everyone to only stock up on essentials for a day because the snow would stop after that. He even encouraged folks to use their day off to relax, eat well, and enjoy themselves. Being a prominent figure, his words shot to the top of trending topics, soothing countless anxious minds. I could only roll my eyes in disbelief. In my last life, this same guy spouted the exact same nonsense, causing untold people to finish off their emergency food supplies prematurely. When doomsday struck, many starved to death. Meanwhile, this expert was secretly hoarding supplies while telling others to stay calm. He lived comfortably when the world fell apart. Of course, in the end, even his bones didn't survive. I shook my head, dismissing it all. It's got nothing to do with me. Ding ding ding. I was just about to check on the twin sisters when a message from Chinyan popped up. Boss, it's snowing. Is it snowing over there too? Yeah, I replied curtly. It's the first snow here in Huaching. So pretty. She sent me a picture of a tiny snowman she'd built. One that actually looked a little like me. Boss, I miss you. But traffic's a mess and my birth parents probably won't let me leave so soon. By the way, didn't you tell me to stock up on supplies? I followed your advice and spent most of the 20 million on food and the rest on practical household items. I left some for my birth parents too, even though they have no heater to survive this cold. Still, they've been scolding me, saying I'm wasting money. They keep mocking me, saying, "It's just a little snow. What's the point of all this?" I stared at her messages in silence for a long while. You did well, I replied, then added, remember, when doomsday hits, trust no one except me. Got it, boss? She replied enthusiastically, complete with several cheerful emojis. I sighed. Her overly optimistic nature might not be a bad thing, but in a post-apocalyptic world, being too carefree could get someone killed. I put my phone down and continued organizing my tools and maps, double-checking my priorities for the days to come. Once everything was in order, I stood up and left the office. Down the hallway, the twin sisters' room door was slightly ajar. Judging from the shifting light shadows, they seemed to be quietly journaling or writing some fictional fantasy. I paused for a moment. I considered entering, but decided not to. There's no rush. Let them have their moment. The crushing weight of post-apocalyptic pressure will likely strip them of their innocence and tenderness. I'll cherish these fleeting moments of peace for them while I still can. Finally, I turned away and left the hallway, heading downstairs to the fort's underground level, a space filled with the years of preparation and resources I'd painstakingly accumulated to endure the horrors ahead. Time ticked away, and the countdown to doomsday edged closer to its final strokes. Tonight, the snow and winds will devour the calm, I murmured to myself, clutching the list of life-saving necessities as if it were the last glimmer of hope. If there's a next time, make sure to dig deeper, Miss Jean said softly, her gaze fixated on the falling snow outside the window. A pensive expression lingered on her elegant face, as if she were piecing together some mysterious puzzle. Meanwhile, in his warm, well-lit room, Ding Hao stared at his phone. The air around him was cozy from the crackling fire as the savory aroma of steak, lobster, and abalone filled the space. He leaned back casually after posting his carefully curated photo to WeChat Moments, ensuring only one person could view it, Su Fei. He smirked knowingly, certain that the image of his indulgent meal would provoke a storm of emotions on her end. Somewhere else, in a dilapidated, drafty house in the village, Su Fei and her family huddled together, bracing themselves against the biting cold. Their only source of light was her phone as they scrolled through social media, until Ding Hao's post popped up. The sight of his decadent meal, contrasted with the reality of their own hunger and frozen state, lit a spark of anger among them. That Ding Hao is such a show-off. Posting his fancy dinner like that? Disgusting. Su Fei's father spat, his voice dripping with disdain. Right? Huh. Let's see how long he can keep this charade up. I bet he just blew his last penny for that meal. Serves him right when he runs out of food. They mocked him, convincing themselves that his apparent luxury masked dire recklessness. But their words were like empty embers. The real problem was their own dire situation. The room around them grew colder, the walls thin as paper against the harsh winter storm raging outside. We should just order takeout, Su Fei's brother suggested, trying to inject some hope. But a few phone taps later, that option vanished. They had no money to pay for delivery, and their pantry was starkly empty. The weight of reality silenced everyone for a moment. As the family quietly endured another biting draft, Su Fei retreated to her cold room. Flopping down on her bed, she stared into the void. A pang of regret churned deep inside her. Had she known the snowstorm would blow in so fiercely, she might have swallowed her pride and stayed longer with Ding Hao that day. But now it was far too late. Back in the snug comfort of his warm home, Ding Hao moved with purpose. His focus was sharp, and his instructions to Qin Yun were firm yet cryptic. Do not sell the grain, no matter what. Store it securely and discreetly. The snowstorm is just the beginning, Ding Hao typed out. His words carried an undeniable authority. Even though she didn't fully grasp the reasons, Qin Yun didn't dare question his orders. She had an inkling Ding Hao knew more than he let on, and if he said to act, she acted. That's just how it was. But back in those circles of the influential and curious, Ding Hao's name was causing ripples, particularly with Miss Jean. Her mind couldn't shake the peculiar timing of Ding Hao's behavior lately. It was too calculated, too coincidental to dismiss. What did he know about this eerie storm? Standing tall with an assertive air at the window, she turned to her trusted confidant, Lung Er. Pay closer attention next time, and if the opportunity arises again, don't let him slip away without answers. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with this request. Lightly clearing his throat with a forced awkwardness, Ding Hao promised. I swear, this is the last time. To his surprise, Lung Er, biting her slightly numbed lips, softly replied, But if you really like it, in the future, it's okay too. After all, we agreed that as long as it doesn't hurt me, you can handle things however you want. Just, and I mean it, be gentler next time. My arm hurts too much. She closed her beautiful eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed crimson. She herself was astonished at the words that had left her mouth. Even stranger, a faint trace of anticipation lingered in her heart as she said them. Ding Hao reached out, gently patting her head. I'll listen to you. Lung Er's heart fluttered oddly. It was as though she'd become a small kitten, indulgently being stroked by its owner. An hour later, the two returned to the neighborhood. Lung Er rested in her fortress for a little while before going back, unnoticed even by the twin sisters living next door. The next morning, the fortress gate was banged on loudly, the sound reverberating like a drumbeat. Seriously? Can't you just ring the doorbell? What's with all the door pounding? Having worked late the night before, I was sleeping soundly and not in the mood to tolerate noise. Annoyed, I stomped downstairs to answer. Standing outside were 5 or 6 men, each holding a shovel. At the forefront was a rough-looking fellow with a face full of menace. As soon as I appeared, several pairs of eyes locked onto me. What's the matter? I asked coldly. The man in charge smirked, though his expression failed to convey friendliness. Don't be so tense. We mean no harm. We're all residents from the neighborhood. Since last night's heavy snowfall buried the entire complex, we're organizing everyone to clear it out together. You're part of the neighborhood too. If you've got time, come help us. No thanks. I'm busy. I declined flatly, without hesitation. The snow had nothing to do with me. I wasn't going out anyway. Hold up. As I began to shut the door, the burly man blocked it with his foot. If you're too busy, that's fine, but fork over 2,000 yuan instead. After all, clearing the snow benefits everyone here, including you. So that's what they were really after, taking advantage of the situation. I raised an eyebrow, my tone icy. Sorry, I don't go out, so the snow has zero effect on me. Similarly, you won't get a penny from me. Their expressions instantly darkened. The leader tried to look righteous, but just came across as arrogant as he jabbed his finger toward me repeatedly. What's with that attitude? Are we trying to take advantage of you or something? You're just being lazy, refuse to spare 2,000, and still expect everyone else to do all the work for free. A lackey chimed in immediately. Hey, bro, your villa's gotta be worth at least 100 million, right? How stingy can you be that you can't even give up 2,000? Even people who are dirt poor contribute. Exactly. Doing nothing and paying nothing. Life doesn't work that way. It's either money or labor. Pick one. Glares stabbed at me from all sides. Their aggression palpable, as though I were some criminal on trial. Someone else might have crumbled under this pressure. But I only laughed coldly. First off, I'm busy. If you want to shovel snow, that's your business. Don't bother me with it. Second, I don't have spare cash lying around. And lastly, if you're thinking about causing trouble, go ahead and try. I'd encountered this crowd in my past life, self-proclaimed do-gooders, claiming to serve the neighborhood, when all they really did was scam money. Back then, believing in goodwill, I joined them in clearing the snow. What a mistake. They assigned me impossible tasks, sabotaged me in subtle ways, and eventually cornered me into paying the 2,000 yuan anyway. The burly man, seeing I wouldn't cave, put on a wounded expression. And what exactly are you suggesting by calling this causing trouble? We're doing this for the good of the whole community. All right, fine. You don't want to work or pay. How about this? Let us use your yard to store some tools for just a few days. Surely that's reasonable. No. I shook my head immediately. That guy was nothing but a schemer, and I wasn't about to let him set foot into my steel fortress. God knows what mischief they'd stir up in there. I wasn't afraid of them, of course. I just didn't want annoying flies buzzing around constantly. Kid, you're seriously going to say no to something this simple? That's just too much. You're screwing over the whole neighborhood. His face twisted into contempt as he snorted and threw his hands up. Fine. Nothing more to say then. With that, he led his group away, fuming. I watched them leave, unfazed. Oh, they definitely hold a grudge now. But so what? Laws and cameras were still very much in place, and they wouldn't dare to act out. Even if society fell into chaos and they decided to target me, they'd still be utterly powerless. My villa's built-in defenses alone were enough to end them. Once they were out of sight, I pulled up my system interface for the first time in ages. Host, Ding Hao. Development path, Evil Cultivator. Current realm, Qi Refining, Level 8. Negative emotion points required for advancement, 26,000. Total accumulated negative emotion points, 78,500. Holy crap, that's a lot. With the apocalypse yet to arrive, I'd spent most of my time recently bonding with a few beauties and had almost forgotten this existed. Skimming through the breakdown, I noticed that a guy named Wang Wei had contributed 50 points just now. 2,000 yuan is roughly $275 as of today's exchange rate. Had no intention of admitting fault. The man sneered. What? You think you can blame a kid for something he didn't do? Don't you dare try to scam us. His wife immediately chimed in, her shrill voice cutting through the air. Exactly. Our child was just playing. Kids do that. You can't expect a child to understand property or whatever. What kind of grown adult makes a fuss about a kid? I stood quietly, watching them with amusement. People like this, shameless and entitled, were oddly entertaining in a way. It's not about the kid, it's about your responsibility as the parents, Lin Xia said firmly, though her voice trembled slightly. I could tell she wasn't used to confrontation. Your child just damaged my car. Are you seriously going to claim no responsibility here? Show me the proof. The man folded his thick arms, raising his voice even louder. You got any witnesses? Any videos? If not, don't you dare accuse my boy. The level of audacity was staggering, but unfortunately not surprising. Before Lin Xia could respond further, I stepped forward with a calm smile. Excuse me, I said casually, though my tone carried an underlying authority. Your son was literally holding the glass shard when we walked up. The evidence is written all over the car. I've even got the whole thing recorded on my phone. Of course, that last part was a bluff. I hadn't recorded anything, but confidence can work wonders in situations like these. Both parents froze, though their expressions quickly shifted from panic to feigned indifference. What do you even want? The man eventually muttered, avoiding eye contact. Still calm, I tilted my head towards Lin Xia. Not my car. Ask her. She looked at me with surprise, but quickly recovered. The cost of the damage should be covered, she said resolutely. That's all I'm asking. The man's face twisted, while his wife looked ready to unleash another tirade. Before she could, I added lazily. If the repairs aren't handled, I could consider circulating the footage online. But hey, that'd be such a shame for a cute little kid to become internet famous for vandalizing, wouldn't it? At that, the color drained from both their faces. Without another word, the man grumbled under his breath, pulled out his wallet, and handed Lin Xia a few bills, clearly eager to escape. The pair stormed off with their little vandal in tow, the boy obliviously babbling about his masterpiece. Lin Xia turned to me, looking genuinely relieved. Thank you, Ding Hao. I wasn't sure how I was going to handle that. I shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing. People like them just need a little push to behave. She smiled warmly. Still, you handled it better than I probably could have. You've changed, Ding Hao. More confident, maybe. Maybe. I replied vaguely, my mind already wandering elsewhere. Confidence wasn't the change, simply the result of living as I truly pleased. Still, as we continued upstairs and into her neatly kept apartment, I couldn't deny that this brief encounter had made the otherwise dull day at least a little more eventful. Playing dumb, their tone excessively brusque. Your son scratched my car. You should compensate me. It was obvious Lin Xia wasn't good at handling this kind of situation. Compared to her dignified stance as a teacher in front of the class, she seemed almost meek at this moment. If it had been Lunger here instead, there wouldn't have been so much back and forth. She would have probably kicked the little brat halfway across the street with no hesitation. The phrase, nice people get bullied, came to mind. When the woman heard Lin mention compensation, she didn't just lack remorse. She crossed her arms across her chest, arrogance written all over her face. You're saying it was my son who did it, not me. So if someone has to pay, go after him, not me. What's it got to do with me? Exactly. Debts are tied to debtors. The man pushed the little boy forward. You scratched the lady's car, so you better pay her. Figure it out yourself. The boy's eyes flashed mischievously, and he pulled a coin out of his pocket, hurling it straight at Lin Xia. The coin bounced off her chest and clattered to the ground. I've got $1 for you. Go ahead, pick it up yourself. The boy laughed maniacally, his behavior dripping with malice. To make matters worse, the man patted the boy's head approvingly. That's right, son. Now that we've paid her, the car's outer layer is basically ours. Draw some more on it. Yeah, the woman chimed in. Make it pretty so mom can admire it. And just like that, the little brat started scratching the car again. You. Lin Xia's chest rose and fell with outrage. A cold gleam flashed in my eyes. Normally, I wouldn't act out in front of Lin, out of respect. But this family went way too far. Forget it, Ding Hao. I'll just get the car resprayed later. Just as I was about to step forward, Lin grabbed my arm, clearly reluctant to let me escalate things on her behalf. She tugged me upstairs. Trailing behind, I could hear the family exchanging smug remarks about how easily they'd scared her off. That woman lives on the 9th floor, right? My son scratching her car is practically an honor for her. If she dares mention compensation again, we'll have some fun messing with her. Lin Xia lived in 903. In silence, we took the elevator. She didn't say a word, but the tension in the air was palpable. I sighed inwardly, but refrained from adding to her worries. This is just the way the world works. If you're too soft, you'll always end up on the losing end. Her apartment was modest, with minimal furniture and not much in the way of amenities. A weak burst of warm air from an old heater greeted us as we stepped inside. Scanning the room, I was perplexed. Based on what I remembered, Lin Xia's teacher's salary wasn't half bad. Why did it look like she couldn't even afford decent furniture or appliances? Then, near the shoe rack, I caught sight of a few pairs of men's shoes mixed in with hers. Take a seat, Ding Hao. My husband will be back in a bit. Stay for dinner before you leave, Lin said casually. Wait, What? She's married? Back in school, there was a line of admirers hoping to win her over. Whoever ended up with her must really be something special, I thought. But what business did I have speculating on her personal life? As the room grew warmer, Lynn began removing her jacket. Her curvaceous figure was hard to ignore, paired with that delicate face of hers. It briefly left even me momentarily distracted. I shifted my focus to a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms lying on her coffee table, flipping it open to escape the awkwardness. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed her move on to her sweater next. Beneath it, she was left in nothing but a thin, black lace thermal top that accentuated her slender curves. Just as she reached to remove another layer, I coughed pointedly. That single sound snapped her out of her trance. She froze, clearly just remembering she wasn't alone. Her cheeks turned a deep, embarrassed red, creeping down to the tips of her ears. She hastily yanked her sweater back on and stammered, "Sorry. Ding Hao. I forgot you were still here." I shook my head and held up the book. "Don't worry about it, Miss Lin. I've been too focused on reading to notice anything else." Relief crossed her face, tinged with gratitude. "Thanks, Ding Hao. I didn't do anything." Still, the tension lingered. After a while, I got up to leave. Her repeated offers to stay were politely declined. Before I slipped out, she suggested we have dinner together another time, with her promising to cook something special. I knew full well that in a few days, even instant ramen might become a luxury. But I didn't have the heart to rain on her goodwill. Downstairs, as I left the building, "You stop right there." The arrogant screech of that horrid woman from earlier pierced through the air. I turned back around, only to find the obnoxious trio blocking my path once again. The woman, Chen Fong, looked me up and down critically before plastering a fake smile on her face. "If I'm not mistaken, you're not that woman's husband, are you?" I frowned. "What's your point?" "Her husband, Li Hong, cut in smugly. We just saw you head upstairs to her place. We know exactly what you were up to." His smirk grew. "How about this? Send over 10 grand to keep us quiet, and we won't tattle to her husband. Dear, once we pocket the cash, let's go splurge on a fancy dinner." Chen Fong exclaimed, as if my refusal to pay was completely off the table. Their demonic offspring piped in, hopping excitedly. "I want hot pot." "Of course. Anything you want." Li Hong was grinning ear to ear. I raised my eyebrows, my tone turning icy. "Nothing happened between me and Ms. Lin. Spread whatever rumors you want. The innocent don't need to explain. Reputation?" At this point, it meant nothing to me. "Stop pretending." Chen Fong jabbed a finger at my face, spitting her words like poison. "You two dirty dogs, brazenly doing sordid things in broad daylight. And now you want to deny it? We're going to find that woman and demand money from her. I doubt she'll dare refuse." The three of them turned to leave, heading for the elevator. "Hold on." I called out to them, a faint smile curling on my lips. Ms. Lin was a gentle soul. If this mob confronted her, she might just give in. She wasn't exactly well off. Shelling out 10,000 yuan would hurt her badly. "Money, huh? I'll give it to you. You're willing to pay?" Chen Fong blinked, her voice tinged with doubt. I nodded. "I'll pay. Just shut your mouths. Come get it." Li Hong and Chen Fong exchanged glances, their greed practically oozing. "It was 10,000 just now." Li Hong shook his head. "But since you didn't agree earlier, it's gone up. Now it's 15,000. Extortion." I didn't even hesitate. "Fine." The trio immediately rushed over, thrilled. Chen Fong opened her mouth, just about to speak. Smack. I raised my hand and landed a solid slap across her face. You hit me?" She clutched her cheek, her expression one of sheer disbelief. "Aren't you here for money?" My voice was calm. "Let's start with a beating. I'll compensate you more in a bit." The second slap came harder. Her cheek instantly swelled, and one of her teeth flew out, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. "Aff!" she shrieked. "You dare hit my wife? I'll kill you." Li Hong finally snapped out of his shock, lunging at me with flailing arms. I lifted my leg and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall. The younger one hadn't even moved yet, but he met the same fate, a slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. 10 minutes later, negative emotions from Li Hong, plus 1,000. Negative emotions from Chun Fong, plus 1,000. Negative emotions from Li Si's, plus 1,000. I eyed the sudden 3,000-point haul of negative energy and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, an accidental bonus. Feel free to call the cops if you want. I clapped the dust off my hands and left with my head held high. Behind me, Chun Fong gritted her teeth, seething. This is outrageous. Honey, call the police and get him arrested. Li Hong hesitated. The fact they tried to blackmail me first meant they'd all be in trouble if the police got involved. What? Are we just going to let this go after getting beaten? Chen Fong's face was filled with frustration. But as for seeking revenge, she didn't dare. The three of them didn't stand a chance against me. Li Hong furrowed his brows, chewing on the situation until a smirk broke across his face. I've got an idea. I've seen that woman's husband before. He comes home for lunch every day before noon. We wait here for him, and when he shows up, we tell him his wife brought a man to the house while he was out. He'll take care of that punk for us. Honey, you're a genius. Chen Fong's scowl turned into a grin. The three immediately set up camp by the lobby entrance, scrutinizing every person who walked in. They waited a whole half hour. Finally, a stubbly, slightly overweight man walked in. Li Hong's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to block the man. Stop right there. And who the hell are you? The man glared at Li Hong. Who I am doesn't matter. Li Hong's face twisted into a sly grin. What matters is your wife's been cheating on you. What? The man's pupils contracted as he stormed up to Li Hong, grabbing him by the shirt and lifting him off the ground. Say that again, and I'll rip your tongue out. My wife. Cheat. Never. Li Hong hadn't expected his strength. He swallowed hard, then quickly blurted, Why would I lie? You live in 903, right? Yeah. The man replied suspiciously, finally easing his grip. Then it's true. Just now, I saw with my own eyes a man all over your wife, going upstairs together. He came down looking disheveled. Chun Fong jumped in, embellishing for dramatic effect. We couldn't stomach it and tried to confront the guy. And what did he do? Beat us up. Look at us. All battered and bruised. She put their injuries on full display. Meanwhile, Li Hong whipped out a picture he'd sneakily taken, a snapshot of Ding Hao and Lin Xia entering the elevator together. The man glanced at the photo, his face turning an ugly shade of reddish purple. That cheating wench. She dared fool around behind my back. He turned to storm off, only for Li Hong to pull him back. Something else. Li Hong pointed at his face, putting on a pitiful act. Look, I got beat up for standing up for you. Isn't it only fair you cover our medical expenses? Ah, it hurts so bad. Chun Fong forced out a few crocodile tears. The man clearly didn't want news of his wife's supposed affair spreading through the neighborhood. Grinding his teeth, he finally said, Fine, I'll pay you, but don't overdo it. I don't have much cash on me. Relax. Just 1,000 each for the three of us. That's fair, right? Li Hong threw out the number without missing a beat. The man wanted to haggle but stopped when he saw Li Hong's stubborn look. Begrudgingly, he sent over the 3,000 yuan. As soon as the transaction went through, this family of con artists lit up like a Christmas tree. It's challenging to directly translate this passage into a natural and culturally appropriate English version while ensuring that the expressions and humor fit American standards. Here's an attempt to adapt the content. The glint in Chun Fong's eye seemed innocent, but her words weren't. She wiped her non-existent tears and fanned the flames further. You should hurry home and check it out. Your wife kept calling someone sweetheart just now. From the looks of it, she's been sneaking around for quite some time. All right. The man's face turned pale with panic as he darted to the elevator in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Li Hong flashed a wide grin. Honey, here's 3,000. Let's go for hot pot tonight. Chun Fong laughed, watching the scene unfold, but her eyes darted quickly to the little boy trailing behind Li Hong. The boy didn't quite resemble him, and for a moment, an uneasy flicker crossed her face. Honey, Li Hong suddenly asked, his tone casual, You've never cheated on me, right? Of course not, Chun Fong replied, her smile faltering just a bit. Why would you ask me that? Li Hong didn't seem to notice. He chuckled. No real reason. You've always treated me so well. Cheating isn't your style. Now let's go eat. Absolutely. Let's go. At apartment 903, 9th floor. Lin Xia was busy cooking lunch in the kitchen. Hearing the front door open, she turned toward the sound, ready to greet her husband as he came in. But before she could say a word, Li Daqiang yanked his jacket out of her hands and threw it onto her. What's gotten into you? Lin Xia asked, confused. Li Daqiang's eyes zeroed in on a pair of unfamiliar men's slippers near the entrance, and his fury erupted with volcanic force. He pointed a trembling finger at her, yelling, "So this is what you're up to behind my back, bringing random men into our home." The color drained from Lin Xia's face as her brain tried to catch up. What? What are you even talking about? Oh, don't act dumb. You're busted. Li Daqiang whipped out his phone, showing her a picture. I even have proof right here. Lin Xia glanced at the screen and immediately understood. It was a photo of her and Ding Hao, her student, walking into the building together earlier. Someone had taken the picture and sent it to her husband. It was nothing more than a misunderstanding. She thought she could clear things up. Honey, listen. This is Ding Hao. He's my student. I ran into him in the complex and invited him up for a quick meal. That's all. But her explanation only fanned the flames. Your student? Li Daqiang sneered cruelly. Wow, Lin Xia, you've got some nerve. You think because he's young and pretty, you can get away with it? No wonder you've been avoiding me in the bedroom for our entire 6 months of marriage. You've already got someone else, huh? That's not true, she said, tears forming in her eyes. Before she could finish, his open palm struck her face. Smack. Still denying it. His voice dripped with disgust. There are witnesses who saw you two laughing all cozy and sweet, and you dared to call him sweetheart? I'm telling your sister tonight. Let's see how you show your face around here after that. A red welt emerged on Lin Xia's cheek, and tears streaked down her face. She bit her lip to stop it from trembling. I'm not lying. Please, let me explain before you say anything to Qiuyao. Explain what? Save it. Li Daqiang snapped. Just then, the front door opened. A younger woman entered the room, dressed stylishly and exuding confidence. She was a bit less striking than Lin Xia, but attractive nonetheless. Her name was Lin Qiuyao, and she was Xia's younger sister. What's going on here? She asked, scanning the room. Her sister looked teary-eyed, while her brother-in-law's face was twisted with rage. Ah, it's nothing, Lin Xia quickly said, forcing a smile. Come in, dinner's almost ready. But Li Daqiang was unmoved. Your sister's been cheating on me, Qiuyao. That's what's going on. What? Qiuyao froze in disbelief, while Lin Xia flinched like she'd been physically hit again. Her sister's smile vanished instantly. That can't be true, right? Qiuyao asked hesitantly. She knew her sister well, weak in personality, but strong in moral conviction. Xia would never betray someone, especially her husband. Damn right, it's true. Li Daqiang spat, recounting the details with venom in his voice. She even brought another man into my house. All the proofs right here. Though she wanted to believe her sister, the story planted seeds of doubt in Qiuyao's mind. After listening, she could only offer a neutral. Let's just sit down and eat first. Meanwhile, in a fortified basement elsewhere, I reclined lazily on a small cot, scrolling through my phone as a furnace roared nearby. Sure, the heating system was enough to keep the room warm, but I had a thing for fire. It felt cozy in a primitive way, and plenty of charcoal stocked up, so why not? As for Lin Xia's household drama, I was blissfully unaware of the chaos I'd inadvertently set off. Honestly, even if I knew, I wouldn't care. Not my problem. While I lay back, the twin girls appeared out of nowhere. One dressed in blue, the other in pink. Their fluffy pajamas made them look irresistibly cute. Master, they said in unison, staying cooped up here is getting boring. Can you take us out to play in the snow? I glanced at them, unconvinced. Bored already? Just wait a few days. They'd thank their lucky stars to be holed up in this bunker later. Heck, I might have to force them out by then. Still, I was done scrolling anyway. With a wave of my hand, I gave in. Fine. The twins' faces lit up, and they practically hopped with excitement. Thank you, Master. They rushed forward, each planting a kiss on my cheek. Soft. Sweet. But my mind wasn't in that space right now, so I brushed them off and headed toward the door. A bit of fresh air might do me good, I thought. Soon enough, fresh air would be a rare luxury, if it wasn't completely toxic by then. The snow is so beautiful, isn't it? Master, look. Doesn't this little snowman look just like you? The two sisters ran wild, laughing without a care in the world. The whole way, I led these two stunning ladies, playing and building snowmen as many envious, jealous glances followed us. I felt quite pleased with myself. That was exactly the reaction I was looking for. After nearly an hour of fun, the sisters were tired, and I was just about to head back when an unmistakable, sarcastic voice floated over. Well, well, isn't this Mr. Ding? Seems like you've got plenty of free time. Taking two beauties out in this heavy snow for some playtime. The tone was so sour it could curdle milk. I glanced up to see Miss Jean, veiled and in an all-black dress, walking over with Lunger in tow. Lunger, as usual, wore a pink dress. Though the style was different, it was still figure-hugging. Her jet black hair was pinned up, with a small hairpin slanted through it. Despite the thin fabric, she showed no trace of feeling the cold. Well, that's no surprise. She might look delicate and stunning, but deep down, she wasn't one to shy away from adversity. Plus, after I cleaned her meridians recently, she clearly wasn't one to feel the chill. But I gave her glowing complexion a second glance, a bit puzzled. Her skin seemed even more radiant than usual. Was this the result of my special training? I turned toward the twin sisters for comparison. Compared to the first time we met. Even they looked more beautiful now. Seems like I ought to be generous more often. As I stroked my chin thoughtfully, Chu Qing and Chu Shui caught wind of Lunger's earlier jab and were none too pleased. And who are you to criticize our master? He can play however he wants. None of your business. Wow, you're directly calling him master already? Lunger quipped sharply, her tone dripping with disdain. Typical. He's clearly no good, tricking innocent girls and all. The twins frowned in unison. The way this woman repeatedly insulted their master, it was infuriating. Just as they were about to retort, Miss Jin's voice cut in. Lunger, mind your words. Apologize to Mr. Ding. Once the lady of the group spoke, the twins obediently kept quiet. Lunger bit her lip but obeyed reluctantly. She stepped forward, eyes filled with resentment. Mr. Ding, I spoke out of turn. I apologize. That apology doesn't seem very sincere to me, I said with a sly smile. Humph. Lunger sneered internally, this old lecher. Playing around like this and still wants me to bow down. What would a sincere apology look like to you? Then, she asked icily. I chuckled. Last time we sparred, I lost. Not too happy about it. How about a rematch tonight? A rematch? Lunger's legs nearly buckled. And no thanks. I'm busy. Miss Jin's curious gaze shifted to Lung. From what she knew, Lunger was fiercely competitive and never backed down from a challenge. What had changed? Lunger felt the weight of that gaze and worried her lady might start getting suspicious. Reluctantly, she added, I don't bother fighting losers. If you're so upset about it, come back after 2 years of training. Miss Jean nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Still, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that Lunger had been acting unusually. Whenever she encountered Ding Hao, there was always this odd mix of sarcasm and hostility. But rather than delve into that further, she turned her attention to me and asked straightforwardly, Mr. Ding, you must have predicted this snowfall over a month ago, didn't you? Before I could even respond, Lunger's eyes widened in shock. She recalled some of the investigations into me, as well as the almost otherworldly feats I displayed as a martial artist. A martial artist, capable of predicting the future? Was that actually possible? If this were before, she would have scoffed at the very notion. But after certain experiences with me, she felt it was no longer so far-fetched. Still, experts on the news had claimed this snowstorm would only last a day. Why go to such lengths to prepare for just that? You're giving me too much credit, I waved dismissively. It was just a lucky guess. Miss Jean smiled faintly, her expression unreadable, before cutting straight to the chase. Mr. Ding, no need to be modest. What I'm really curious about is, how long will this snow last? How long? How would I know? You want to know? Turn on the news. Plenty of experts out there. I shrugged. Oh, is that so? She replied, shaking her head lightly. If you insist on keeping it to yourself, I'll drop it. I had hoped to collaborate on securing some important resources. Lunger, let's go. With that, she turned and started walking away. Wait. A playful grin spread across my face as I called out after her. Miss Jean, what do you mean by that last comment? She stopped in her tracks, but didn't respond immediately, just smiled wordlessly. This woman. I sighed in defeat. Fine, you win. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. The snow won't stop. In fact, it'll only get worse. The world's already ending anyway. Letting a bit of info slip doesn't matter now. And then, she pressed, her expression suddenly serious. And then, I spread my hands. I don't know. What's this important resource you mentioned, by the way? It seems Mr. Ding remains as elusive as ever. But knowing what you've just shared is enough for now, she said with a subtle smile. The resource I'm after is fuel, gasoline, diesel. During ordinary times, even if you had mountains of gold, they wouldn't be easy to come by, right? Looks like we might have a reason to work together then. She threw me a meaningful glance. I nodded knowingly. 2 days from now, who will you send to assist me? She turned to Lunger. Lunger, in 2 days, accompany Mr. Ding. Go out alive. Huh. Lung Air looked puzzled, completely at a loss about the cryptic exchange between us. But she nodded nonetheless. Yes, Mississippi. Then, she felt my gaze as though it could pierce through her clothing, scanning her up and down. The corner of my lips curled into an inexplicable smirk. In 2 days, I'll be counting on you, Miss Lung Air, I said with a soft chuckle. Lung Air's cheeks turned slightly red. She gave a light humph, but stayed silent. Miss Jean took her leave shortly after. The moment their distant figures disappeared, the twins beside me erupted in indignation. Master, that woman is just too outrageous to speak to you like that. They huffed in unison, clearly riled up. No matter, I replied with a faint smile before leading them back to the fortress. Gotcha, you be. As soon as Miss Jean and Lung Air stepped into the villa, a blonde-haired young man suddenly emerged from behind the outer wall. It was the very same guy who tried to harass Lung Air the night before, only for her to knock him flat with a single hairpin. The thought of her, dressed in her coldly elegant Lolita-style bridal outfit last night, still fanned the lecherous flames inside him. She looks all pure on the surface, but who knows how wild she is behind closed doors. Just wait. One day, I'll dominate her, he leered to himself. And that woman in the black dress, what's her deal? Her twin sister, perhaps? Heh. Though he couldn't get a clear look at Miss Jin's face, her figure alone was enough to make him itch with desire. Deep in his fantasies, he took a few quiet steps back. He wasn't dumb enough to rush them head-on again, not after yesterday's lesson. A single hairpin was all it took to incapacitate him. If that pin had been aimed at his head, he'd be a corpse by now. Fine, so you're good in a fight. But I've got plenty of other ways to deal with you, he muttered under his breath. Back at the fortress, my stomach was already growling. After sending the twins upstairs, I retrieved a few steaming hot dishes from my storage space, set the table, and called them back down to eat. Master is so kind to us. Their eyes glimmered with gratitude. Eat up and rest in your rooms afterward, I instructed. Since the twins had taken over the second floor, I had no choice but to retreat to the third floor. Late into the night, I was scrolling through my phone, keeping up with the latest news headlines when WeChat suddenly pinged. Someone named Wang Wei tagged me in the neighborhood group chat. Here's an update on today's progress. He started by sharing several photos of snow being shoveled, followed by a lengthy description of how his team had labored tirelessly. The group chat instantly erupted into a chorus of praise. Then, he slyly pivoted. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without everyone's support. Thank you all for cooperating. But there are always some selfish individuals without a shred of community spirit. I'm going to call them out by name at Ding Hao. He went on to embellish his version of the daytime exchange we'd had, turning it into a public spectacle. The group chat exploded. Wow, this guy is unbelievable. He doesn't help shovel snow, won't chip in even a bit of cash, and just wants to freeload? How does that even make sense? A perfectly good community, and one bad apple ruins the bunch. People like him staying here just taint our reputation. Where does he live? Someone post his photo so we can steer clear of him. Don't want his bad vibes rubbing off on us. In less than a few minutes, Wang Wei posted a photo he had taken outside the steel fortress. Holy crap, isn't that the remodeled mansion? I walked by it the other day. Someone recognized the picture and couldn't help but exclaim.